Hello, hello. Sorry if I gave you nightmares with that intro. I had no idea it would be the Beej intro. So I wouldn't have used that had I known. Welcome in, everybody. Let me know if my mic sounds okay. I'm not typically on StreamYard, but I am today. Let me know. Is it loud enough? Is it quiet? What's the How does it sound? I feel like I'm low, but maybe I'm not. It's good. It's loud enough. Okay. I just always feel like everybody's bubble gets bigger than mine. When I'm on panel, their bubbles always like big. Does that make sense? But can you hear me if I'm back here? I am like right up on my mic like this. Mic check. 1, 2. No, I'm just kidding. It does what? I have a bubble complex. Your big no, your big bubble is bigger than my bubble. I can't even say that. Welcome in. If you guys could hit the like button, we're gonna get started. I know it does look like a vinyl record. It's kind of cool. Um, so we're gonna go over Lauren from Hidden True Crime. I want to just preface this by saying that I don't know anything about this situation. I haven't watched Lauren since Delphi. I enjoyed her coverage of Delphi. I watched like 3 different people. I watched Lauren. I watched who else did I watch? Oh, Lawyer Lee and Lauren, and then that other lady, Andrea. Lawyer Andrea. I can't remember her name. Burkhart. Andrea Burkhart. So I watched several, right? Well, yes, Andrea. Lauren from True Crime is has went live. She went live for 9 hours. I'm sure a lot of you have watched it already or know about it, but I'm just going to give a brief recap. Good evening, Brandy Wine. Good to see you. Thank you for your super chat. It's good to see you. So, a lot of you have already watched this, and a lot of you probably already have opinions on this. I have to say, I don't. I have enjoyed coverage of Lawrence, but I don't know the situation on this, and I don't know if I will after watching this. But hey, Amy. Hey, Sen. Hey, Nash and Melissa. Robat. Thanks for coming in. Kels. The beautiful moderators are here. Thank you so much. So Lauren from Hidden True Crime is a creator. She's been around for many years. She covered Daybell extensively, and I think that's where this stems from, is from the Daybell case. Her and her husband John do and have done live streams together. The last one I watched, it was really uncomfortable, and I couldn't figure out why. So it seems like there was a lot going on in the background. Yeah, I think she already has Hillbilly Belinda, but I'm not here to compare this really to BJ, but just overall, right? Potatoes here, of course. I didn't mean to forget my potato. Hello, ostrich. Um, but I'm not here to compare. I'm just here to like kind of broadly introduce it, see what it's all about. I don't know what it's all about. I do have her opponents, got a video from her opponent as well, because I don't know either one of them. I'm familiar with Lauren because of YouTube, but the other girl is on TikTok and I don't know her. Yeah, I hope Ryan's doing okay too. This was done last night. Yeah, this is a current live. So with that being said, I implore you guys to debate, to discuss, just be respectful. We can all have our opinions and not hate one another, right? Someone may not like Lauren and come in with a preconceived notion that they don't believe her story. Or some may come in and say, she is a fucking professional. I followed her. I've never seen her do anything out of turn. And I support her. So you guys we're all friends, but we don't have to like, we don't have to all like the same people. And, I'm here to get an understanding of what's going on too, because this is what has been going on in Discord all morning, all morning. So feel free to take your aggressions out on Sin. But just have respect for one another. I mean, none of us, as far as I know these people personally. So there's really no need to get personal with one another about it. So, hello, Miss Pines, Yoga, Schnazzy. I know it's always. She's taking my livelihood, y'all. So I don't know what this boils down to, but Miss Lauren here, whoops, had an RO filed against this other person. She, from what I know, went to court and she saw that Law and Crime was there to cover it. And that was when she withdrew this. Is Scott here? Where's Scott? That's when she withdrew the RO. So apparently she was scared for her life. She filed an RO. She went to the hearing, saw that Law and Crime was there with cameras to cover it, which I've never heard of an RO hearing being televised. Have you guys? Or, with cameras or anything, because it's such a personal thing. I thought those were private hearings, but maybe I'm wrong. If we have a lawyer in the house.
The lawyers.
Unleash the lawyers.
Unleash the lawyers.
No, I don't know. I don't know what all of that means. That seems a little odd to me. But then I thought about it and I don't, not knowing the whole story, I was like, if I was really scared, would I care? I would care, but one would one outweigh the other, if you will. So Scott H, what's up?
Directly off. Fuck directly off.
That's Scott H's voice, by the way. So let's start this out saying respect one another in Cooterville. We can all have differing opinions. Yeah, you can think that it's hypocritical. She covers true crime. She didn't want hers covered. It's a catch-22, right? It's kind of like, in one sense, BJ was like, I don't want anybody playing my body cam. However, on the other hand, she'll play the two drunk girls' body cam. Where do you draw the line, right?
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
All right, so let's get into it. I'm starting from the beginning. I might speed it up. Let me know how it is for y'all, and let's begin.
Hey, everyone. I've never been more nervous for a live in my entire life, and I've done a lot of lives or a show in my entire life. And this is not a live or a show that I ever wanted to do.
So just so you know, I'm going to be annoying because of fair use. So I can't just play huge chunks. Jay, would the same pool requests have been made for media in Tennessee when C and K got theirs on Betty? Hold on. Let me read that again. I got to find it on this screen so I can pin it up. Jay, would the same pool requests have been made for media in Tennessee when C and K got theirs on Betty? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So what they would do is you mean when they had the cameras in there? And remember, we only got clips of the hearing, which that was interesting to me. So what they would do is they'd fill out are the bees coming in? The hive is coming in. Welcome in. Buzzies. I like buzzies. Bumbles. I always forget to call y'all bubbles. Fuck. Welcome in, Bumbles. Thank you, Queen Bee. And thank you, Belinda, again. Yeah, they would have to fill out a media request for cameras, and then the judge would either deny it, allow it, or put stipulations on it, like can't show the victims' faces or, whatever the judge deems appropriate. In that case, I don't know. Like, I would have to look up and see what they filled out if it's on the docket. And I think you have to pay. Isn't she in Utah? Is she in Utah? Welcome in, everybody. We're going to try to cover this the best we can. You guys are all free to have your opinions in the chat. Just be kind to one another. I know you guys will be. Hey, Carrie. So I don't know if anybody has actually looked up the documents or, anything like that. Welcome in, Bumbles. I don't know if she's in Nevada or Utah. Oh. I mean, this would be public record on the docket if you can look it up. Hello, everyone. I know nothing about this case, so I'm here to learn. Okay, well, this is a YouTuber. Her name's Lauren. She's from Hidden True Crime. And she did a 9-hour live yesterday. So I don't know if we're going to get through all this because I don't know how it, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. But she filed for a restraining order and against another person who was actually like a friend of hers. So, I mean, feel free to express your opinions in the chat, and I'm going to have to stop it for fair use, so bear with me. And I kind of did a preface in the beginning if you want to go back and listen to it, but you didn't really miss much.
Or ever thought I would have to do. And this has been ongoing for months, what I have been dealing with. This is not drama. Hidden True Crime doesn't get involved in drama. We stay very clear from that. And
okay, well, I need to stop right here because anytime that you have filed legally, then withdrew it, and then do a 9-hour live, it does kind of move into the drama segment, if you will, in my opinion.
those of you that know us know that. So I hope that nobody calls this drama ever again. In fact, it's so real life what has been going on with my family and with me for months that I decided to go to where I felt would protect me. And that was the courts and legal. And I filed a civil stalking injunction because what was happening to me and my family met Utah's civil stalking injunction code, the stalk.
Okay, awesome, Queen, because this is a long live, girl.
Was in Utah.
Okay, the stalker.
And it was
the stalker's in Utah, so she must be in a different state. And I must say, she does look upset.
very clear to me that that was the step that I should take.
Thank you, Queen.
And I was granted a temporary civil stalking injunction after I filed my evidence and my exhibits before the judge. That was served, and my stalker was served a temporary stalking.
Okay, so I don't know how it works in Utah, but see, that's the thing. I don't know where she lives. You guys are saying Nevada, you're saying Utah. I'm gonna just unpin that because I don't know. I don't know where she lives. I don't know. But I don't know what the process is there, right? Because we just saw Beach go after Cletus and Clue and was denied the temporary, right? So I don't know how it works in Utah on getting an RO. Every state is different. Well, she was granted the temporary nonsense, and that's something I didn't hear in the first place. So, considering that she was granted a temporary, I don't know why anybody would think she would have been denied the permanent. So let's keep going. I know. I'm just discussing it.
Thank God. And the next step to that, after filing a civil stalking injunction, is to hope to make it permanent.
I'm not comparing it to BJ's situation. I'm comparing it to the filing of the RO and the process. That's all. I know how it works in Florida. I now know how it works in North Carolina, but I don't know how it works in Utah. Hey, B. Tim. Good morning, Gypsy.
And that was going to be on Thursday. And then do you know what happened? Somehow, someone decided to let Law and Crime know about my civil stalking injunction. And Law and Crime decided that they deserved to have cameras in the courtroom while I am explaining what my family.
Okay, here's the media request right here. They filed it on the 1st. That was 15 days ago. So she hasn't looked at her docket in 15 days, I guess. Oh, no, October 14th. Holy fuck. Sorry about that. It's the October 14th. Signed on October 14th. They wanted to do TV, newspaper, video, and the judge granted it. Wow. I would maybe take it up with the judge because the judge allowed it. That's crazy, though. For an RO hearing? No, it says the 14th. It's 1-4. And then down at the bottom, it's written 1-4. The judge granted it. It says the request is granted. And the judge signed it on the 14th. Someone right. Judge right. That's pretty crazy. It does suck. It does suck. But you know what? If they decided to cover my thing when I was sued by Nexstar, I would have had no control over it. And mine was not criminal. Okay. Mine was copyright. They could have covered mine. They could have put all my shit on blast. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you're in this position of being a YouTuber. And then you have to go and do something legally that's public. It sucks. I never said I didn't like her. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that. Who said that? Angela Cook. I never said that. I don't like BJ. No. You're right. I don't. But we're talking about Lauren Matthias.
Has been going through for months. The Law and Crime, I don't know, is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain should be live streamed on their trial channel.
That's true, Snazzy.
I'm a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel. And yes, I've become a limited public figure. I'm not Johnny Bird. I'm not Gwyneth Paltrow. I am a mother trying to protect my family and my little boy. And I am a journalist who has never, ever
No, this Lauren is nowhere near involved in anything with BJ. She has 320,000 subs. She's gone in person to cover trials. And I'm not saying this isn't true. I'm just, I wouldn't want it on Law and Crime either. I think it's fucking weird that they filed that the day before. And if this girl that she's complaining about did that to her, that's fucked up. I know, but she's not committing a crime. That's the thing. If Lauren Matthias, went out and like stole something and got arrested for stealing, okay, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. But Lauren felt scared. And we're going to hear all the reasons why. But she's also been a guest of Law and Crimes. So it's pretty shitty for them to do that to her, in my opinion. She doesn't want anonymity, but this isn't a criminal thing. She didn't commit a crime. I've never seen RO hearings live. Never. I never have. It's pretty wild. I'm surprised that the judge okayed it, to be honest.
My life heard of anyone streaming a civil stalking injunction. Ever. It is not something you do.
No, I feel like she might be getting targeted, man. I don't like it. She's not LDS, correct? Isn't she like she was raised LDS, but she doesn't practice anymore? Is that what I'm picking up? No, I feel like she's being targeted because if a judge granted her a temporary, okay. If a judge granted her a temporary, why in the world would he okay cameras for this? You know what I mean? She already had a temporary. She's going for a permanent. Why would that be on camera? That's fucking weird. I don't like that the judge okayed that. I don't like that at all. And I feel like being that it's in Utah, she might be being targeted. And that too, Ostrich, that's scary. I'm going to tell you right now, the 7 women that call themselves the same thing as Lori and her friends, that's scary. Because you know what? Lori Vallow's friends knew about JJ and did nothing. They lied to the police. Like it makes me feel scared for her, to be honest.
And why? Because it's someone that is being abused, that is attempting to escape something dangerous. I never wanted to do this live. But because of what Law and Crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction.
No, I don't like this.
Because I am never, ever going to let my child's mental health be live streamed for entertainment.
I agree with this.
And I find it disgusting that anyone would want to do that to me or my family, a civil stalking injunction.
You know what? I'm already kind of viewing this differently, being able to talk it through with you guys. At first, I was like, I would have went through with the injunction and said, screw it. Hey, Cheesy, and said, screw it. My safety is more important. But then again, I wouldn't want this shit on Law and Crime either. And I don't like that Law and Crime did this to her. I agree, Lovey. Wow. I mean, 5 minutes in and I'm already like, my mind is whirling.
My 8-year-old mental health is not your entertainment. I wanted to keep this private. I wanted to keep my pain and the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private. not live stream to millions of people watching Law and Crime. And so, if Law and Crime thinks that my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms. This is just for everybody. Then
I kind of don't blame her for not giving them that content. You know what, Robat? Same. Like, I haven't really invested a whole lot of time into watching her, except when Delphi was going on. Like, I watched her religiously, but I don't have a lot of time. You know what I mean? But this, I have chills. It's like, I'm disgusted with Law and Crime. I'm disgusted with Law and Crime.
I'm going to take back my narrative, and I'm going to own my narrative. And I'm going to tell you everything tonight. We're going to go through every filing. We're going to go through a lot.
So good for her. So in other words, instead of giving them the content and letting them stream and then give clips to all the other news media, which is what pool means, anybody can get their hands on it, she took back the power that she had, which is her YouTube channel, to tell her side. And I don't blame her. Let's listen.
So get ready. My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, from my little boy. If you want to know a wrath of a mother, here I am. Okay. And so we're going to begin. I need to collect my thoughts. I know what's next, but really quickly, I have my producer Grayson here with me, helping me. Let me just ask you, it's going to be a long live, so sit in. I might need a bathroom break at some point. I haven't been able to eat. I'm not eating. So I have root beer here for sugar high. I have my water.
Oh, I smell a lawsuit against Law and Crime. This is the first step. And I'm not saying she's not feeling this way. However, documenting your mental distress is extremely important. I think that you're not going to see the end of Miss Lauren after this live when it comes to this situation.
Water. Really quickly, Grayson, do we want to start with what a civil stalking injunction is in Utah or before? Okay. So let me share with everyone now. Do you have that? Hold up.
Okay, but Zodi, you have to think about it this way. Yes, she's covered cases. Everybody has that does true crime, right? Because somebody committed a crime. That's why we cover trials, because there's been a crime committed. Lauren has not committed a crime. This is a stalking order.
It's going to be a really raw live. Get ready. So let's just go over stalking in Utah. A judge can grant an order that tells one person, a respondent, to stop stalking another person, a petitioner, if the respondent did the following toward the petitioner. Followed, yes. Monitored, yes. Observed, yes. Photographed, yes. Surveillance, yes. Threatened, yes. Communicated to or about the petitioner or interfered with the petitioner's property using any action, method, device, or means. Or, let's see what else. The respondent engaged in or caused someone else to engage in the following acts. Approached or confronted the petitioner, yes. Appeared at petitioner's workplace or contacted petitioner's employers or coworkers, yes. Appeared at petitioner's home or contacted petitioner's neighbors or entered property owned, no. Sent material, oh, thank you, look at that, highlighted. Sent material to the petitioner by any means for the purpose of obtaining or disseminating information about the petitioner to a family member, household member, employer, coworker, friend, or associate, yes. Use a computer or the internet, text messages, or any other electronic means? Yes. The respondent had to do the behavior 2 or more times and in a way that would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress or be afraid for the person's own safety or the safety of someone else. Yes. And I'm going to point out, it looks like Grayson did not highlight threatened. I'm going to throw threatened in there because what happened after the stalking injunction, I took as threats as well as other things. You can decide for yourself because we'll go through it all. Okay. Let's start with this. It's going to be a very vulnerable video of myself behind the scenes. I never thought or knew if I would make this video public.
Wait, when you say how many think BJ's gonna pull this crap, Skip, how could she?
Revisited it again today. But this was a month-ish ago. And I was dealing with ideation, self-harm. It's the first time in my life that I have been experiencing this because of everything happening. And so at that point, I was with Grayson and I was not okay. And Grayson said, Lauren.
The difference already between BJ and this lady is one, she showers, she's clean, she presents well and speaks well. The second thing is she actually got granted a temporary RO. BJ was denied.
I'm going to record this. She gave me permission to record. Don't worry, we'll never share this. But I want you to know there's hope. I want you to know that there's hope. And you have talked so passionately about now helping people with cyberbullying that maybe one day, like as a journalist, you need to start recording this process and what you're feeling. So trusting Grayson, knowing that she'd hopefully never make this public without my permission. And it was my phone. I said, yeah, okay, whatever, but don't ever show this to anyone. But I watched it, and we are going to watch 20 minutes of it before we begin, so you guys can understand just a bit of what I've been going through. And it's not all of it, but it's 20 minutes of a video. It's very, very raw. I'm feeling very vulnerable. And I feel like this is very, very important. Because if I'm going to do this live, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to do it honestly. This is going to be a very honest show. So, and then after that, we'll go through everything else. So let's watch this. Whether or not this goes through, I don't know. I think that's where I think I'm willing to start talking. Because I always just want to do things right. When they go low, you go high, and just do things right and rely on maybe responsible people to help. But I don't know if that's going to happen in this situation, and that's okay.
Where did she post this video? Because it seems like she's on a tripod filming herself at a weird angle.
But if it can't happen in this situation, that no laws or legal things can help me, then I at least want to finally talk about it, even with my boys, and share what's happening. Because I do want to help with cyberbullying now, and I know that I'm a public figure. Hold on, just stop for a second. I was really zen before you started. Hold on.
Did she have to travel to Utah for this hearing?
I'm sorry, I can't even process I don't know. I'm sorry. And I want John. And I'm worried about John. And I'm worried about my son. But I just think, sorry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything will be okay. It really will. But I'm like a really resilient person, in my opinion. It's texting. You're good. What? You're good. Is it John? Mm-hmm.
Is this necessary that we watch the 20-minute video for those of you that have watched it? Because if not, I will skip forward. Let me know.
It's actually you, Mickey. And it's going to be okay. But I don't know what to say. Other creators calling people I care about to tell them lies about me, slut shaming me. One woman is going around saying I live with her brother, which, by the way, if I lived with some random dude in East Idaho, who the hell cares? But this is a guy I went on a single date with, never kissed, but now I've lived with him. What else? Finding out, like I said, fellow podcasters are calling people that I know to warn them about me and tell them that I had an affair on John with an investigator in the Daybell case.
What? What is this? No, this is juicy. What's this all about? She was accused of having an affair? What?
John knows really well and is friends with. That. I mean.
What man is she friends with from the day? An investigator? Who's that?
It's been an ending. The things I've had to continue to clarify every day, and when I finally feel like I get a hold of it, so it's not just like the cyberbullying that's public, it's what's going on beneath the surface. That's so cruel. And none of these people have been willing to reach out to me, like fucking reach out to me. People that know me, that I've been kind to, are going behind my back telling people lies about me. No evidence. Never mind that they're supposed to be journalists. You have.
Okay, I already have to correct misinformation. Denise says the pull request was done anonymously. No, it said law and crime. She showed the form.
Lori Hellis, someone I've been good to that I've never brought up before. I was always good to her. Claiming that I gave out 10,000 copies of her book and she's telling everyone to the point where we got to get an attorney. But I've never sent out free copies of her book to anyone, ever. Telling the person that originally sent it to me that I did that to them. And then, of course, when she accused us of that, I then sent it to our attorney. I guarantee you none of you received a book copy of Lori Hellis's book from me, despite allegedly 10,000 people. The idea that we were purposely changing our time, by the way, too. No, we had to get a babysitter. I don't know why. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But it's like what this group mob mentality has been doing is taking all these old beefs and they're reaching out to them. And there was a whisper campaign is the best way to say it. It's adult bullying, it's group bullying. It's believing without seeing. Screenshots of mine have been shared. Some when I've been angry at other creators, got over it later. Those have been being shared. I'm ashamed of that. Maybe you can edit that later, but I'll just share everything right now. But I've owned it. I've owned that.
You said sorry to the people that needed it.
I said sorry to them. But but those people continued on. Nobody again reaching out to me. And I have to be honest. Entire rooms shutting me where I belong, where I've helped, where I've given my entire heart to and soul, being shunned because of lies and of a whisper campaign and of adults who can't come to me and ask me what's true and what isn't, but rather go and start a cyberbullying campaign and join it and follow it as the lies continue, as they talk about my dead brother and my husband.
Okay, we'll skip this.
And you know what it is?
We're gonna skip the emotions. We're gonna go to facts.
Oh, the most vulnerable video I've ever showed here, but I do pride myself on being a very honest person. So who you know on camera is me, and that was a little bit more of me behind the scenes that I don't show, because yes, there are parts of my life that I like to keep private. So we're going to go through everything. A lot of you are maybe asking questions during that. I don't understand. I don't understand. I want to start with that because I think that you're going to understand it all a lot more as we go through everything tonight. So here we go. I'm going to start, by the way, when I say everything, not to get you guys scared, but these are all the court filings. And we got exhibits and we got evidence. So before we delve in to my first declaration, which is what got me the temporary civil stalking injunction, I'm going to set the stage and give you guys a bit of a timeline. So let's just explain a few things that matter. As many of you know that are my...
Okay, I just looked up really quick. In Utah, it's important to note that the only ground for denial of a temporary is no immediate and present danger of stalking. The court must set a full hearing at the earliest possible time. So she demonstrated proof that there was immediate and present danger of stalking to get that temporary.
And Jens, I call this setting the stage. Let's set the stage before getting into all these documents. And that takes us to April of 2024. I also want to point something out. I am not going to use my stalker's name during this video. So I am going to refer to her as my stalker. That's what I will be dubbing her. April of 2024 is when it all begins. That is when I meet my stalker in Boise, Idaho, at the Chad Daybell trial, when she shows up for a few days attending as public. She's public. She's interested in the case she's watching. She introduces herself as a fan of my podcast, and she gifts me a cell phone microphone and a tripod. I also meet another fan of the podcast at this trial named Lori, also attending as the public. So not to be confused with Lori Daybell or Lori Hellis. This is Lori, someone attending as public named Lori. Then there's Lindsay. Lindsay is a podcast producer, and Lindsay starts doing part-time production work for me at this trial. She's quite good. She's very talented. And then there is my stalker. And my stalker also befriends Lindsay and Lori. And Lindsay, the producer that is there, starts doing part-time production work for me during this trial. And my stalker and Lori become friends with Lindsay, along with another woman named Janice. Now, a few things to know about Janice. Janice, I don't know her very well. This is our history, though. She was noticed by me in Daybell Facebook groups early on, years ago. I was in a lot of the Daybell Facebook groups where a lot of information is, a lot of the insider scoops. And she was quite funny. Her posts were very funny and witty. And that I thought that at first. And then her posts turned into what I consider bullying. I know everyone has a different definition of that. It's what I consider bullying. Here are a couple of them posted in groups just to kind of let you know what I saw. Here's something making fun of Colby. And here is one where she's sharing a video titled "Let's Talk About Kay Woodcock." And Kay, this video, luckily it is no longer on the web, but it defamed Kay Woodcock and lied about her and essentially implied that she was complicit in her grandson's murder and that she didn't do nothing. It was a very cruel video. Kay is a victim in this case. Her brother and 7-year-old boy were murdered. And people are doing videos about her. And Janice.
Unfortunately, this happens to victims in all cases, right? I mean, some just get nationwide, worldwide coverage, some don't.
Liked to advertise those videos, and she was a mod in those videos, a moderator. And then again, you saw the other one where she's making fun of a dear friend of mine and another victim who lost his entire family. Okay, so that's good. So those are just a couple examples of why higher.
I don't really understand this. Christmas ideas for Janice, a mug with her family members' mugshots. Who's Janice? Lori's mom? Lori's mother, I guess.
Okay, so that's good. So those are just a couple examples of why I didn't care for her. Whatever, everyone has their own opinions. She might be a really wonderful person, and I believe that Janice is a complex person, and that she's very. I don't want anyone to go and bully her if you know who she is. She's probably a very wonderful person, but she wasn't my cup of tea. Okay, let's leave her alone. But that's my history with her. So I continue to notice these types of posts and rhetoric that Janice would use that maybe people think are funny. Again, that's fine. It wasn't my cup of tea. I told my friends privately, in private, that I thought she was a bully and that she was insensitive to victims. It was my personal opinion that I'm allowed to have. And then Janice and I officially met in person at the Lori Daybell trial in Boise, Idaho in 2023. And I attempted there to try to put our differences aside and focus on what matters, justice. And I let her know that, we might be on the different political sides of the aisle, Janice, but what we both care about is justice. And so we were friendly at the trial. Although I did notice while at that trial that she continued filming Larry and Kay Woodcock during vulnerable moments, making shorts about them that were unkind in nature and that would make most people uncomfortable. Additionally, that person you heard says that I randomly lived with her brother. That's Janice. A big rumor out there is that I lived with Janice's brother, who was my doctor when I was like 29 or 30. I never have. I've never even kissed the guy. I don't know where that rumor started, but just so you know, it's going around to
Where is this? Why are we talking about whether we kissed someone? What is going on? This is wild. How many stalkers are there? I mean, we've heard about Janice. I've heard about Lori. I mean, who's the actual stalker? All these people?
Several people. Lori is from California, and Lori was attending the trial because of her interest in the case. I love it when people interested in a case attend a trial. And then in a strange turn of events, my producer Grayson, this is strange, but my producer Grayson, Lori is the wife of my producer Grayson's California dentist and is someone who works in the dental office in California. But to clarify, when I met Lori, I didn't even know Grayson. This wasn't even a thing then, but wild, right? Just let's continue. So May of 2024, I am asked by a well-known public figure that I really respect if I know a good podcast producer. And I tell them, yes, I do.
So these people with the mugs and everything are the they and thems.
And I introduced this person to Lindsay. And I encourage Lindsay to connect with this person. And she seems super happy, and the two connect. And I am super happy for them. And then on June 8th, so June 8th, 2024, my stalker puts me in a group chat, which includes my stalker, Lindsay and Lori. June 18th, 2024, my stalker is driving through my hometown, and she is asking to come visit. And so I take her kids to the neighborhood pool. July of 2024, I have now officially hired Lindsay as a producer, as an independent contractor. It's more full-time. And we have daily production meetings in the morning, along with John. And she is helping to produce my podcast episodes. She explains.
Does John have a thought in this?
And we have daily production meetings in the morning, along with John.
Is she mad at John?
And she is helping to produce my podcast episodes. She explains she is going to also work for this said public figure that I connected her to, and that she thinks we can pull off working for both. I tell her, okay, I am super happy that she has this upcoming gig with this public figure that is a wonderful person, and I tell her so. Lindsay and I decide to cover the Alec Baldwin trial in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And due to concerns of cost, Santa Fe ain't cheap. It's expensive. Lindsay recruits my stalker and Lori to share an Airbnb with us to help keep down the costs. And then I tell John this, and he's reassured. I say, look, we've got a couple of trial people I met at a trial, these trial goers that are going to come with us and help to keep down the cost of this larger Airbnb in Santa Fe. July 10th, 2024, in the morning of July 10th, 2024. July 10th was a big day.
My three sons, get the fuck out of here. I should have listened to 9 hours before reviewing it. Get the fuck out of here. Who even are you? My three sons. Do-do-do-do-do.
I'm outside of the courthouse of the Alec Baldwin trial, and I interview I interview several people that day, so I don't want anyone confused. There are 3 lives that day. I don't want anyone, but one of the many people I interview live on camera that day is my stalker, and I introduce her as a fan of my podcast, A Hidden Gem. I personally did not think it went great for content. No harm, no foul. It happens. And then that day continues of July 10th, 2024. And at this time, my ex-contractor, who was my then contractor and friend, so my contractor at the time of July 10th, 2024, she is streaming the Alec Baldwin trial live on our YouTube channel for us while I am in the media
These
room.
fancy names. Oh, there's Colby showing his love. All these fancy names, a contractor. So I'm a contractor. I'm a self-made contractor. What else did she say? Producer and a creator, all wrapped in one.
At the courthouse, covering it, and she's there. And I reach out to this ex-contractor, again, my contractor at the time, let's clarify that. I reach out to my contractor who's live streaming the Alec Baldwin trial. And I ask how things are going with the streaming. I discuss work in a text with this ex-contractor, excuse me, then contractor. And I explained that I like this press room for the moment before heading to the courtroom because, and I'm going to say this verbatim, this is what my text says to her, quote, "It's space from roommates. One of them is kind of annoying." This contract worker then asks if it was the one I had on a live that morning in front of the courthouse. And I explained that it was. The contract worker states back to me in a text message, "Not going to lie, that person is obnoxious. Don't put her on camera again, laughing face emoji." I agree. And I say she is constantly anxious, loud, and worried. End quote. A very private work conversation in a text message. July 10th, 2025, that evening, the contract worker called me and unexpectedly and angrily quits on me and also ends our relationship for good, as in is never going to talk to me again and is going to block me. She accuses me of several things. She worked for me, but we were also very close friends. And after this phone call, I try not to, but I start crying hard. And Lori, Lindsay, and my stalker, who are my roommates in this Airbnb, they comfort me. And I am embarrassed and I keep apologizing for crying. And I am grateful for their kindness. In fact, it was a very traumatic moment for me. And I guess I can say I'm still grateful for their kindness in that moment. And that kindness that they showed me made me open up even more to them in the coming months because they were there for me during a very traumatic moment. The end of July 2025, I hire my stalker. It was Lindsay's suggestion to do podcast episode artwork for me. She's a very talented artist, my stalker. And this continues for months. In October of 2024, I cover a trial, as many of you know, in Delphi, Indiana, with Lindsay. And I am paying Lindsay daily to be there for me. In my opinion, I was paying her well to be there for me daily. And I'm also paying, it's an all expense paid work trip. I am paying for all of her lodging and all of her food and everything she needs to work for me. My stalker flies out to attend as public for a couple of days and pays me to stay in my Airbnb that I had. And she takes photos of me outside of the courthouse in Delphi, Indiana for my podcast. I did not pay her for these photos. It's an additional free gift for me. I buy her dinner. I confide in Lindsay, admittedly, that it is harder to work when my stalker is around. She seems kind and is very generous, but it's just a lot. And after my stalker flies home, I temporarily go home as well for Halloween because I need to trick or treat with my little boy. But I do decide that I need to go back to Delphi, Indiana. While I am gone, Grayson, who you guys now know as my producer, Grayson, takes notes for me in the courthouse while I'm gone. She does an incredible job, a hell of a job. Couldn't have done them better myself. I didn't do them as good as she did them those 2 days that I was gone. And I begin paying Grayson for freelance work, including those notes. I then, back in Delphi, I start noticing a lot of red flags. And these are red flags for me. They might not affect everyone. Some people might not think they're red flags. Other people think maybe I misinterpreted them. It doesn't matter. These are red flags that affected me and concerned me and the way that I work and the way I function. One of them was that Lindsay wanted Grayson to stay in a separate Airbnb than the one I had with plenty of room. And Grayson was working for me. She was young. She was alone. And I was paying for the lodging. And that was a concern to me. I suggested maybe the Lindsay get her own hotel if she needed space, and that upset her too. I just couldn't figure this out. It was a dynamic that was hard for everyone. It's just what, and like I said, she likely had her reasons too. It's fair. But I had my reasons. It was becoming uncomfortable for me. Another thing I learned that Lindsay did was take my phone, and without my permission, she logs into YouTube Studio and learns how much I am making that month. And she shares this with Grayson. Something else made me uncomfortable. And there were a few other things. Lindsay is also working for another creator while I am paying for her to be there working for me full time. And I'm paying all of
Wow. So she went and looked at her income and did what else?
her expenses. And she is passing off material that I requested her to collect to other creators to be used for other shows. These were things that made me uncomfortable. I'm not even teach their own. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Doesn't matter. They were
No, we're not forgetting that she's a victim. Miss Cheese, we cover victims all the time. All the time.
things that made me uncomfortable. There were other red flags for me, personal red flags. Once we are back from Delphi, I decide to terminate things with Lindsay after the Delphi trial ended. I ended things very nicely and respectfully. She's very talented. And I realized that I needed someone exclusive. You know, someone after experiencing what I did in Delphi with, realizing that she was a contract worker and that she was sharing and helping other creators, that, I realized that Hidden True Crime needed someone exclusive, like an exclusive producer that didn't want to work for multiple people. And so I told her that I was excited for her to work with this other larger podcast and this public figure. And here is a termination letter. I want you guys to see it. I want to show it so that people.
Yeah, when are contractors exclusive? Like I'm a contractor. I work for YouTube. I get a 1099. I'm not exclusive to working for YouTube.
I need people to know. And it's very small. So let me see if I can get it and read it. I need to go. Okay, I can read it. I made it larger. I say, after careful and update on our working relationship. December 2nd, 2024. After careful and deliberate consideration and after reflecting upon the changing dynamics as you work for other true crime podcasts, John and I realized that it will be too difficult to navigate conflicts of interest and that we need any current or future employees we hire to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime. We had high hopes that this could work and we love having you on board.
Oh, man. This mess blew up with Unmasked when they started fucking contracting people and started their syndicate. Oh, what a mess.
Positive impact upon our channel. We feel incredibly lucky that we are recipients of your work during a transitional period of career where you have had so many options in the true crime arena. We are particularly impressed with your move into such an important role working for Redacted. Yet, as we have been reflecting upon the complexities of sharing a producer, we have come to a difficult but clear realization that that in this true crime space, any producers HTC hires will need to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime to avoid issues around privacy, sharing content, and information across channels or podcasts, which greatly concerns us. As I have always stated, your desire to work with Redacted is an incredible opportunity that you should take advantage of. And we are thrilled for your exceptional talents being recognized with such a major talent. Your absence undoubtedly will create a much bigger workload for us once again, which we do not look forward to. So we know that your efforts will be sorely missed. And we know, however, that the growth and experience you'll receive will be unique and provide a rare opportunity for you. I'm proud of you for this opportunity. Go show them how amazing you are. I'm sure we will see you on the Apple podcast charts very soon, and that we hope our friendship and true crime combos can continue. And who knows, if we're lucky, maybe we'll be collaborating later together in the future once the opportunity presents itself. Always my best, Lauren. And so
There's Ryan.
I later, just so you know, one other aspect of this, months and months later, I did send Lindsay a cease and desist. I had heard that she had been saying some things that I consider defamation to several of my professional contacts. One text that was sent to me stated that I went psycho on her.
Wait,
that
does she have a lawyer? Does she have a lawyer?
I am manic. And other things from another creator that Lindsay was saying about me. Things that were not true. I sent her that cease and desist and requested that simply she cease and desist about speaking about her time as my producer. I feel like this sets the stage for everything else to come. When my life then becomes a living hell for my entire family. So let's fast forward to April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronts me in the Maricopa County Courthouse while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial.
Just saying.
From there, I'm going to start reading my declarations. I'll add comments where needed. Here we go. So this is the first declaration I sent out to receive my temporary stalking injunction. The reason why I'm just going to get into the
So
declaration.
her lawyer thinks this is a good idea? 4 lawyers?
I'm going to stick to legal documents. I'll add anything extra. I think they tell the full story. There will be a few things I need to add. I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I am over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. I met my stalker in April of 2024. During the summer of 2024, she began doing contract graphic design work for my business. Do we have those invoices? Let's pull them up. They may not matter, but I would like to show them. There's one. Okay, I'm paying her. That's all you need to know. However, for the past few months, my stalker has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me, making me fearful for my safety and well-being, as well as the safety of my family and my producer Grayson's safety. My stalker has also been using a group of people to help her achieve her goal. This started on April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronted me in the courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. The stalker came up to me, cried, and let me know that she had heard what I had said about her, and that 2 former contract workers were releasing my text messages that I had with them during their time working with me. Now I'm going to ad-lib, a little bit more here. I actually wrote that ad-lib, a little bit more about what the stalker said. I'm so nervous. I'm like reading ad-lib. So let me tell you a little bit more what she said. She came up to me and said, I know what you said about me. She's crying. Gave her a hug. A few of the things she stated were, well, first off, I want to point out that there was a no recording order in the courthouse, a severe no recording order in the courthouse. Why? Because there's a high profile, internationally well-known trial going on. And every day we are reminded that there's to be no recording in all of the courthouse, not just the courtroom, but the courthouse. And that if you are to record in the courthouse, you will be held in contempt of court. And that there are signs everywhere saying, do not record in the courthouse. I would have never thought she was recording. So the stalker says, I know your ex-friends are releasing everything. And it is horrible what they are sharing. And I cannot believe what you said about me. I knew what I had said about her. I told all.
Oh, Lord. So they shared her text. We've never seen this before.
Of you at the beginning of this, I called her annoying. And I knew exactly what it was and what she was saying.
That sucks when you got to eat that humble pie. That fucking sucks. I've had to do it before. It sucks when you got to eat that humble pie.
And I wanted to face it head on and own it and apologize. I don't like hurting people. And I want to be honest with things. That's who I am. And so I said, let's talk. Let's talk. And she's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. And I said, you know what? Please allow me to talk with you right here about it. I called you annoying and I'm sorry. I didn't know you well then. And I told her essentially that I felt like perhaps at that time that she was further along in the friendship than I was. Maybe she thought we were closer than I felt at that time, that I was still getting to know her, and that it was difficult sometimes to work around her. And because I felt like she was annoying sometimes while I tried to work. And I didn't record it. She did. But this is what I recall. And that I was sorry.
Thank you so much, Sophia, for gifting 5. Thank you so much. Welcome in, new cooters. Thank you, B. Tim. Pity I couldn't give her tips on snakes around here. I think I might have saved her a lot of trouble. Texts are the first thing snakes share. Wait until you find out about the alts they have. Such a true story. I feel like she has dipped her toes in something she ain't prepared for, because I feel like this is the beginning of a huge shit show.
And I felt really bad, and I knew her better. And I felt terrible that I'd hurt her that way. I was also completely taken back by the fact that a bunch of my private text messages were being released. Scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what that meant. 6 years of messages. And this woman saying to me, they're horrible. They're terrible. Your friends are horrible. They're cruel. I can't believe what they said. I can't believe what you said. She brought up poisonous donuts, Lauren, poisonous donuts in Delphi. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
She's like, you don't know what I'm talking about? Something about poisonous donuts? This is what I recall again. She's the one that recorded, not me. So, you know. You know what I'm talking about? Liz sent it to you. You sent it to Liz? I'm like, who's Liz? Who's Liz? What are these poisonous donuts? No, Liz. You don't know who Liz is? No, I don't know who Liz is. Who's Liz?
Who the fuck is Liz, and why are they eating poisonous donuts?
You said, Lauren, that somebody sent you, that somebody in Delphi tried to bring you poisonous donuts, and people were there and they were trying to be kind to you. And I'm still like, I don't get what she's talking about. By the way, I learned.
Oh, didn't someone make a comment that wasn't it one of the victims' grandmothers handed out donuts in the line, that someone made a comment, oh, I hope she didn't poison those. Do you guys remember hearing that? I remember hearing about the donuts for donuts. I'm telling you, I remember that. I think it was Patty. Do you remember that, Body? Yeah, it was Mrs. Patty. What's her name?
And people were there and they were trying to be kind to you. And I'm still like, I don't get what she's talking about. By the way, I learned later, and both those stories are true. People in the Delphi trial brought me donuts and it was kind. And then there was another time when there were a couple of YouTubers, Susan Hendricks, because we talked about it.
Yeah, Becky Patty. Now she's saying that YouTubers did it too.
Actually in a live, where they brought, they were banned from the courtroom and they brought donuts and everyone screamed, said, don't take them, they're poisonous. And that was the story I allegedly shared with Liz. I didn't know who Liz.
Oh, shit. Oh, so you did talk about poisonous donuts and then you acted like you didn't know what poisonous donuts were? What?
Liz. She kept trying to press me, who's Liz? Who's Liz? And I said, oh, Liz. Remembered who Liz was. We concluded the conversation. I felt on a good note. I profusely apologized. I told her I was sorry for what I had said.
Why is she act clueless about the donuts? How would you forget the donuts? I even remembered the donuts and I wasn't even there.
And for what many of the things perhaps that I had said to those ex-friends of mine. And then, so let me continue. Let me continue. So the text about the stalker stated that she was annoying. I apologized for hurting her feelings. So I'm going back to the declaration now. And I even followed up with text messages taking accountability. Exhibit the apology. Let's show that. Do you have that apology? Okay. We'll wait for this. I said, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. She thanked me for being vulnerable and vulnerable about myself. I said, everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance, I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I'll defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life,
This makes me very uncomfortable too. Now we're reading personal text. Thank you, B Tim. Knowing how the YouTube streets are around here, I'm not accepting any food from anyone. Me either. I am going to assume it's poisoned. Also, she's going to find out that most of these troll accounts are all too few people. I agree, B Tim. I do. This is wild, but I'm here for it because I think this is just the beginning.
I know I'll forever defend you and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever need me. And then, oddly, we'll talk about some other stuff after that. We'll talk about this in Grayson's declaration.
Canvas, I don't know. Does he not like that? Thank you, Canvas. Maybe someone who watches them more can let you know the answer to that.
But I also did leave court early that day because I had a panic attack about private texts of mine perhaps being released because people were angry at me.
Okay, so she met. Oh boy, this is getting thick. This is getting thick. So she left court because she had a panic attack, which means she didn't get to work, which means she lost money. I'm just kind of putting together the pieces here.
It was a very frightening thought. But we'll get into that later. We'll continue with my declaration. The first one. Later that night.
If my private texts are released, I don't think I'd leave work. I mean, what are you going to do? Go to your boss and say, hey, someone's releasing my personal text. I got to go home for the day. I mean, when I worked a regular job, that's what you'd have to do. That's weird.
I received a threatening voicemail from someone named Liz. She brought up the fact that I had said that I didn't know who she was, which was something that I told my stalker during our conversation. And so now I'm realizing, oh my gosh, she recorded me. Take a listen to the voicemail.
It's Liz. Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second. I'd like to talk to you about, number one, I guess, why you don't remember my name. But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have sent to me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't, I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people, but I want to clear it up with you. So I would appreciate if you would call me back. No, I'm not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify maybe where I'm missing something. So if you would please give me a call back, I would appreciate it. My name is Liz, L-I-Z. In case you don't remember, Liz, L-I-Z. Don't want to.
So
where was the threat? I'm confused because I've heard some pretty threatening voicemails. One being left for the Proudfoots.
At this moment, I'm having a panic attack about text messages being released. I'm worried about a friend whose feelings I've hurt. I'm worried about the potential of what this means. Thank you. I'm not trying to be threatening, is exactly that. It's threatening. And I am worried that a vulnerable conversation that I just had with somebody in a courthouse now was recorded and being shared to people who might be calling me and threatening me. This was a very overwhelming moment for me. Very. I can't even explain what I felt in that moment. Thank you to the people who were there for me. And so, after I received that text message, I sent the stalker a text message stating to please not share our conversations, that it was private, and that I was feeling threatened. And if we can pull that up, there are so many exhibits here. Hey, I would appreciate, this is what I wrote on April 9th, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you. Yet I am already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not scream.
Electro, was that the lady that got involved with like the prosecutor or something and had info? I remember her. I can't remember her name though. She got really paranoid, but she got involved in something she shouldn't have.
Shot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things that I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter, and I will have to take legal action if it continues. Stalker responds,
Right, but Julie, courts should care about privacy of victims, and she was already awarded a temporary. So I don't know why a judge would sign. I don't know why a judge would sign for on crime to be able to bring their cameras in. That's a little intrusive on someone who's already been granted a temporary RO. B. Tim, thank you for your super chat. This is another thing I learned as a YouTuber. Assume all your combos are recorded and chats will be used against you. She should have learned this.
Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. By the way, that's not true. I later learned that she did indeed record it, by the way, and then she put it on TikTok. So we'll get to that. But Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other request, I think you already know that I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. In other words, shaming my ex-friends. I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. Okay. A couple of days later, I was sent a Reddit comment by somebody, and we learned that it was made by my stalker. Just a couple days later, alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. Oh, we have it.
Poaching?
Here it is. Supposedly, Lauren poached an employee, and the employee is recycling scripts that she did for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from talk all about it
Poached? How do you what?
at one of the trials.
What is this about?
This isn't true. It was put on Reddit. And so I thought, who did this? Well, luckily, she left a lot of trails to confirm without doubt that it is my stalker. And we have that evidence. I'm not going to show it now, but we have the evidence because she has since deleted that and much of her public post. But we have all of the evidence is her. And it was shocking to me. Again, I thought this was my friend and someone that was working for me. And now someone that's possibly sharing my conversations. What's going on? That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I texted my stalker requesting that she does not defame my business online, and that if she believes I am plagiarizing, to report me. In other words, if you believe I am plagiarizing, report me. I didn't tell her to stop talking. I actually said to her, if you think that I am plagiarizing, that's serious, and she should report me. She denied they were her posts, despite evidence from her account, which I have again saved, showing it was her account. And after some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe. She then sent me, after I blocked her and after we both agreed, she said, I'm not going to continue this conversation with someone. And I said, you know what, you're right. At this moment, I don't know who she is. I don't know her intentions. I am feeling very threatened. I block her. This relationship, unfortunately, sadly, is going to have to end. She then sends me an aggressive email. And in it, she states, Lauren, this is April 21st. Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked me. Yes, I did. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash a redacted creator on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. She went on Reddit. Also, a fun twist. I now know that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, stalker. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about, but she has added some screenshots to this email. Can we look at those screenshots? Do we have the screenshots? We're trying to pull them. We'll see if we can pull them. In it are alleged screenshots. I'll just explain it while Grayson's looking. In them are screenshots from a message Christina, has added. The stalker has added. Happens. We'll add it later. The stalker has added the.
I'm kind of wondering the same thing, B. Tim, but she did show the media request they filled out, and the judge signed off on it.
Reminder where we left off. And in the reminder where we left off, I don't know, she is stating, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized, acknowledged your hurt. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes. And then we agree. Look at that. She agrees to be done engaging. We agreed. Or is that my text? Is that my text? This is my text that I'm like, this sounds more like me. Okay. This is me. So she says, reminder of where we left off. This is my text. I state that I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized and acknowledged your hurt. I have never taken that back or pretended otherwise. Even my initial text today. I am not afraid to own my mistakes, as I am an honest and imperfect person who works to be self-aware and honest with my actions. Pointing out words written on your public account with a request you don't publicly defame me, and sharing that it hurts me in no way rewrites history or disregards what I have apologized for and owned. And I have owned it here today, tonight, too. I want to point out, I called her annoying. I hope one day that you'll be able to also do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging. I think that last paragraph was a mistake for me. That was a typo. Okay. But I was clearly trying to apologize then. So she puts this in an email after she calls me a hypocrite or liar, that, and then she shares other photos. And these other photos, do we have those? We're trying to find them. We might. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on, guys. So as we look for those, this is about the Ross Live. I said at the beginning of this month, PS, that I'm going to work to connect to all of you again. It's been a while since I've been live. Here I am, real life. So as we try to look for those, what she sends me is an obscure, very obscure message. It's kind of blurry. It looks like it's been passed around from a group chat I'm in. And I'm responding to someone who made a comment in Reddit, and I say, how's it doing? And the reason, I'm just going to tell you guys now. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here it is. I say, how's it doing? And then the person replies, my comment, I'm pretty sure it's the top one with a nervous emoji. So let me tell you what this is. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with the trial I've covered. Someone in this group text was following a creator, a podcaster, on a trial that I did not cover and knew nothing about. And they were disappointed that this podcaster got facts wrong because they were attending the trial. And I wasn't actually a part, those group texts where you really don't go in a lot. This was one of those happening. I wasn't even in the majority of this conversation. I didn't know what was going on. When I popped in, I saw all these things, and I saw that this person had actually fact-checked that person, that creator, and posted about it under her actual real name, not even anonymously, some things that this creator got wrong in a podcast. And this person quite liked the podcaster. So they were actually stressed about putting this up there and seemed worried about it. They said, the comment is there. I don't know how it's going to do. They're just kind of looking for feedback in like a group message. Wasn't part of this conversation at all. And we're
basically getting background right now. Okay. So we have to be patient because we're only an hour and a half in.
Pop in. I see that she is nervous. And I wrote, how's it doing? And if you note, her response ends with a worried face emoji when she says, it's the top one. She doesn't know if that's good. That comment is still there, by the way, on Reddit. And it's absolutely harmless. It is somebody correcting facts about a trial they were following. I know none of the facts of this case, nor did I follow this podcaster on this case. I don't even know. I have known nothing about it. But I want you to know that this text has gone around for months with people telling me that I am doing smear campaigns on this podcaster. Top media people believe that I have smeared this creator on Reddit, that I tried to hurt her business. This has gone far and wide because of that. I have no idea what that is about. And I have told several people that it's not true. And there's no evidence that I have ever tried to hurt this person's business. In fact, I have actually promoted this person's business repeatedly, sourced them, encouraged followers, collabed with them, and tried to help their business. But there is, and if anybody has heard this, a rumor that I have created fake accounts and tried to hurt my fellow creator or any creator. I will tell you right now, that is false, completely false. Because even in my stalker's response to me, when I filed a civil stalking injunction, she claims that she has seen evidence of me hurting other people's businesses, yet cannot show a single moment where I actually have. Because I don't. Really quickly, do we have my response to her? I never read my response. Oh. So okay, this is my response on the screen. Got it. So I wrote, are we good? Are we safe? Okay. I wrote this person back, the stopper back. And I say, I blocked you because I'm tired of being harassed and threatened by others who are misinformed and illegally sharing and taking private chats out of context. The only coward in this conversation is the one who is unable to acknowledge any wrongdoing whatsoever. So who is starting fires? And then I share, again, who is starting fires? Her Reddit comment. That's now been deleted from Reddit, by the way. When someone tells me to stop engaging, my response is to stop. But here you continue harassing me in emails, even though I've blocked you. You've obviously are misinformed about this podcaster. I never wrote an anonymous hit piece about this podcaster. That was written quite openly by the person who wrote it. Yes, a moderator and someone who attended that trial of this case daily. She was correcting some factual errors that this podcaster had made regarding a case that I never covered. It was never a hit piece, and it doesn't hide her identity, nor did I ever anonymously write the factual correction from court. That was somebody else. I asked how the comment was doing, which was supporting my friend, nothing more or less. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with smearing someone. Journalists typically adhere to factual analysis, unlike your correspondence, which is creating a false and defamatory narrative about me based upon your distortion of the facts and the misattribution of a post that I never wrote. But why let facts get in the way of your far-fetched and false narratives about me? I blocked you and agreed to stop engaging, but I guess you had to have the last 2 words because apparently you have no flaws and have never made a mistake. So I will ask, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I blocked you leads me to question my safety. Are you going to show up my home next since you know where I live and berate me until you believe your false narratives about me are proven to your confused satisfaction? I'm also asking you to stop posting lies and false information about me publicly, which negatively impacts my business. If you continue to harass me, I will be forced to take legal action. Okay. And I know that that was strong. I know it was. But at this point, I am shocked. I realize that she has recorded me in a courthouse. I realize that she is defaming me online. She just called me a hypocrite and a liar. And she has taken a text with me asking, how's it doing? Completely out of context. And now is stating that I am hurting other people's businesses. So now I'm plagiarizing people and I am hurting other people's businesses, 2 things of which I have never done. So I'm very concerned. And she has reached out via email. I don't know what's going on at this moment. So, all right. Where was I? Thank you. Thank you. So on April 15th, I was confronted by a friend. And by the way, at this point, these women that I mentioned at the beginning, they've all become very close. They actually have a text thread together called the 7 Gatherers. It's named after, Melanie and Zulema and Lori Vallow, who had the same text thread. They call themselves the 7 Gatherers. Very happy for their friendship. They're posting.
Okay, so the girls that are harassing her made a group text and they called it the 7 Gatherers, making a spin joke off of the Daybell case.
Pictures of each other at the courthouse. I'm happy that they all get along. But as you know, I think one of them is a bit of a bully, and I had shared this with my stalker as well. So on April 15th, 2025, I was confronted by a friend of the stalker named Janice at the same courthouse. This incident is on film, and before we play it, I want to share a little bit more. She had, I had mentioned that she had often filmed Kay and Larry and others outside the courthouse, and it's fair. You can record people in public. It's fair game. It's uncomfortable, and I think there comes a point where it can be considered harassment. When someone is filming you all the time. And what I had been noticing is that, and Grayson had been noticing, because Grayson was with me at this trial and she was my producer at this time, that she filmed me and Grayson everywhere we went. And it was uncomfortable. So thank you, Kelsey Benson Rising, she filmed Colby too. She filmed people all the time, and Kay and Larry. And so I was walking into court late, and I was on the phone with my husband, John, the only time I can catch up with him. And as I walked up to the courthouse, I noticed that Janice was out there, standing there with no apparent reason to be standing there. And I thought, oh no, my heart sunk. What if she's waiting for me? And so for safety, which I had started to do, because she's good friends with my stalker. In fact, when I saw my stalker and she had confronted me in the courthouse, she'd actually been with Janice. They had been together. And it made me nervous. So I said, John, I've got to go. Someone's here outside the courthouse and I'm scared and getting worried about everything. And he knew everything going on. I'm going to just put my phone camera on just in case, because I'm just worried. And that is why my phone camera was on. It was just in case. And I was walking into the courthouse. That was my goal. The doors were right there. And unfortunately I got scared and stopped, but play the first video I have. Are you recording me? Please do. And please. So that was the first one. Unfortunately, my nervousness, it ended. I want you to know too that Janice later wrote a declaration. And in her declaration to the court, she actually stated that I approached her.
Please do not talk to me.
Really
I feel threatened.
Well, I'm going to talk to you about the stuff you said.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Okay. So after this moment and this recording, after this happening so often, I took this recording to the bailiff and I said, could you request this person just to stay away from me? She records me all the time. She records my producer all the time. She is friends with someone that is harassing me in emails and accusing me of things I didn't do. And we just need to attend this public trial in peace. I can be around people that don't like me. I get it. Not everyone likes me. And you know what? I can be really annoying too. I think I'm probably really annoying in this life. Could you have her stay away? The bailiff saw the videos. They saw what was going on. They spoke to Janice and they requested her to stay away from me because of the way she approached me. And they also said, look, maybe don't film her all the time. She also admitted in her declaration, by the way, to the court that she does record a lot of people. She tried to show that it wasn't what, we thought, and she wasn't as close, but yes, that's her thing. So then I tell her I'm feeling threatened. Okay. Janice was told by the bailiffs that she needs to leave me alone and stay away from me. Fast forward to, hold on, I've got some notes here. Okay. So then on June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. And that is a quote. There are a lot of people that are really pissed off and they want my head on a platter. And here he is. Here it is. Now, this is a creator that Grayson called, and this is verbatim from them on June 19th. The only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed off that are calling for her head on a platter. It's pretty much the message I can get. That's pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. And just in the first time text or text from someone I don't know too regularly, and it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prefer.
Did she say head on a platter? Look, no one's debating whether this woman is a good woman or not. Okay, we're not debating her life story. We're debating her claims of being stalked and harassed and listening to the exhibitees.
Prepare for something publicly at this point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people I don't want to know what's happening. So that way I can truly say I have no clue. There are a lot of people that are really, 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 really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are
Well, it's a figure of speech until it's not. Okay. I mean, we are dealing with the Daybell case. So head on a platter is a figure of speech until it's not for real.
mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Some things in the works. A couple of messages I got were keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching it. I'm not getting my hands dirty. End quote.
She had no problem showing text before. Why is this on like a PowerPoint?
So what did I do? That was absolutely devastatingly frightening to me. I had no idea what that meant. And so I decided to call the police because at that point, I am fearful for my safety with such a vague threat.
Hey, Angela Lester.
And the police, we're going to get to this later. Stick with me. We're going to get to this later, but the police called my stalker and she recorded that phone call, but let's not play that yet. I'm going to go back a little bit. But let's fast forward. So let's go a little bit, let you know this. After I called police, and we're going to get to that in just a little bit. 3 days later, 3 days after I called police because of that vague threat, they want my head on a platter. They're going to blow this shit up. Fast forward to June, and my stalker created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to this day to post harmful things about me in an efforts to expose me. And she uses that. They're going to expose me. She posts like every other day. It's just been going on for months. She's obsessed with me. The first TikTok about me posted on her personal page. So she started out on her art page, on her regular Instagram page. The first TikTok about me on her personal page. And later she decided to post, she created a new page that was actually confirmed by Lindsay when she took the stand that this was created about me because she just didn't want it all on her art page. So they decided to start a separate page all about me. And the first TikTok about me posted on her personal page and later on her targeted page, so she posted it twice, is her telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor.
What?
So that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. Before you play this,
What?
she is referring to my brother that died in March. My brother was in an accident. I loved him so much. My heart is broken. I was like his mother. He was born when I was 7 years old, and I loved him so much. Sperm with an egg donor. So that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. Before you play this, she is referring to my brother that died in March. My brother was in an accident. I loved him so much. My heart is broken.
So these people literally made up something about her deceased brother's sperm? Ugh, that is fucking nasty. That is fucking weird. Where would that even come from?
I was like his mother. He was born when I was 7 years old, and I loved him so much. And I didn't have to be covering these trials, these Daybell trials. My brother needed me, but I went because I wanted justice for the Daybell victims, and I cared. The first Daybell trial that I ever covered, he had been in his accident just the week before, and my family rushed to his side, and he was going to invest in hidden true crime. And I knew that he would want me to cover the trial. I knew he knew how much I cared about the victims in the Daybell case. And so instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Lori Vallow trial instead.
Okay, I'm just going to say, all of you people that are in here saying, she's a professional, something, she's different than the rest of us YouTubers. No, she's not. Because journalists don't get emotionally involved like this. Okay? This isn't what journalism is about. We're not supposed to be crying with the victims. We're not supposed to be doing that in journalism. Okay? She's on YouTube like everybody else. She ain't no different. She ain't no different.
Because justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy.
And this is the same thing as getting way too involved. Like I said, when Beej had Seth on, all of that stuff, you get too involved and you get to a point of no return. And it gets messy. You got to have limits. You got to have boundaries. I hope she learns boundaries because it's great to care for those people. But being like this, it's too much.
It was so important to me, and I knew that my little brother would want me there. His funeral, he died in March.
So she went to the Daybell trial instead of the funeral? Is that what I'm understanding? Hang on, I got to replay that.
Instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Lori Vallow trial instead.
Okay, that's... okay. This is weird to me. I'm sorry. She doesn't get emotionally involved when reporting. She seems pretty emotionally involved to me.
And so instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Lori Vallow trial instead. Because justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy was so important to me, and I knew that my little brother would want me there. His funeral, he died in March of this year. And his funeral was the end of March, just the week before I attended the Brandon Boudreaux trial. I was devastated. And I want everybody to know, by the way, at that Brandon Boudreaux trial, I was, at the end of it, shunned by everyone. And I didn't know what was going on. And I'm fast forwarding.
You're right. That's her decision. And it's our right to criticize if we don't agree with it. Everybody is free to have their own thoughts. Okay? I don't know this chick personally. Right? I'm not emotionally invested. And I suggest you guys not be either and look at it for what it is.
We'll talk about that later. My brother was he was not in a coma when we had these conversations about what we should do. We were hoping that he would recover from a traumatic brain injury that he suffered. He was not recovering. We hoped and prayed. And the second year, we had to start talking about what do we do. He didn't have kids. He wasn't married. He wanted kids. We're biased, but my brother is brilliant and handsome and kind and has empathy and is inclusive. He's everything that I want to be. And there are many, many people out there that have fertility issues, that need sperm donors. And we wondered, at some point, should we save my brother's sperm? What would he?
Oh, what? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not down with this. This is fucking weird. Abort mission. Nope. That's fucking weird. That would be like, my sister died. Oh, can I preserve her uterus so that I can make babies with her uterus? No. No, no, no. This is weird. No. Mm-mm. Sorry. Mm-mm. The heck that's fucking weird. No, you don't. No. Did he plan that before he died? You don't just do that. No.
He want? What he want?
No. I've lost many people close to me. Never once did my mind go there. But hey, okay. Okay.
Is inclusive. He's everything that I want to be. And there are many, many people out there that have fertility issues, that need sperm donors. And we wondered, at some point, should we save my brother's sperm? What would he want? Would he want to be a donor? And let me be very...
Okay, he wasn't in a coma. If he wanted that, wouldn't he have made that decision before he passed?
very clear. If one saves the sperm from someone that is recently deceased, they can do that. It's incredible. Medicine is amazing. Medical care is amazing. That they could retrieve sperm from a recently deceased person, even if.
Oh my God. Like, I could see if he had this in his last wishes, but okay, if he can't speak, then why would you even drum this up? This seems very intrusive. I'm sorry. Right. If I die, don't harvest my eggs. I don't have any eggs anyways, I don't think, but this is wild. This is wild.
Tragedy happens. And people that are in comas or people that perhaps aren't going to make it, that want to be donors. And the way that is medically.
He wanted kids badly because he wanted to raise them. You can't tell me because someone wanted kids and passed away prematurely that they want their sperm saved to have kids that he never will meet and will never meet him. That's weird. I'm sorry, that's weird, and that's my fucking opinion.
Done. Most people know this. Is through a very simple surgery. A very, very minimal surgery. Thank you, Laura. These are I would never wish any family to have the conversations that my family had about my brother. The Terry Shriver decisions that you make.
I lost a sibling, so I understand grief perfectly fine. I understand it perfectly fine. My sister got in a car accident and died suddenly. I sure do understand grief of a sibling. I sure do.
Love so much.
Guess what? My sister was 23. She wanted fucking kids too and a husband. Right? But that wasn't in her cards. You know why? Because she died. Don't tell me I don't know grief of a sibling. I most certainly do.
Someone weaponized this. I agree. And she weaponized it multiple times. And we're going to see it. And I know we ended up not choosing to save my brother's sperm. And it was a very difficult decision to make. And being a very honest, open person, I guess I shared, do we not, with a couple of people. I don't remember the conversation that I had with my stalker, but I know what my family was considering. And that was the gist of what we were talking about. So let's watch her first TikTok.
To get her brother's sperm extracted from his body and an egg and have either herself or a surrogate carry the baby, and then she raised it as her own so that his posterity could live on. One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen, instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but so her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma. Okay, so he was brain dead in a coma.
I want to reiterate that my brother was never brain dead. My little brother was making eye contact.
Okay, so you guys that said he was brain dead, she just said he wasn't. So why are you guys rewriting her story? And don't call me lady.
Until the day he died. When I would take my little boy in to see him, though he wouldn't make eye contact with me, he would only look at him. It was so sweet. He loved my little brother so much. Or he loved my little boy so much. They were just close and they looked like each other. He was the best uncle. So yeah, my brother would make eye contact with me whenever I visited him. He couldn't talk until I brought my little son. And then he stopped looking at me. He'd only look at him. He was never brain dead. So this, so what she is saying is my brother, so I'll go back. My brother passed away in March after being in a devastating ATV accident in 2023. My stalker is telling her followers that I wanted to non-consensually collect my brother's sperm while he laid in a vegetative state, unable to walk, talk, or have any basic function without insistence, to have a child with him. This led to a flurry of comments from people about me, including one about this being a form of rape, to which the stalker responded, "Yeah, you may be right." Do we have that, or should I keep going? You don't have it? That is an evidence. We have that, but we'll keep going. She has since made multiple TikToks talking about this so-called R word. This is YouTube, so I'll say it once and not again. She claims that I want to do this to my brother, which is simply untrue, completely malicious, and emotionally harmful. I want to watch a couple more of these videos now. Okay, this one isn't a video because it was too difficult to blur my stalker's face. Despite these videos being public, by the way, she actually wanted her face shown in these cyberbullying campaigns. She's proud of them. I am the one choosing to blur her face. But this one was too difficult to blur. So essentially, she again was enjoying letting everybody know all the red flags about me. And number 3 was the biggest one, that I wanted to get pregnant with my comatose brother's sperm. And then were there comments under that?
That's really, I mean, to each their own, but to me, that's a conversation that should stay within the family. You know what I mean? Like, that's too much.
That one or anything, or should we read them? Or are we good?
Especially people on TikTok. Ooh-wee.
There's too many. Okay, so there are a bunch of comments, and we've saved them and shown the people implying, again, the R word or assault and the non-consent, and people just mocking this idea. Very painful. I mean, the lack of empathy that these cyber bullies have. And I want you to know the people I have brought up, Lindsay and Janice and Lori, particularly Janice and Lori.
Well, as a journalist, she needs to learn her boundaries, right? She's got to learn that everybody's not her fucking friend. Not everybody's going to keep your deep, dark secrets, especially when they're a little weird. And then you have a falling out. Guess what? All those weird things are going to come out and bite you. That's what happens. So as a journalist, she needs to go back to ethics and have boundaries, in my opinion. You can't trust everybody. Exactly, B. Tim. There's more assholes than not on the internet.
Love to comment on these videos. They too say, wow, that was a red flag. That was crazy red flag. I don't know. I've never done anything to Lori, this woman who has only showed kindness to me. But she has now become a very, I don't know.
No one said it justifies shit. But in order to not let this happen again, you have to learn from your mistakes. Just because this happened to her doesn't mean she didn't make any mistakes. If she wouldn't have given all this personal information, they would have had nothing to use against her.
And then
obviously it's a deep, deep, dark secret because she's all upset about it. Right? You don't tell things that are going to make you upset if they get out to the public, to people that you meet online. You just don't. Trust me, I've been around these parts for 8 years.
On June 19th, 2025, I received word. Oh, there was one other. If we don't have the exhibits, I want to say it because we're not going to show every TikTok because it's too hard to blur her face in all of them. But every other day, I mean, there's so many. She also in a TikTok says that I made concerning remarks, disturbing comment. So she put this in one of her posts that I made a disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. In other words, implying that I was going to extract it. It's a surgery. I have made no disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. That was never my job, nor would I talk about, nor have I ever talked about the extraction process with anyone, because if I actually had, they would realize that it was a little simple operation.
And business should never go personal, right? If you're hiring someone to do business work for your podcast and you're a professional, you don't share shit like this with them.
On June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. I also shared that by a creator in this industry. I was very, very scared. It was very threatening to me. I didn't know what it meant after everything. And so I called the police. And we're going to get to that police report later in the show because they got the police report and we're going to go over it, but that's not until later. And I am going really slow. I mean, I told you this would be a long live. But I was once again fearful of my safety. I call the police. Through that process, we don't call the police, by the way, for my stalker. The TikTok has yet to happen. We don't know about the TikTok. I don't know what she's about to do. What we heard is from this podcast creator and that everybody is shunning me at the Brandon Boudreaux trial.
Damn straight, Trips True Talk. Everybody can be reviewed. And we don't have to agree with them because, for whatever reason, because they have 300,000 followers. We don't have to agree with them because of that. We can have our own thoughts and opinions. I have 115K. People talk shit about me all the time.
I don't know why. And all this other stuff is happening behind the scenes I'm not going to get into. And no one will talk to me. And now they want my head on a platter, and I don't know why. So I actually call the police of fear of harassment, everything going on. We'll get into that report later. And actually, I have concerns about this. Thank you, Colby. Thank you for being here. All the love to you. Thank you.
Come on. See, now, I don't know. I'm not going to say that. No, she's not in the Pines. She hasn't been for many, many years, as far as I know.
Thank you for being here. All the love to you. Thank you. I call the police concerned about my ex-contractor sharing my text messages because that's all I can think. It's about to go public. And this podcast creator, we had learned, was reaching out to several of my professional contacts to state things about me that were false and defamatory.
Yeah, that happened to me too, and I got kicked off Dateline. Yep, happened to me too. They told Dateline that I was homophobic and racist, and my 2 days of filming were scrubbed from the show. Just saying.
And we were told that. And we were also told that this podcast creator and my ex-contractor were talking. That's all I knew. And so when they heard everybody wanted my head on a platter and to expect things to go public, I called police out of fear. And I requested police actually reach out to those two people because that's all I knew. And when the police officer reached out to those two people, my ex-contractor told the police the name of my stalker. And thus,
you know, I'm all about people, you know, defending themselves and all of that, but
police called my stalker. I'm not sharing the name of my stalker, by the way, because unlike her, I don't believe in public shaming, and I'm not going to go send anyone to go find her because I'm not going to do to her what she did to me. And that is why I'm not sharing her name. She wants you to find her. It's public. She's proud. She was very disappointed, I think, to not be on Law and Crime this week. I imagine. I didn't tell Law and Crime about it. Someone had to, and it wasn't me. They never reached out to me.
My three sons, I put up with years of bullshit harassment too. Do you think that they just all of a sudden one day went to Dateline and told them that I'm homophobic and racist? Do you think it was just one day out of the blue, my three sons? No, it went on. It went on for months and months and months. Don't think you know my story because you don't.
So when the police call her, she records it. And she shares this recording on TikTok, mocking the police officer. She posted on TikTok and Instagram, mocking the police officer. Grayson is saying, give her a second. She's got a lot going on. We get it. Thank you.
You can mock a police officer. Like, that's not illegal.
So as we're going to get to that later, Grayson's computer went black screen. We got to return that computer. This is true. I said to her, this computer's acting up, Grayson. I'm worried. And she goes, I'll get my second computer ready just in case. So bear with us. And I also let her know this is going to be a long live and it's going to get funky sometimes. So here we are. So we're going to get that TikTok of her mocking a police officer very soon. And then on July 12th, 2025, we're going to get all of these. I'll just share them all and then we'll show them all bit by bit. On July 12th, 2025, she begins posting clips of my voice on my targeted social media accounts. And let me be clear, when you're okay, you got it. Yeah. Well, let me be clear. When you're a podcaster, your voice is as much your face as your voice is, if not more. YouTube shows my face. My podcast does not show my face. My voice is how people recognize me. And when she posted my voice, it received over 33,000 views. So let's, do you have both of those? We can play them both, or should I read a few others and we'll just play them bit by bit? What's easier for you? Okay. Her computer's back. The phantom computer. We're just glad YouTube's back. We were actually going to go live earlier.
So in other words, she has someone who pulls up her clips for her when she wants to share clips, and she has someone that pins her comments. That's her producer.
And then YouTube went down on us. We thought, man, is that an omen or what? And then it popped back up. And I'm like, nope, unfortunately, I have to go live. Not looking forward to this. Here I am. Okay. Take your time. We're good. Hey, everyone. By the way, I'm not looking at chat really on purpose.
because I'm nervous too. And so when I see little people here that are pinned, it means a lot. Maybe I'll check in while Grayson gets these ready. Hold on. You're good, Grayson. Don't stress too much. You're totally fine.
I think, B. Tim, that's what you get when you have someone who used to be a reporter and is now trying to have her own thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, be more professional than everybody else type thing. Doesn't want to know the technicalities of streaming.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being.
Cletus is
I'm
a producer,
both grateful
yes.
and stressed that there are over 9,000 people in chat. But thank you for being here. Okay. Oh, yeah. We're making sure. Okay. We're good.
Case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law. And I want to know what, like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law. And I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, but then also
no, but I kind of want to now. Like, if she's kind of harassing me, so I feel like I kind of want to. But like, what's the law?
Well, you need to file a report out there if you get harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
I was just doing some searching this week.
I can't with the background music on these TikToks. I can't even take this seriously with this music. It sounds like a fucking cartoon.
That's detective or anything, right? So I can do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because we don't, there's so many laws that we just don't know.
Listen, Dreamscape, don't put that in the universe. That's not altogether true. Dreamscape said a TRO is a one-sided report. The argument to make it permanent is where you have to bring the proof. No, I just read the Utah laws. She had to bring proof to get a temporary RO. Don't put that in the universe because it's not true.
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to, we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
but I feel like have a police officer telling me that, like, because I mean, because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that, I actually have several examples of her.
The last person I'd be scared of is someone with a phone with a pop figure cord holder. I mean, I'm just saying.
Sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So.
Well, then that person would be the victim.
Yes, so I could also inform that person that she would be the victim of this. So, but my question is, like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. Like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I mean, obviously.
I mean, this girl seems very juvenile to me, the TikTok girl. She seems very immature.
I was reading chat during that. Thank you, everyone. I've been trying to focus and not reading as much because know me and my ADD. So thank you. Thank you for believing me. So then, do you have the other one? I mentioned the other one as well. No stress. I can keep reading and we'll get to all of them. So I'll just explain this while you look for it. I'll keep going.
Right. I don't think cops can really give you like law advice. Like if she wants to know the boundaries she can push, hire a fucking lawyer.
So she starts posting clips of my voice in her targeted social media accounts. We're gonna look at a few of these. The first clip of my voice was part of the conversation we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025. So again, I was right.
She wanted to talk then, which...
That's okay. Go for it. It stopped. Do you want to keep going? Okay. Oh, it's our computer again. So we're swapping again, guys. So the first part of, and we're good. We'll just keep reading. We'll get them one by one. The first part of my first clip of my voice was part of a conversation that we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025, despite the courthouse having a no recording policy. So yes, she did record me. And now I realize.
I think that the stalker was probably jealous of her views and her connections, something like that. That's all it takes for one bitch to go crazy on you.
It feels almost like a plot that she created. I go up to her. She says in tears, I know what you said about me. I acknowledge it. I apologize.
Totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay.
And it's being weird. And the entire time I'm being recorded without my knowledge. That is very shocking to me. And as someone that is a limited public figure doing this, as my job, to think that a contract worker who I was an alleged friend who actually still owed me work at the time, was waiting. I just paid her a very large amount of money for a job she never did finish, would be recording me without my permission in a place that I assume no one would record. That is concerning to me. That is very concerning. Okay, you have a feel. Let's listen.
That she wanted to talk then, which totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay, fine, let's see what she has to say. And what unfolded next was unreal. It was like watching someone trapped in their own maze of lies, spinning stories so fast she couldn't even keep up with herself. When one lie didn't land, she'd just pivot mid-sentence into a completely different one, like no shame, just constant spinning. And at one point, she literally started mumbling under her breath, having an entire conversation by herself while I was just standing there.
You should have at least done your makeup, Jody. Gosh.
Yeah, because and then, right, like, and by the way, that started, they were, like, it's, like, and I was like, would they do that to me? Like, anyway. Yeah, no, I know. So in many ways, I feel catfish.
And then in 1 second,
You know how many bitches like this, though, there are on TikTok? Not only on TikTok, on every platform. There's weird, crazy bitches like this everywhere that are relentless.
she snapped and was like, oh, sorry, back to you.
Like, did Lauren's fans see all this and go, oh my God, Lauren, like, we're concerned about you. Like, all this stuff is out about you. I'm wondering, because I'm not like one of her jewels.
Back to you.
And this is the part that killed me. She told me that we had to have that conversation right now because I kept repeating, you're in fight, flight, or freeze. Probably not the best time to talk. But she said, no, we have to talk now. My assistant is, quote, always with me. I'm never alone, unquote. Girl, no. I honestly think she just didn't want her assistant finding out what she'd done.
Yeah, and by the way, I still don't even know what I've done. She didn't want her assistant to know what she's done. And by the way, you heard me already tell you, my assistant, who she's referred to as Grayson, has read all of my text messages. I have nothing to hide. Do I want the world to see them? No. Do you guys want the world to see your private text messages? No.
Not particularly, but guess what? It's happened to me too. I had all my text messages, all my moderator messages from Facebook, and I had a list called the cunt list, Lauren. I didn't just say someone was annoying. I had a list of cunts from my chat. A list of whole cunts. And people were coming in my chat saying, thanks a lot, Jay. Didn't know I was a cunt. I was on the cunt list. So until you've had a cunt list released, you just don't know what that's like. Michelle.
Those that I know care about me and love me and that I trust, yeah, go for it. I have nothing to hide. No secrets that big. So a couple things with that. She gets me in a moment where I'm processing two things at once. And I'm actually, in my opinion, trying to be kind. She's come to me, she's crying about what I said. And she has just told me that people that I thought were my friends in confidence and an ex-contract worker were releasing my text messages, and they were terrible and they're everywhere. That was what? People I thought had my back. Like, what, I'd never do that to them. And then they're doing that to me. And at the same time, I have somebody who's very hurt at what they heard me say about them. And that felt really bad. And
I did learn a lesson. You're damn straight I did. But I didn't need to sue anybody over it either.
That's what I needed to address. And so as I was processing what she was saying, oh my gosh, I feel catfish. What they're posting up. Oh my gosh, like thinking about things that maybe they had baited me to say, and like my mind. And then I go, wait a minute, but back to you. That's what I was doing in the moment. But back to you, because you in front of me is who matters to me right now. I have hurt you. And we need to address what I said that hurt you. But that makes me like Jodi Arias, according to this stalker. And also, again, the threat of now doing a public TikTok and Instagram account exposing.
So they compared her to Jodi Arias. And happy birthday, Shell.
Somebody, and now they are starting to use my voice, which again is like there's no difference. That's my face in this industry. The threat is real. It's very, very real. And I still don't know what I've done. I do not know what I've done. I still don't know what.
In what industry? YouTube? Girl, you ain't working for fucking ABC. You ain't Andrea Canning. This is a little much. The industry is you're a YouTube content creator like everybody else. Everybody's got their own mask. But you're a YouTube creator like everybody else. Yeah, please don't time people out. They're allowed to have their opinions. Please don't be petty. We're not petty. We can be adults. We can make comments about eyebrows and not get our panties in a bunch. This she's not my sister. She's not my friend. This isn't a Feely live. If you want a Feely live, you should probably just go watch it on her channel. Used to be. Blackhawk. Used to be is the key words in your sentence. Right now, she's a content creator on YouTube. That's the industry she's in. Of course I take my true crime channel seriously. Never said I didn't. Karma is a cat. Welcome in, by the way. Did you hit the like button today, babe? Put your paw on it.
starting to use my voice, which again is like there's no difference. That's my face in this industry. The threat is real. It's very, very real. And I still don't know what I've done.
I was called a homophobic and a racist to Dateline NBC, and my fucking segment was pulled. Karma's the cat. Meow.
Do not know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done. So then, the video, which she compared me to the infamous murderer, Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok, and we shared that. On July 13th, she posted a video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo, with a clown emoji over my face, once again, trying to get people to identify who I am and to come after me.
Today, they have to decide who they want to be. Of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
I decided to be a jackass while she puts the clown emoji over my head and points at me, calling me a jackass. You guys can decide who the jackass is. Maybe I've been a jackass. I don't know. I've definitely had my jackass moments.
If people are going to get mad at me over comments on Lauren from Hidden True Crime, you may as well just kick rocks now. I'm not saying her feelings aren't valid.
Fair.
God.
On July 14th, 2025, happy birthday and to my babe. Many of you are asking where he is. He knows we're doing this tonight. My lovely soulmate, and he will be coming on later. Not tonight. Don't worry. Too much to go through. Another time. On July 14th, so that is my husband's birthday and anniversary. And on July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. I still want to thank them for having me on. And if any of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has helped me, just want to say this, so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself. I want to thank the Mormon Stories community and go support him in Mormon Stories and me by watching my podcast. But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments with eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. And this occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced that I was going to be on Mormon Stories.
You know, I mean, I just think this is a slippery slope, man. The internet is the internet. And like, you know, I put a clown face on Seth Rogers' face when he was asking about money for his reward through that attorney. Do you think I should be sued for that shit? Dude, I don't want to be sued for fucking breathing. I don't know, man.
And she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done that was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done. Minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's
Black Hawk, it's not comparable at all.
Businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them. But so it says, someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So, you know, she's talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. Very confusing because, you know, you think that I'm going to spin my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life
I don't know.
Story is all there. 2 parts. It's ours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well.
She doesn't know you very well?
At all. Really. Any conversation we had was very surface. And she thinks that I'm doing damage control to spin something, and I have no idea what I'm trying to spin. Well, let me tell you, the Mormon Stories podcast was planned.
You know, I've been in this woman's shoes in the fact where I'm not a bite back kind of person. I'm not the type of person that's going to make shorts about you if we have a falling out. I'm not the type that's going to pull up all of our text messages if we have a falling out. I get she's more reserved. She wouldn't do these things. She wouldn't make TikToks about someone else. However, unfortunately, there's a bunch of fucking assholes who will, right? They'll put out that information that was shared and they'll make the short videos. I wouldn't do that. But obviously, her stalker did, right? I mean, I don't know what else to call her. I don't know her name.
For a long time, host John Dehlin had asked me months and months and months ago. And the reason that I had, thank you. How is this damage control? None of us even know what's going on. Thank you. I didn't even know what I was trying to control. The Mormon Stories podcast was actually inspiration. I was at the Brandon Boudreaux trial, and someone came up to me and they thanked me for interviewing Heather Daybell. And said that Heather Daybell was so brave and it was incredible. And they'd listened to the Heather Daybell interview 3 times on my channel, that it had changed their life.
Now, I could see someone being jealous about the interviews she scored through the Daybell trial for sure. For sure.
And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I asked to take a picture of them so I could let Heather know how much her story meant. And they said, she is so brave. And it was at that moment that I said, I'm going home. I'm going to tell John DeLynn that I'm going to say yes to his request to interview me. She'd been asking for months. I'm going to do it because if Heather Daybell can do it, so can I. And I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories. My stalker thinks it's damage control and decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me.
Who would want to be compared to Jodi Arias? Probably no one. But I've been compared to some pretty heinous things myself. It's just, you got to pick your battles, right?
It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on. You guys don't? Neither do I. I'm getting dry mouth. Where's the root beer? I'm sorry, guys. It's probably so gross. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode appeared on July 17th, 2025, John DeLynn, by the way, will you post my Mormon Stories? Well, will you pin it? Will you? Yeah. Because if you guys want to know who I am, that's who I am. Yeah, will a moderator please drop let's do part 1. There are 2 part 1 or part 2, either or, of my Mormon Stories podcast. I'd like to pin it in comments. Thank you, Ozzy Tad. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July 17th, 2025, John DeLynn, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me with a link to the TikTok. In the thread, the writer of the email claims that
Mary Doyle, one thing in journalism is that you don't show your disgust or hatred for anybody when you're interviewing them, right? If she would have showed her disgust and hatred, do you think that the Stearns would have interviewed with her? No, you don't do that. For that, that's called professionalism, in my opinion. But Belinda, thank you so much for the $50 super sticker. Thank you so much.
My stalker will continue to post the horrible things that I have done and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me. John DeLynn is my friend who has suffered the same thing and has been so kind. He and his wife, Margie, I just want to point out, have both been so kind and caring and empathic. And when this person reached out, John was immediately suspicious. So he asked him a few questions to keep them talking and then sent it all to me because he said, I assume you are collecting evidence. So here you go. So is this the bottom? Okay. So on July 16th, someone named Felicia O'Shields writes John DeLynn. Hello, Dr. DeLynn.
So Felicia O'Shields, is that a real person? If so, why put out her name? Body, 10 months. Thank you. I can't drink soda out of a cup like that with 0 ice. Me either.
I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There's a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias in the true crime community. This has been brewing for a few years now. I don't know what's been brewing. And has recently blew up. There is a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials. Oh, is there? And overall credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins there. The admins of a Facebook group online is an ex-contractor of mine, but I don't know what they're talking about. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay in the Lori Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Put a pin in that, by the way, because I saw Kay the following week. Let's just show it now, and then we'll go back to the letter. A week, by the way, after this, you saw Colby Ryan here in chats, and a week after this email was sent, Kay and Larry visited John and me in Las Vegas, and we had a wonderful dinner together, and they even trusted me and allowed me to take their grandkids out for a good time so that they could have some needed R&R. We can come back to it. We'll come back to it. Yeah. Anyway, don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube that she has had an interaction with, or news affiliates and their journalists that are the face of their networks and what their involvement with her has been. By the way, that's how far I think this whisper campaign has gone. Again, I didn't reach out to Law and Crime. I have no idea what they think I did or who did that. I do know I've been blacklisted by some news agencies. I still don't know what I've done. But let's continue.
Oh, that's interesting. She's been blacklisted by a few news agencies. I'm keeping an open mind.
Ask that she has interaction with any news affiliates and the journalists and that are the face of these networks and their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name names, but just look up the Lori Vallow Daybell headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists that were the ones who exposed Lori Vallow Daybell from the jump. Ask anyone who is anyone in the true crime community about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make up outlandish lies and excuses and make everyone else out to be the liars. I'm actually just here sharing evidence. I think you're intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here's the link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all of those from that can tell everyone about her treatment of them. I wish you the best of your channel. Thank you for all you do. Am I able to scroll up? Oh, you just want to show this? This was us, a week after this letter. You posted the photos. Oh, I posted those photos a little late, but it was, yeah. So can we go back to do I need to read anything more about the letter? I don't think, I can't scroll it though.
It kind of does me too, Blackhawk.
John said to Felicia, if you do not want to, that person, Felicia, she'll send an email. If you do not want to look at the TikTok account that I shared, please at least listen to this one. And she sent a particular TikTok. And then John asked Felicia, is that you in the TikTok? If not, is there a way I can reach to this person doing the TikTok? Okay, we're going to scroll up. I can't.
Right, but Cat Lady, again, courts can't determine. There's not a scale of how jealous someone is or why they're stalking or harassing. Like, there's no scale. They're either doing it or they're not, right?
The bottom. Okay, here. So, hey there, John. One under, thank you. It is not me, referring to the TikTok account, but I can reach out to the person who runs the channel to get her information so that you two can reach out to one another. Would that work? John writes back. And then they sent another one. So they keep writing him. Hey there, John. I have not heard back from the TikTok creator, and I have since found out why that could be. It's come to my attention that you are friends with Lauren and have been for over 10 years, and also that your daughter may possibly work for her. I imagine that you can understand why the creator would not feel any trust in this situation. I suggest you follow, though, her TikTok account. So in other words, they're encouraging followers. She has a lot more to share. There will be more revealed as to the horrible things that Lauren has done to so many out there. I hope that there could possibly be some part of you that sees that this is actually serious and not...
I mean, I just don't understand, like, with the, and not to go back to this, but the sperm talk about the brother, she did say that. I mean, it's shitty to put it out there in a TikTok video, but it's not that, like, she didn't say it. She said that she said it. So how can you go after someone for repeating your words? I mean, it's shitty of them to do it, but I don't know.
Some sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. And then John asks, do you live near Salt Lake City by chance? They respond, no, never have been. Hopefully one day. John asks, are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast? What made you write me? And then we'll keep going and I'll drink. I can feel my sticky mail. Sorry, it's so gross. Oh, is this net? Okay. They write, I watch from time to time. I have enjoyed the episode that I have been able to watch. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. Oh, they wrote my professional contact, because he chose to give me a platform. So anyone that is giving me a platform is getting emails about me. Okay, great, good to know. Now I can't go on anyone's platform. Now I can't go on anyone if I don't want them to be harassed by these people that are trying to...
I mean, I would be asking her to prove that she was blacklisted from these media organizations. Like, does she have an email? I mean, what does it entail being blacklisted? Because Elle has a really good point. If being blacklisted is mitigated, just mitigated a loss preemptively, maybe they just don't want to get involved with someone who has this type of beef surrounding them, and they have every right to pick and choose, right?
I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She's on high alert, and it was perfect timing for her to do your show and attempt to do damage control. Again, I don't know what from. I don't know what I need to do damage control from. And that was Christina's wording, by the way, damage control. Sorry. Her name is public. I'm going to do my best to not share it as much as I can, but she has made her name very public. So if I mess up, I apologize. Don't allow her, and I hope that you guys don't repeat it, don't allow her to take you down with her. And then Felicia Shields writes, good morning, John. Oh, so then John responds, I watched all of the TikTok videos, and he did. He told me he watched them all. The allegations seem super vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done wrong and provide any evidence that you can? Oh, that word, evidence. I'd be so super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but I need details and evidence. And that TikTok channel was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. Please help. I want to do the right thing. Thanks, Felicia. John clarified that he was doing this for me, asking, and I think he would want me to clarify that here. He didn't really think there was something, but he was pushing. Good morning, John.
I mean, you're not the first one to say that stuff. Thank you for your super chat. I don't know. I need to hear the whole thing, I guess, to make that judgment.
Understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is
Thank
not
you.
mentioned. There's a reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know, without a doubt, that this stalker is speaking of Lauren. So there are many in the true crime community that have been told this is about me, that's TikTok. So if you guys haven't heard about it, allegedly the true crime community is learning about it, and they think this is fun, I guess, and normal and okay. I did recognize a few names following the TikTok. This is cool to them. They know that she is speaking of Lauren. The creator is being petty intentionally.
Hey, Gwen.
Keep watching her. She is going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to the other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interaction with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the faces of cases that Lauren has worked for on Lori Vallow Daybell case, the Delphi case, victims of cases.
You know, maybe someone in LawTube will pick this up if it goes any further.
I don't know what they're talking about, by the way. Get the information, because none of these people have come to me. You know, if you're a good journalist, by the way, and you've heard something, come ask me. I'm going to beg you guys to do that during this, because I still don't know what I did. Get the information that you're looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I'm going to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I don't know why he's not listed there. I think Nate Eaton's an incredible journalist. I've always sourced him. I value him. He does an exceptional job with every case he covers, and he is an incredible journalist. But they're being encouraged to reach out to him. I will leave this with you. Ask Lauren to her face how well that she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of the phone pings in Yellowstone for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He never did ask me that to my face, but you guys can ask me here on live YouTube. The cameraman on my phone ping video in Yellowstone is of my friend Brandon. He worked on many cases for time with the defense in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He's a friend of mine and John's. Great guy. Incredible man. Incredible job he did. He was a source when he could be for me. Couldn't tell me everything. He really cares about the victims in this case. And that
Okay. See, I this is another thing I can't get down with. These damn investigators need to stop becoming friends with fucking podcasters. What is going on? Dude, that makes me feel like I question integrity of detectives that would do that. I mean, I know they've made contacts with media all these years, but media is different, right? Real journalists have to check things 3 fucking times. 3 fucking sources before they can put it out. But these investigators are becoming friends with podcasters with YouTube channels. I don't like it. And then going out and filming with him. She just doesn't have, she wants the integrity, like recognition of a real journalist, but she wants to run by YouTube rules. You just can't have it both ways. You got to like pick one or the other. You know what I mean?
friend of mine and John's. Great guy. Incredible man. Incredible job he did.
Everybody's friends. Everybody's emotionally connected. It's just weird to me.
He was a source when he could be for me. Couldn't tell me everything. He really cares about the victims in this case, in the Daybell case. I'm not sure why that's an issue, except that I did hear that a content creator called a victim sort of implied that I was having an affair with him. So how well do I know that man who was my cameraman in the Yellowstone Pink videos?
Wow, I really, you know what? You know how many times I've been accused of having an affair? As a matter of fact, Brittany J. in her chat put out that I've had numerous affairs. They put out that my husband left me high and dry. Can we continue?
He's a great friend, great guy, including to John. John loves him. And he was a source for us. That's it. I don't know what else there is to this. There you go. To my face. That's it. Okay, and there's one more message. Yeah, I know. Oh, and then one more message. Reach out to Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart too. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what I've done. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why these 3 people have been mentioned. I don't know. I'm going to say this. If any journalist does know, reach out to me and ask me and tell me. I don't know what's going on. So I have no clue. I can tell you that I love my husband. And my cameraman in the Yellowstone Pink video is a great guy and a good friend of both my husband and I. It's just so weird. What? Oh, really? Bob Motta and Andrew B., who went to the ends of the earth to say that Richard Allen is innocent. Okay, right. So, like, I respect Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart were at the trial in Delphi with me covering it. They worked just as hard as I did, if not harder. I still don't know how. This is probably the first time I'm going to go live as long as Andrea Burkhart ever does. And I don't know how she does it, honestly, because I'm already like, damn, we got ways more to go. I respect them both. And despite disagreeing with them on Richard Allen's guilt.
Thank you so much, Gwen. Sorry, Gwen was still pinned. I meant to pin in the pines. Thank you for the 5 gifted pines. Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody come in and close your legs. No, she's a YouTuber. I don't think she works for any publication. Why is she bringing up these lawyers? I think because she didn't get along with them.
So,
Gwen, yeah, jail.
Okay, where was
affair with JLR? The most recent one in Brittany J's chat and on her panel was that I slept with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber.
This is okay. Eye contact. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll start zooming through these. The horrible things I've done. Okay, John.
I suggest you take shit that's not true and let it roll off your fucking back sometimes. That's what I think.
An email on July 23rd, 2025. I was in Boise, Idaho, working and reporting at the Brian Koberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many seats at the Brian Koberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing. But there was one row that was open to Lindsay, my former producer, and a close friend of the stalker. Stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of away, and then a woman named Sarah, who also appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel.
Okay, so these girls were going to the sentencing because they follow true crime. They weren't going to the sentencing because Lauren was going to be there. Am I right or wrong?
Both video and comments. So I, looking for a seat, needing a seat, I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her. And a woman.
Okay, this isn't about if anybody's a bitch or not, though. When you take things to court, you got to be more than a bitch.
Named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing in that moment in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away and I was shaken by that.
Wait, what happened?
Needing a seat, I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her. And a woman named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing in that moment in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away and I was shaken by that. I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting. During that day, myself and my producer Grayson were constantly filmed by my stalker's group of friends, which included.
What does she mean professional setting? What does she mean professional setting? Weren't they at a trial? She's a YouTuber just like everybody else who was there. Just because she's her doesn't make it professional. Right? You can put on whatever little suit coat you want and do your hair and makeup and say you're professional, but you're all there. Her cease and desist was sent by her attorney brother. Really?
Walked away and I was shaken by that. I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting. During that day, myself and my producer Grayson were constantly filmed by my stalker's group of friends, which included people I mentioned. Janice was also there, Lori, and the Sarah girl who appears, again, I don't know her, and is part of their 7 Gatherers group. And oh, you got this. This is her filming. Janice is in the green dress. Okay, so filming.
I mean, I feel like the 7 Gatherers is kind of like us calling ourselves the dark side. Like it's sarcasm.
Well, it's okay. That's from your. Oh, it's mine. Oh, there you go. Okay. So yeah, it was there. And then these are all the women that are involved in commenting and reposting on these targeted social media pages. In fact, Lindsay, did make it on the stand and admitted that yes, she comments. She likes to comment like a kitten being tortured in some of the comments. That night, my producer and I went to a local restaurant in Boise, Idaho, to have dinner after the sentencing. We sat outside the restaurant and were enjoying our dinner. When I noticed from outside the restaurant that Janice was once again filming me from outside the restaurant's property, I waved. She flipped me off.
This is Koberger's sentencing. She waved and she got flipped off.
It's from outside the restaurant that Janice was once again filming me from outside the restaurant's property. I waved. She flipped me off. I'm like, here we go again. And because of our history, I turned my camera on for safety. And I kept it on, and I actually had my camera on for over 8 minutes, talking to Grayson, encouraging her, telling her, just don't worry about it. And then Lori and Sarah, 2 of the 7 Gatherers, came up to my dinner table to confront me. And we're going to play that, and I'm going to say a couple things about it. So we start with me sort of talking to Grayson. And what's the first word you hear Lori say so that you know it's Lori? About today.
Okay, well, Mama Mia, exactly what you said. She considers. Keep in mind, that's what she considers. Not everybody considers it that. YouTube doesn't say this person is legit. We all have channels. We all present what we want to present, period.
Okay, referring to the Brian Koberger. Yeah, referring to the Brian Koberger sentencing. So I'm saying don't give them air, leave them alone. I'm going to set the stage a little bit more. They were sitting inside. We did not know that. But Janice was outside filming us.
And you can't see in the background. Lindsay walks out and keeps going, while the other two, and you won't be able to see Lori's face come up to our table unbeknownst to us. So here's this video.
Bingo producer.
Okay.
Recording me, so I did, I just like waved, and then she proved she was going to flip me off as I waved. Like,
Put me off.
I don't know
The
why.
wave.
I mean, this girl seems like a pain in the ass, but hang on.
And then she proved she was going to flip me off as I waved. Like,
Put me off.
I don't know
The
why.
wave.
Don't stare. Don't stare. I did. Remember what we decided. Please do not give them air.
About today? What? About today? You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops Christina about stuff that you should be.
So she's sitting there recording these girls? What is going on? She's filming the girl and waves to her? Is this Lauren's video?
Don't stare. I do. Remember what we decided. Please do not give them air.
About today? What? About today? You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops Christina about stuff that you shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be coming, talking to her. You should be staying far away from her.
So the cops have nothing to do with what I was asking about a seat. I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay. Lindsay. Is anyone here? Don't talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. She can talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. I'm talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She said her sister's letter. Why wouldn't you want to talk to her?
I can't with this. What is they're filming each other? Okay, yeah, let me slow it down. Hold on. This is wild.
Okay.
Recording me, so I did what you did. I just like waved, and then she proved she was going to flip me off as I waved. Like,
Put me off.
I don't know.
The
why.
wave.
Okay, so she waved at her and the girl flipped her off, so she started videoing.
Don't stare. Don't stare. I do. Remember what we decided. Please do not give them air.
About today?
What?
About today? You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops talk to Christina about stuff that you shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be coming, talking to her.
You should. Who's talking to her? Who's talking right now?
You should be staying far away from her.
So the cops have nothing to do with what
I'm just saying, don't.
I was asking about a seat. I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay. Lindsay. Is anyone sitting here? Don't talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. She can talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s.
Lindsay's in her 30s? What's going on? What?
Don't talk to her. Lindsay, I'm not talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She sent her a cease and desist letter. Why wouldn't you want to talk to her?
The cease and desist is letter to Christina, and the police calling Christina. I didn't request that.
I can't hear
Someone,
you.
Just stay away.
someone that
Stay away. Just stop acting like nothing happened, that you haven't done anything.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm listening to a high school lunch table. Just pretend like you don't see them. But instead, you have a bunch of middle-aged women drinking in between a trial at lunch. Yes, exactly, Potato, to me too.
I haven't done anything, and I will stand by that forever. Yeah, it has nothing to do with. I haven't done anything, and I will stand by that forever. Yeah, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do with
We are her
this.
friends, and we will back her up till the day
A cease and
she dies.
desist is a legal business. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Things that you did. You
Why are you waving to her if you have a cease and desist? It'd be like firing up alive, kind of, and poking at people, in my opinion. Like, stop.
in that.
What did I do?
You accused her of things you did.
What did I
You
do?
sent her cease and desist, and then
What
you
did I
approached
do?
her. You approached her after you
A
sent
cease
her
and
a
desist?
Why would you want to approach her after you sent her a cease and desist?
I asked if I could
I know,
sit.
they told her there
I was
wasn't.
at a press conference.
So then she kept asking. I know. What does that have to do with anything?
When there's not a lot of seats, you say
There were lots of empty seats she could have sat at, but she chose to ask about sitting.
Dude, you can't do anything in public with people holding up a phone and recording you. Cops get recorded when they stop people. You can't stop that. I'm embarrassed too. I mean, the girl's a little bitch, but I don't know if I'd call her a stalker by definition.
She chose to specifically approach somebody by name that she sent a cease and desist to. It's like great. Guess what? You know what? I work with Lindsay, and she tried to get me sued. So guess what? I don't give a fuck.
I don't know you.
Well, you know me. You don't know me.
No, I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash extensions, but we've never hung out.
No,
I don't know you. So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable? I don't know you.
Eyelash extensions? What?
Your phone number because I wanted. I don't know you.
Well, you know me. You don't know me.
No, I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash extensions, but we've never hung out.
No,
I don't know you. So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable? I don't know you. I don't know why you guys approached us. We asked about a seat at a press conference. I don't approach you guys when we're all.
They're not following her. WNC. They're at a public trial. There's a lot of people from the trial at this restaurant. They only had so much time to go eat.
Hanging out together.
We don't hang out together.
You guys, I know. So you're approaching me while I'm trying to have dinner. I approached you at a press conference about a seat. Could you please? She's bothering us. Could you tell her to leave us alone? I don't know her. I've never communicated with her.
Sorry, Uchi, I don't know why that's not up yet.
Thank
but
you.
At least they got the mic out.
I don't know about that.
We'll probably play that video later because I want to point out a few more things about it. And, watching it for the first time might be confusing. It seems, as you hear, I keep repeating, what did I do? I didn't do anything. And they keep saying that I sent their friend a cease and desist. And I say, it had nothing
A cease and desist isn't a restraining order, though. WNC. They can walk wherever they want. She didn't have a restraining order. She had a cease and desist, which means don't talk about me or whatever I'm telling you to cease.
to do with you. I don't know what this is about. We're in a professional setting. They came up. You see actually Janice filming in the background at one point. I don't understand. You guys don't understand. I don't understand. I want these people to leave me alone. I want to be able to report at trials and have things be normal and mature. And I will say this.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm listening to Beach. I hate to say it. I feel like I'm listening to Beach. I just want my channel back where it was. I don't like this. I don't like this. Yeah, waved. Yeah, I don't know.
I was a broadcast reporter for 10 years before I was a YouTuber. I would go on location everywhere.
She was a broadcast journalist for 10 years. So for those that say she's still a credentialed journalist. She's not in that setting. Okay.
Reporter for 10 years before I was a YouTuber. I would go on location everywhere. I have never experienced this. I don't know why they keep coming up to me.
Did you do? I don't know why they keep coming up to me. Girl, you're at a trial. Now, if they were coming to her house or, she was in the grocery store and I could see the following, but yeah, you can like Lauren and still see that it's drama. I mean, fuck.
As reporter for 10 years before I was a YouTuber. I would go on location everywhere. I have never experienced this. I don't know why they keep coming up to me, why they are filming me, why they are harassing me. I will point this out too. Grayson asked me to make this clear when she was talking about something. She and my ex-producer, Lindsay, did used to work together. So there is a previous situation with them. It has nothing to do with me. So there's that.
None of this is personal. I'm listening to the story. This could be motherfucking Mother Teresa sitting here telling me this story, and I would be viewing it in the same mindset. I don't care about her lashes. I don't care about her face. I don't care about Dr. John. I'm listening to the story and the facts that she's presented it. And you guys should be too. But you guys are blinded by celebrity status on YouTube. Oh, I love her, you say. Oh, she's a good person, you say. You don't fucking know her. You don't know her any more than you know anybody else that you see fire up a live stream on this platform because they only show you what they want you to see. And the longer they do it, the better they get at it. So don't give me that horse shit. I've been around these streets for a long ass time.
The true crime world is small. So,
it ain't that small. It ain't that small. I ain't yelling at you, me. You know how I am. I'm passionate. Don't ever mistake my passion for anger. I'm never mad over this stuff. Seriously, I'm not.
you know, so it was all of them. Christina said her name again. Again, I just want to point out,
Here we go,
she makes her
Christina.
name very, very public. It is my choice to not share her name. I don't want to share her name. If I do, I'm sorry. Please don't do anything to her, please. I would like to refer to her as my stalker at this time. If I make a mistake, please ignore it. But she does make her name very clear and well known publicly.
So she keeps slipping the name after she said, I don't want her name out there. I'm not like her. But then she gets the little digs in.
So I turned on my camera for safety, and shortly after that, Lori and Sarah came up to my dinner table confronting me. Janice continued to film the confrontation from outside the restaurant. The waiter came over as Lori walked away while Sarah continued her confrontation. And again, the cease and desist has nothing to do with them.
And Angie, I don't disagree with you that the judge agreed that the stalking was happening. That's why she got the temporary.
At all. Interestingly enough, in Lindsay's declaration to this response, she said that she believed the cease and desist was given to her because I was friends with the stalkers. It's very confusing that because Lindsay was friends with the stalker, it's very confusing to me. The cease and desist has nothing to do with any of them. I've received cease and desist from Hidden True Crime, by the way. I want you to know that. Like, I get them and I go, okay, check. I received one a few months ago from a family of a case I've been talking about. They asked me to stop talking about something in particular. I was like, okay, I've stopped. Anyway, this is a really big deal. I kept saying, what did I do? What did I do? And they're like, you sent our friend to cease and desist. I still don't know what I've done. I just know that I can't go to trials in peace and that I'm getting threats about my livelihood and that allegedly journalists and the true crime community hate me and they know what I've done. I don't know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done.
Wait, people hate me? What? Hold on.
Threats about my livelihood and that allegedly journalists, I kept saying, what did I do? What did I do? And they're like, you sent our friend to cease and desist. I still don't know what I've done. I just know that I can't go to trials in peace and that I'm getting threats about my livelihood and that allegedly journalists and the true crime community hate me and they.
You're getting threats about your livelihood and journalists in the true crime community hate her. These are hurt fifis. This is hurt fifis.
I know what I've done. I don't know what I've done.
It doesn't matter if you did anything. They have the right to not fucking like you. It doesn't matter if you did anything. You could have not done anything. They don't have to like you. Oh my God. Do you know how many people hate me? Do you know how many fucking bad comments I get? Oh my God. I couldn't even tell you. That's why I don't read them. Don't ever read your clippings, Lauren. They should have taught you that in journalist school.
I still don't know what I've done.
You don't ever read your own clippings.
There's her name again, but the stalker's declaration states I've tried to hurt people's businesses. She's seen evidence of that. Doesn't post any evidence. I haven't. All right. So, after, I want to point out one other thing that's said in there. It's really important, and we'll play it again later, but I want to point out this really important thing. Lori states in that video, stop acting like nothing is wrong. Stop acting like nothing is wrong. And I say that because later on, in other places, including the declarations, they claim that I'm harassing them. Yet I'm sitting there saying, don't give them air. Gray rock them. Don't talk about this. You've never seen me do a live. You guys had no idea this was even happening, did you? And they're even saying, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I haven't done anything. Like, I think that's really telling. I haven't done anything. They're like almost angry that I haven't reacted at all, that I'm living my life, that I won't do anything. So, do we want to show how the stalker, well, let's see. Okay. After leaving, okay, no, this is important. So the waiter comes over and Lori walks away while Sarah continues her confrontation. After they leave the restaurant, where it turns out we were all eating, unbeknownst to us, we never went inside the restaurant. We never saw that they were there. After leaving the restaurant, they walked to the restaurant across the street. And sat there. What it seemed like was them waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. And I was very uncomfortable because of all the consistent confrontations from this group.
She was uncomfortable. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. She went in and ate with her group. They were waiting outside for her to get done so they could go in and eat. And she was uncomfortable with that. Would she have preferred that they sat at the table next to her? I'm confused.
Across the street.
See, I think some people get too big for their britches, and they think rules for me, but not, or rules for thee, but not for me.
And sat there. What it seemed like was them waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. And I was very uncomfortable because of all the consistent confrontations from this group. I was worried why they were sitting across the street. Were they waiting for me to get up? Were they going to film us again? I was very concerned about Grayson. She was very upset. Grayson is young. I'm very maternal with Grayson. We called John. We told him what happened. He goes, you know what? Why don't you just call police to escort you to your vehicle? And that's what I did. As they were leaving the restaurant, they walked across the street, and both myself, we were in fear for our safety. And eventually we called the police to help escort us to our vehicle. That is why I called the police. And then I have, it says, exhibit.
So the cops were called after this restaurant video?
Waiting. What? Oh, Ms. Charles says, I'm not trying to be funny, but Lauren, you need to try more profanity. Bullies choke on their own. I assume you meant receipts, not recipes. I know, right? It's so funny. Well, you guys heard me at the beginning. Yeah. So I think actually, honestly, okay, I'll stop there.
Just want to explain what happened. Here's Grayson. I had to sit in here because this is where it is.
Let me slow it down. Hold on. Because I think that's already fast. Here we go.
And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
They're right there.
Do you hear that? I feel threatened. I totally felt threatened. And then they call the cops and waste the cops' fucking time. Oh my God. Too big for the britches. I promise you guys, if I ever reach 300K, I will not change. I will always be me.
And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
They're right there. We flirted them.
And now, here they all are, sitting across at a different restaurant, getting groceries. It's Lindsay, and it's Lori, and they're looking. And I feel like we can't leave, and now we feel threatened. And one thing they said, we've been very drama-free all afternoon. We work the same.
Drama-free. Hear that? We've been pretty drama-free. Yeah, I think she's hurting her case right now. I mean, this whole I feel threatened is odd statements to make about this. This is really wild.
Trial, and one thing they said as they approached our table is stop acting like nothing's wrong. We're just trying to be professional while we cover trials together. That's our waiter, and we asked him to get rid of them.
Now they're involving the fucking waiter like he doesn't have enough going on. Oh my God. I cannot. There's too many people involved in this. I sound like a bully. Well, then I guess, Virgo, you think I'm a bully. I'm a realist. I'm a fucking realist. This chick did not need a police escort. They weren't threatening to do anything. They were sitting there eating fucking lunch. Come on.
And we now feel like we can't leave.
We feel like we can't leave because they're sitting down eating.
And they're all sitting and I'm looking side eye. I don't want to look over because they're like waiting for us. And so I'm not leaving.
You have.
So
they were waiting for them.
So we're going to wait for the other stuff with your declaration, right? Hmm. Yeah, let's play it now.
Well, I'm assuming these are her exhibits, B. Tim. This is what she was going to present at her hearing. Yeah, Virgo, that's it. You pegged it. I think she's calling them exhibits. Did she say that? You have your declaration?
Let's play with your declaration, right? We're going to wait for the other stuff with your declaration, right?
Your declaration?
Hmm. Yeah, let's play it now. Let's play it now.
Let's play
Let's
it.
play it now. So
Let's do
there's
it.
another thing we're going to save it for Grayson's declaration because she talks about this, but this is the same moment. This is how you know how Grayson filmed me sort of during a really traumatic moment. I was just trying to collect evidence, and Grayson was really upset at this moment. Us like just seeing the writing on the wall, like we can't even go to trials anymore. Like what is going on? And so I recorded this moment. If you have it, and you're gonna play it.
Poor people get murdered. Like you don't respond. Literally, poor people get murdered.
Wait a minute. She's crying. Who's this girl? Why is this girl crying? Is this to prove they were scared?
This moment. If you have it, and you're gonna play it.
Poor people get murdered. Like you don't respond. Literally, poor people get murdered. Like you don't respond. Where are they?
This is the producer? You're kidding. What? What? I think she's mixing RO with defamation litigation. Thank you for 4 months, B. Tim. What?
They're literally across the street. Like you don't respond. Literally, poor people get murdered.
I think they need to lay off the true crime, dude. This is a bit much.
Like you don't respond. Where are they? They're literally across the street from us, waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left.
Someone said it's reality without the wig.
And the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay, which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting. What? Like, what's next? Do they physically assault me? Because I don't respond to them?
Right.
So
I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing any.
They're totally recording this to, I don't know. I don't know. This is weird. This is weird.
And I'm telling you to leave
This
me
is like a reality show.
alone. Like I'm not even like doing anything. It'd be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay away. All they do, everyone in public, is film me.
No, I know. They film you over. We just do our work. We just do our work.
What? Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. We see this.
I'm not buying this performance. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not buying the performance.
Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. We see this.
She looks like she's fucking laughing. We're in this. We see this. Okay, just because you're in true crime doesn't mean you're going to get murdered on. It doesn't mean you're going to get murdered. Just because you cover murders, you might need a little break or to lay off the martinis. I think you had a few martinis. She puts her sweater over her face.
The filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. We see this.
I can't say I haven't been in that state of mind before, but I never recorded myself in that state of mind. I never recorded myself in that state of mind, but Potato can vouch that I've been there. Girl, I've been there, Grayson. I ain't ragging on Grayson. I fucking been there. Girl, it was like 4 years ago. My ass was right there, but I didn't do it in a video. Wow.
by the way, Grayson originally said, please, please, please do not ever show those videos. But because I showed the one at the beginning of this live, she decided to take one for the team and let me show that. So thank you, Grayson.
Oh my God, I cannot.
So one other question. Well, we'll get to it.
Guess what, Mama Mia? It's America. I can laugh at whatever the fuck I want to laugh at. Don't you hate us Americans, Mamma Mia? Are we pompous, arrogant assholes? We are, aren't we? But we have the right to laugh at what we want to laugh at. Thank you, Full Deck. You're killing me, Jay. Thank you, Full Deck 52.
Later, the stalker does
Do you want me to sit here and cry? Oh my God. I can't believe this is happening right now. Oh, really? You want me to not be myself?
TikTok tying herself to this event despite not being here in Boise. We'll get to that in a little bit. After hearing about everything, Susie, I called dispatch 911. I called dispatch. I used to be a reporter in Boise too, by the way. I know how it works. And I said, hey, it's just weird. I'm just nervous. We're just looking for an escort to our vehicle. And as we walked, and I have the whole thing recorded with Officer Jacobs, because I actually say that respectfully. I say, hey, I know you have body cam footage. Can I also record from my end? And he says, absolutely. So I have the whole entire encounter with Officer Jacobs. Don't worry, we won't play it here. We have so much to go over. But after,
well, I want to see it. Shit, you on for 9 hours. I want to see the interaction with the officer.
Hearing about everything, Officer Jacob called the on-call prosecutor and took a report for stalking. And I have the stalking number here. And I point out in this declaration that the report will reflect that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening, because they all said on their end that, we knew, we must have known they were eating inside, that we picked this restaurant on purpose, that we sat by the exit. Actually, no, Lindsay walked directly out. They actually had to turn out of the exit to see, they didn't need to wait. The door was actually on the other side, and they certainly didn't need to come to our table. Some of the group did not. And that Janice was filming outside. So it was, but
and is it professional journalism to have martinis in the middle of a court trial? I mean, I'm asking for a friend. News show suggestion for you. Thank you, Brianna. The real drama wives of YouTube. For real. This is wild. This is her evidence she was going to present in front of Law and Crime, and then withdrew it.
We had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening. The waiter explained to us and the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. However, after that incident, my stalker made a social media video about the incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay, my ex-producer, who did indeed receive a cease and desist from me months earlier. And in that video, posted on August 8th, my stalker used an audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th.
Is she? Is she? Thank you for your super chat. She said, I'm laying upside down, hanging off my bed to get blood flow back to my brain.
2025. Thank you, Difficult Research, for being here.
Lauren.
I love you, Krisha. Thank you.
Day by day, I like Lauren better than Missy, for sure. I didn't even have to think about that one. But I mean, if you want to be a professional journalist, you're not having martinis and all this stuff.
The exhibit is Exhibit 17. Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend A cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A, of which
this is such online drama. Friend A
her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose your own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit. A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you. Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, oh, she can fight her own battles. Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims.
I'm sorry. This shit sounds just like the shit we see over here. It really does. We're almost 3 hours in.
So you're making others fight her battle. Okay? Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming
thank you, Phantom.
My friends were stalking her. Even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours had been at that restaurant first. It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged.
Beautiful while broken. I don't know what Brian Etten does, but he certainly doesn't go live with empty martini glasses all over the table. Never seen it. Never seen it. You show me a picture or a video where Brian Etten is drinking during lunchtime at a local pub or bar. They serve food too. I need to see proof that Brian Etten drinks on breaks. I've never seen him drink, ever.
The sex friend is.
So in other words, the stalker ties herself to a group bullying campaign Whether or not she was in town, she is letting me know that the reason they are doing this is because I sent their friend who was employed by me. I paid a lot of money to a cease and desist for something that has nothing to do with them, and that they're now going to, I guess, harass me and that I deserve it. I don't know. We called the police for an escort to our vehicle, and rightfully so. And again, the fact they said stop acting like nothing's wrong. I don't. And thank you to the person who said stop saying I don't know what it is. Start saying I did nothing. I have not done anything. Thank you for correcting me on that. When stalking happens, you start to doubt yourself. Trust me. I sat in tears going, what have I done? And like, am I missing something? Nobody has ever been able to clarify. I think I said, what did I do to them? Like, I haven't done anything because I have not done anything. I have not done anything.
Denise, did she go to her home, like somewhere private, or was it all public places?
On July 29th, 2025, this is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18. On July 29th, 2025, my stalker also posted another video of my voice. And this is interesting, actually. I was caught on a hot mic in Long Crime. What was it after?
She was caught on a hot mic? Really? Oh, I want to hear this.
It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I didn't even think there was a hot mic. I leave it to me, not even thinking of hot mics. What I said was okay. In fact, I remember thinking after, I'm like, oh, well, I'm good. I'm safe.
Hey, fly on your wall. Why don't you come back, ask that same question in a different way?
Grayson is the one that you hear in the background going hot mic. And until the moment she said hot mic, it didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh, okay.
Sounds like she made a mistake. But this is someone else's fault that you had a hot mic? Okay. Are we going to blame the town next?
This is her TikTok. We'll watch the unedited version, the authentic version after. But here is on August 6th, my stalker publishing a video with photos. Oh, no. Take that back. On July 20th, this is my stalker posting another video of my voice, which is this hot mic, unedited.
I noticed she likes you. She came over. And she didn't give me the after. And she said, thank you for being so kind. Yeah, and then she was very open to
unedited.
I noticed she likes you. She came over. And she didn't give me the after. And she said, thank you for being so kind. Yeah, and then she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
Yeah, in a second, let me just share what this is. So that was confusing. That was, my stalker makes sure she's the face of every post. So you didn't see the video of the hot mic moment. That was my stalker that we blurred.
Hi, Kalina. Your name is so pretty. No, for real, girl. It's good to see you.
She puts the quotes of what's going on, redacts it. It's very confusing. She calls it weaponized kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Jo. Thank you. So she calls this weaponized kindness. And that was it. That's what she said. She did edit it. We're going to watch the original hot mic on Long Crime. It was after the Lori Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, someone, I'll just set the stage. Someone who was a trial goer, a kind girl, who I quite like. I won't say her name. She's really sweet in trial. She was sweet to everyone. And I noticed that she was actually across the room talking to Summer Shiflett, who is Lori Daybell's sister. I actually thought it was really sweet that they were talking. I noticed that from the back row where the media sat. It's a good view of everyone from the back row. And I also know, full disclosure, that Summer does not care for me. And I actually really respect.
This is Lori Daybell's sister. Summer doesn't like her. So is this more hurt fifis?
Respect that and understand. In order to be a journalist in this case, not everyone is going to like the things that I have to say when evidence appears. I also, at the same time, because I'm capable of this, I have so much empathy for Summer Shiflett, Lori's sister, so much. I wept as I listened to her talk to Lori on recordings in the courthouse. I feel bad for Summer Shiflett. I believe that her sister manipulated her. And I cannot imagine. Look what I'm doing. I'm doing an entire live. I've been going live for almost 3 hours about what I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through. So I have a lot of empathy for her. I've also had to speak some really uncomfortable truths and talk about things she does not like. And I know that Summer does not like me, and I fully respect that. Not everyone needs to like me. Not everyone is going to like me. Understandably, not just respect.
I think she really needs to really think about what she just said and, let that sink in.
I understand why she wouldn't. So that sets the stage for this hot mic moment on Law and Crime.
Well, that's what someone else asked, Trip. Like, can she call her stalker if she dropped the RO?
Details on that phone call.
Yes, I will. I'll text it to you. It's just like Amazon. Here, can you see it? Can I show you? We're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. So we're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. I
noticed she likes you. She
Her
came
and I
over.
talked a lot. And she even came.
So Summer doesn't like Lauren, but this girl here got information from Summer. So what the fuck? Who cares? Now we got fucking Lori Daybell's sister involved?
I got a lot today from Summer.
I noticed she likes you. She
Her
came
and I
over.
talked a lot. And she even came to me after and she said, thank you for being so kind to me. And then,
Yeah,
and
I noticed
she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
Yeah.
I got a lot, but we're leaving. So she said she'll call me. So.
Okay.
Okay, this is typical, creators trying to get information.
Yeah. You too.
I'm always team Henry Crime.
We're gonna give you a hand.
Okay.
Well, I'm not a podcaster. I don't continue.
No, I know, but I just want you
I
to
could be nice to her today.
I'm telling you.
Miss Fletcher, I'm just failing to see where the trauma's coming from. I mean, we're only 3 hours in. I'm open-minded, but walking through it as I go, and I'm not seeing it because all these things have happened to me, and I've managed to trek on. You can't let your feelings get hurt.
No, I have so much empathy for Summer.
Because to me, this isn't about Law and Crime. This is her evidence that she was going to put in front of a judge, and I'm just taking it all in. We're 3 hours in.
I love Summer. She's incredible. Are you going?
So before I ever knew there was a hot mic there, I said, I have empathy for her. That was the moment.
No, these are her exhibits. These little clips we're seeing and shit.
That my stalker decided to delete. I think it's also becoming very clear that I have done nothing wrong. I have done nothing wrong. They are looking for anything that I have possibly done, and they find a hot mic moment of me where I still don't do anything wrong, and they edit it to call it weaponized kindness. It's just fascinating. It's a fascinating thing to watch. I'm like, I'm good. On August 6th, this is when things got serious. On August 6th, this has been going on for how many months now? 3 months? Like every other day? People reaching out, by the way, when you say just don't get on, people are reaching out. They're letting me know. They're seeing these TikToks. They're sending them to me. I did delete TikTok on my phone. I said, don't tell me anymore. People were sending them. People were telling me. And then all of a sudden I realized I have to collect evidence. So I was watching them. And every other day there was a new TikTok. It was incredible. There are so many. And then, so we're not even touching the surface here. On August 6th, though, things took a new turn for me. I kept ignoring it. That's what I do. Just ignore it. Nothing's wrong. Just do what we do best at Hidden True Crime, make good art. We've done nothing wrong. We're good people. We just keep doing what we do and make good art. That's what we say at Hidden True Crime, make good art, meaning we are quality over quantity. We care. Keep going. Keep moving. But on August 6th, 2025, my stalker published a video with photos of my husband's website.
Okay, WNC, this isn't everywhere she goes, her stalker's there. She went to a trial in a restaurant near the trial where a lot of trial goers went. That's not following her everywhere. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Talking about my husband.
Things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred.
August 6th, 2025, my stalker published a video with photos of my husband's website talking about my husband.
Things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's.
Maybe pause it. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning of that. Yeah, let me finish. There was more. My husband, John, you guys know him as my co-host, is a clinical and forensic psychologist. He's licensed in both Utah and Nevada.
Okay, I've heard that there's some discrepancies in his credentials. I don't know. I haven't looked him up. Whatever.
My stalker in this video questioned his credentials and spoke about calling UNLV, where my husband is an adjunct professor. So now we're calling my professional contacts and journalists, and now reaching out to anyone that gives me a platform, making people nervous about, platforming me. And now we're calling my husband's workplace association, because it's actually even more incredible than my husband being an adjunct professor, and he has been there for well over a decade. He does it voluntary. At this moment, he is supervising a doctorate student, which is what adjunct professors do in the clinical psychology department. He does this voluntary because he cares about education and the.
Wait, what? Wait. So she's kind of backing down on that he's a professor?
Professors do in the clinical psychology department. He does this voluntary because he cares about education and the psychology field. He knows he has so much to offer, and students every year are so grateful to have been supervised by my adjunct professor husband, who does this out of the goodness of his altruistic heart. And so my husband, John, and yes, he has a PhD in psychology. And you guys are going to love this. We're going to just say this before because it's so funny. So most people know what a PhD is. My stalker does not. So let's make it very clear here. A PhD is a doctorate of philosophy.
A doctorate of philosophy? What?
The subject you choose. So anyone with a PhD has a doctorate of philosophy in. So my husband has a doctorate of philosophy in psychology. These people are digging so hard because my husband has such a limited profile online. When I was dating him, I couldn't find anything. He's so private. They dug up his commencement program to try to find anything wrong. These people are desperate to find something wrong about now, not just me, but my husband, my sweet husband, who never wanted to be on YouTube and is now taking a back seat. And now you know why. So let's listen to this.
One of the things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's credentials. She claims that he is a criminal psychologist, a forensic psychologist, and a clinical psychologist. He has a psychology license.
I need more water.
I found that. That's a fact. She also claims he's been an adjunct professor at UNLV since 2007.
Look, I don't like people being deceitful. If you're a legit person, you don't have to curtail and use word salad. See, this is fucked up. Because
this involves other people and I'm trying to figure out what's fact versus fiction, I decide to call up UNLV and see if Dr. So-and-so has been an adjunct professor since 2007. No, you have no records at all working for UNLV?
Unbelievable.
No. Okay. Well,
how can you trust someone? How can you trust the information?
Find a paper online that shows that he's willing to supervise PhD students doing their thesis project. My question is the man who got his PhD...
Benny Long, can you prove that? A criminal psychologist? I don't know. Seems to me if you have to explain it, it's a little messy. You shouldn't have to explain.
In philosophy, not psychology, philosophy, got his master's degree in marriage and family and child counseling. That does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology or able to supervise doctorates in psychology when he has his doctorate in...
I don't trust either of them, detective. I don't trust either of them. I'm just taking it all in.
Philosophy.
I did have to giggle by someone that said, "Oh my gosh, she's an idiot." But you said it, not me. The best part about it is that she claims that she looked to see if he had his license, and she found out that he did. And she found out that she found information about him supervising students on the UNLV website. She still wasn't satisfied. She called UNLV. And when they said to her that they didn't have him in their, because again, it's voluntary in their employment, this is what you call lack of evidence. This is what you call a conspiracy theorist. This is what you call confirmation bias. Despite all of the evidence showing he is who he is, she takes that one thing and decides it's a lie. And she actually titled that TikTok "Exposing a Lie," saying that we are lying about who we are. This is defamatory. September, so we had to get this for court, the court that we could never do because they were going to live stream my family's pain. Oh, yeah. And in her declaration, Grayson reminds me, not only is this defamation, in her declaration, in response to my civil stock injunction, she actually doubles down and says he is not an adjunct professor. He is not. She is so convinced that we are evil and that we are dark and that I have done something terrible, even though she has not shown a single thing on her TikTok that I've ever done that I am ashamed of or true. Or even this is, she has doubled down. So September 20th, 2025, we had to make this for court. To whom it may concern, my name is Dr. Michelle Paul, and I am currently the Assistant Vice President of Mental and Behavioral Health and Executive Director of UNLV Practice Institute of Mental and Behavioral Health. In addition, in service of its mission to address Nevada's mental health crisis, UNLV Practice houses an interdisciplinary training clinic that offers services to campus and community members. Previously, I served the UNLV Clinical Psychology PhD program as a community clinical training sites. During my tenure as the ADCT, I became aware of Dr. John Mathias and his interest in developing a practicum site for the university.
I thought that he was in criminal psychology,
where he worked at Family and Child Treatment FACT as a clinical director. I interviewed Dr. Mathias on and or about 2007, and he agreed to begin accepting, supervising, and mentoring advanced level doctoral students into the newly developed practicum placement at FACT around that same time. As a consequence of his service to the community and is typical of psychologists overseeing advanced practicum placements in collaboration with the clinical psychology PhD program at UNLV, I recommended him and he was conferred the title of Adjunct Assistant Professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts on or about 2012. This recommendation was made after several years of committed service to our doctoral students, the university, and the community. It is worth pointing out that his position of Adjunct Assistant Professor of Psychology was considered a volunteer position, which is consistent with UNLV policy for adjunct professors in the community. This is what he is. That's what an adjunct professor is. And although I left my position as a director of training in 2023, I'm aware that Dr. Mathias has continued to supervise advanced doctoral level students as recently as this semester.
He works with children of SA. Oh my God, just stop.
Under the supervision of that doctor, whose last name I don't want to butcher, the current associate director of training for the PhD program. Because of his recent and ongoing professional relationship with UNLV's clinical psychology PhD program as an active and valuable.
It might be cis, but you have to meet other factors, right? Which is where she's touching on the mental anguish and all of those things, the panic attacks, things like that. Loss of income, her, livelihood. If he doesn't work with SA, I don't know why you would say you did.
A clinical supervisor mentor, he would remain eligible for continued recognition as an adjunct assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts at UNLV for the academic year 2025 through 2026. And by the way, can I say something too? I just want to point something out. Wait, am I there? Can people hear me? Okay. At any point, some of you are saying, why are you only telling me now? Because I am not who she is. I do have a platform. She doesn't. She's not a true crime creator. I do. I have a platform. I've got hidden gems. I realize that at any moment I could have come on here and blasted her TikTok and assume that many of you would feel the same way I do. I didn't. And I'm still not. And I'm only moving forward because I am scared for my family's safety and I can't get help. And I just had to pull my civil stalking injunction. I am not who she says I am. I am not. I don't want to hurt people. Let's go on. That changed things for me, by the way. That really, really changed things for me because you know what? I have a thicker skin. I chose to be a broadcast reporter and have people criticize me. I choose to manage my family business YouTube account, which is oftentimes not kind, and I can handle it. But when you're going after my husband and his life work,
wait a minute. Her son was going to testify. Is that true? Her son was going to testify about all this stuff? He's 8?
Started to take a turn for me. I knew I needed help because they were never going to stop. And by the way, we're not showing you all the TikToks. Every other day, guys. Every other day, TikToks about me and our business. Hidden true lies is what they call me. Never showing anything substantial, just tormenting me, mocking me, criticizing me. And what this is, it's coercive control and intimidation. That's exactly what this is. That is what this is. You can say whatever it is. This is a TikTok every other day, every few days, trying to expose me of something I've never done, trying to hurt me, trying to burn. This is the quote. We're gonna get to it. My faults, burn her fucking false kingdom to the ground every other day is painful. But I just kept going on, not doing a thing until this, and things changed for me. Because now it's escalating. Months later, it's escalating. They're now now they're including my husband. He definitely didn't do anything.
She just said they. Now they are including her husband. But you're only trying to get an RO on one person. Who's they? You got hidden gems, I got cooters. Yep.
Including my husband. He definitely didn't do anything. On July 29th, we did that one. Thank God, goodness, because we got to hurry. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April. Already told you guys about this correspondence. Nothing's wrong with it. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April in which I clearly stated I felt threatened. Once again, showing no regard for myself or my safety. And you can share this if you want. Oh, sorry. Example 20, text TikTok. These are texts I'm not ashamed of.
The fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have their receipts because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the Nevada law?
What? I was just doing some searching because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to do my own say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I did do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know.
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
So there you go.
I know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal.
Oh my God, I was muted that whole freaking time. Son of a bitch. I read all of this.
Here's the deal.
Did Lauren write this? Did Lauren write this? I just read this whole thing. My dog was barking, so I muted, and I totally forgot because I usually don't mute. I did. So did Lauren write this? That's what I'm thinking. So Lauren writes to her stalker in April. Everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you before, I gave you a chance. I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought, but the truth is I'd defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust, even if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. But I was so wrong. But know that no matter where our paths leave in life, I love ILK forever, defend and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart. Something if you ever needed me. This is someone she didn't barely know. She's telling her she loves her. Then she says,
and then that night, out of nowhere, boom.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
accused of had a
Hold on.
So there you go, continuing showing what I've done. A fastest.
boom. It started in the morning after I confronted.
So the first one is, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions.
Her about all of her lies.
So she says she doesn't really know this girl, but she told her she loved her. This is weird.
Of apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
So there you go, continuing showing what I've done. A fastest friendship crash ever. You guys, I'm not ashamed of that text. Okay. And by the way, the police officer.
Yeah, but she said she doesn't really know her stalker that well.
Made sure to state the laws in his police report that he didn't answer to her on the phone. After that date, August 13th, she has continued posting more social media videos about me. Presently, she has posted over 50 TikToks and 33 Instagram posts about me. She continues to share my voice, my photos, and she uses search engine optimization on these platforms using a hashtag, Laura Mathias. So if you look at my name, her videos come up. Her group of friends.
There we go with the hashtags. There we go with the hashtags again. We found out with Bullhorn Betty and Chris Proudfoot that the judge said hashtags are not harassing.
Continue to comment and harass. Not only has she contacted UNLV, where my husband supervises students as is an adjunct professor, as well as John DeLynn, whose email you saw. She's also, or made sure that somebody contacted John DeLynn. She's also contacted the producer, and I learned this directly from the producer of a national news show, advising them not to work with me or other colleagues of mine. She is calling torturous interference. She is calling my professional contacts. And I have heard, thank you to the ones that have come forward. To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know. Please. Please. I've been canceled on a few shows. It's okay. Life moves on. So she has contacted the producer of a national news show, advising them not to work with me. She's called other colleagues of mine. And she has also approached victims of major crimes that I work for to tell them that I am not who I say I am. And those victims have told me so. Not all of them, some of them. She has become entirely obsessed with me, doing anything she can to make me feel unsafe and fearful. Again, coercive control, as well as intimidation. She has done the same now with my family and producer. My producer is so fearful that she had to see a psychiatrist to get on medication for anxiety, as well as medication to simply be able to sleep at night. My husband's blood pressure is far higher than ever, and doctors are concerned about his health. He is not sleeping due to fear and anxiety as well. And we do have an exhibit of that. I don't know if we have it. So many exhibits.
Thank you, Three Sides.
Yeah, so while she gets that exhibit.
So many exhibits. We're 3 hours and 15 minutes in. I don't know you, but I love you. Laughing my fucking ass off. This is better than all my children. I miss that soap. Me too. I don't know any of these peeps. This is so extra. I can't imagine if you never have seen her coming into this. You'd be like, what the fuck? Thank you for your support.
Bit of my husband's help. I'll keep going.
Now it's her husband's health. Come on. We've all seen, I mean, I don't know what his health problems are, but the guy didn't actually look in good health before. I'm not trying to be mean. Are you talking about mental health or physical?
Live in constant fear about being followed and harassed, both at home or when I go to work in other states, as well as.
No, this is her husband.
Yeah, so while she gets that exhibit of my husband's help, I'll keep going. I live in constant fear about being followed and harassed, both at home or when I go to work in other states, as well as online.
I cannot function in my day-to-day life due to her obsessive campaign against me and how it is affecting my mental and physical well-being. My stalker uses herself, as well as others, to continue, and I will say in long crime, clearly too, to continue to harass and stalk me daily. The attacks are unrelenting and she will not stop. I fear for our safety and our well-being. This is a text from my husband. I can't sleep. This is from Dr. John to me.
These people aren't stupid. I'll give them that. 2:30 in the morning. Oh boy. Oh, it's getting deep. I feel a huge lawsuit. And we will be there for every moment.
I can't sleep. My heart is racing. I'm a mess. I don't think I can do the meeting tomorrow. I'm probably in no condition or mood to film the next week either. This shit is a life destroyer. I hope I don't have a heart attack over all this bullshit because I can't calm down at all. None of this is good news. I feel like we were back to square one where we started. I will try to go back to sleep if I can, but it seems unlikely at the moment. I hope you can get some rest or are resting.
What? What?
I will never forgive these people if something happens to him.
How is it affecting her from earning a living? I don't know. I mean,
he did go to the doctor and they can't get his blood pressure down. I love him so much. He's my soulmate if anything happens to him. Every day, it feels like the walls are closing in and there is no escape from these terrifying and obsessive, unrelenting attacks on us, our reputation, and our work. I feel threatened and in danger 24/7.
This is nuts.
I cannot continue to live in fear every single day, wondering what will happen next. The stress of this has already caused many dangerous health side effects for my husband and for myself and my family and my producer. It's positively malicious, as I have already described in painful but important detail. I am fearful of how far she will continue to take things if the court does not step in and help me and us. I need the social media attacks and cyber stalking to stop. She has contacted people I work with, harming relationships with no basis. I need to be able to show up to work and work events without being fearful of my safety and confrontations. I need to be able to function day to day and not wonder what is coming next and how she will harm me and those I care about. Signed, August 27th, 2025. That stalking injunction, temporary stalking injunction was approved. It took a very long time. Usually that happens in days. It happened. And I don't know if we don't need to read that, but it was over CrimeCon. And she was not supposed to attend CrimeCon, where I was going for work. And where I was attending the Clue Awards to celebrate the Delphi victims getting a Crime Fighter Award. I wanted to feel...
Oh my God.
Safe. I wanted to feel peace. I wanted Grayson to feel safe and to feel peace.
Her producer's like 22. This is killing Beach. She is raging in her squeaky chair that Lauren has dared to challenge her crown. Chaos coming. Thank you for your super chat, Gold Dust. I appreciate your thoughts. I was catching up. Thank you, Three Sides. Someone said take a drink every time she says my talker. I'm fucking wasted.
And I wanted the post to stop. And so she was supposed to stop the post and not attend CrimeCon. And she violated the moment she was served. She violated it multiple times. That is scary to me. So I will keep going. I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated, so this is a new declaration, the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I'm over the age of 18. I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. Since being served with a civil stalking injunction, the respondent has repeatedly violated its terms. These ongoing violations have heightened my fear and concerns for the safety of both myself and my family. The respondent's actions demonstrate a clear disregard for this court's order and a deliberate intent to continue targeting, stalking, and harassing me even while an active injunction remains in effect. After the court granted the injunction on September 4th, law enforcement officers proceeded to the respondent's residence to serve her with the order. Although the respondent was not present, her husband accepted service on her behalf and confirmed that he would inform her of it. Accordingly, she was considered properly served in the state of Utah. Later that same evening, the respondent published posts on both TikTok and Instagram using public accounts she has previously created for the purpose of targeting me the many past months, which is in direct violation of the civil stalking injunction that states not to post on TikTok or Instagram. Links to those accounts are here, and I have links in my declaration of both accounts that she has. In one video, after receiving her stalking injunction, she's saying the lyrics stating, quote, "Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and then you got caught. Whoops, you messed up, now you're crying about what you lost," end quote. This is not the first time that she has used that particular audio in reference to me, and it feels threatening. What does she intend that I lose? In addition, a friend of hers commented on the post, who happens to be, and the friend happens to be the ex-contractor of mine. And that ex-contractor says, quote, "Time to tell the real story," end quote. To which the respondent replied, "As you wish." And we have that exhibit if you want it. And on the evening of September 4th, tell me when you have it. Oh, the video? Okay. Okay. And on the video evening of September 4th, I was informed that the respondent was present at the same hotel in Aurora, Colorado, where I was staying. The following morning, September 5th, my producer Grayson and I met with officers from the Aurora Police Department to provide them with a copy of the injunction and to request their insistence in assuring the respondent's removal from CrimeCon, as her attendance was prohibited under the terms of the order for my safety. I was further informed by CrimeCon security that upon her arrival in Colorado, the respondent approached the head of CrimeCon security and stated that she was aware that she had been served with a civil stalking injunction through her husband, yet she nevertheless intended to attend CrimeCon despite the injunction barring.
Oh my God. So there was a shit show at CrimeCon?
Her presence. You have that one video? Okay, the whoops video. After she... That to me, thank you, Kresha. That to me is very threatening.
I couldn't even hear it.
Yeah. Okay, the whoops video. After she...
What is she's singing?
That to me, thank you, Kresha. That to me is very threatening after she receives a civil stalking injunction from me. Oops, you messed up. Now you're gonna be crying about what you lost. That's concerning. And as my husband always says, the most dangerous time is after someone receives a, stalking, a restraining order. And this is somebody who's defying it. I'm scared. This is threatening.
No, we're looking at TikTok videos because she didn't want the girl to be able to go to CrimeCon.
And so now she's contacted the head of CrimeCon security to let them know that even though the stalking injunction says she can't attend, she's going to attend anyway. CrimeCon is a professional work event for me, and the respondent and her accomplices have repeatedly jeopardized my safety at multiple work-related events over the past 4 months, which the respondent gloats about on social media. My fear for my personal safety in this situation was extreme. Later that same day, law enforcement officers observed the respondent walking through the CrimeCon Expo in close proximity to where I was located. Officers approached her, provided her with a physical copy of the injunction, and informed her that she was required to leave immediately and would be subject to arrest if she returned. And during this interaction, the respondent acknowledged that she was aware of the order and confirmed that her husband had already sent it to her. Despite this knowledge, she chose to attend CrimeCon in direct violation.
So she didn't get served until she left her house? Her husband got served after she was already at CrimeCon? She was served? What the fuck? I haven't heard that yet, Proud for a Mom, at all.
Of this injunction. This is all heard in police body cam footage in the afternoon of September 5th. And we're going to play that for you here. I am ready.
So she had her husband served and the girl was already at CrimeCon?
Thank you, Kresha. Yeah, give us a second. By the way, we knew this live was going to be long. I think it's going to be longer than we thought it was going to be. And Grayson, you're rocking it. How's your back doing? If you need to take a break and you need me to put on, and we're here for the long haul. Okay.
Do you mind if I CRD real fast?
So glad I feel like that today. Will I get out my snackies? Okay, hold on. 1 sec. Gotta unload.
We're gonna start this over because there's one where they approach her. We're gonna look for it, and yeah, we'll do it after this one. So really quickly, this isn't in order. We have a video for when they approach her, and we don't have the video right now, so we're gonna watch this, and then we'll just go back to.
Wow, that's dirty as fuck. You let her pay for all that? Go to CrimeCon and then she gets served? Wow, that's crazy.
That one.
Maybe I did. Oh yeah. There you go.
All right, ma'am. Do you know what's going on here right now?
I mean, I can make a lot of assumptions, but I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you mind if I get a good phone number for your request?
Yeah, because I called you guys yesterday too.
Did you? Okay.
615. Yes. This one's. This is. Yes. I called you guys yesterday. I had a feeling this was like she was gonna pull this.
Okay. So we just don't want to blindside you, right? We just want to make sure
Yeah.
everybody's on the same page, okay?
No, I mean like to what like I obviously only know like what has happened like at my house.
Okay.
Like with that, but like I don't.
Is that like in Utah or?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Okay. Sorry, can I finish getting in front of you?
Sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
I have yeah, I mean ask me questions. I don't know. You just tell me where to go.
I mean, so
long story short, you're being served with a protective order.
Okay.
So you're not allowed to come within 500 feet of the respondent. You're not allowed to go to the convention. You can stay at the hotel, but you cannot go to the convention or 500 feet.
Question. I've had these tickets booked since last June.
If you violate it, the judge's order, we will arrest you and you have to go to jail. We don't have a choice about that.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking questions. I know you're doing your job. 100%. I'm not crying because, you know, it's just a lot. I play a freak. Okay, so I understand you're doing your job. Can I ask questions?
Yes.
About it?
There's a copy of it for you.
I already have a picture my husband sent me yesterday.
Okay, so she was at CrimeCon. Her husband sent her a picture yesterday. So she was already there. And then she was served at home. Her husband took service. And then she was already there at the hotel, ready to go to CrimeCon. And this happens.
Leave you with a physical copy.
Yeah, just because we have to give, the physical copy to you, that way you have 3 records, and then we have to give one to our record department as well.
Can I fight this here?
No.
This is going to be a Utah-based.
Yeah, so my question is, I've had these tickets since last June. She knew that. She never did. I ended my friendship with her in April. It's the last time I ever spoke to her. I initiated. She's messaged me. I have police reports of her harassing me. I'm going to literally be fighting this. That's not the issue. Is like I've had these since last June. When I ended my friendship, she didn't have tickets here at all. She knew I was coming here. With that said, why am I getting punished when I've had these tickets? I'm sure they can look it up. For much, you know what I mean? I'm sure they can look it up. But this is.
And so I don't know if that's something you can take up with them as far as maybe a reimbursement or however you guys are trying to deal with that.
Yeah.
But that's going to be civil on that side, right? So
No,
we're
for sure.
just delivering the protection order, okay?
Yeah, I'm just asking, do you what can I do? I'm here with my friends. Sorry.
Like I said, they're not kicking you out of the hotel, but
No,
you can't come
that's
to the
fine.
CrimeCon, right? So you can stay at the hotel.
I know,
just as long as you stay away from
Like, my friends were about to go on stage and present, and I can't see that either.
I'm sorry, but that's
No, I know. Wait, so
situation that we're in.
I know it's.
And this looks like, after reading it, it's a no contact order.
Oh, I've never contacted her.
So, but there's other people listed in it that you are not allowed to contact.
I never saw other people.
It's
I
in the,
wouldn't have
on the
even
second
talked
page.
to anybody that like she know like never.
Okay.
But my point is, I've done nothing wrong. I have like her history of her pulling this stuff before with other police reports.
So when you go to court for this, because you're gonna have a court date.
No, it sucks. This is my like.
I understand, and I understand the frustration with it, but what the judge signs off on.
How did he get his signature on something that's not even?
My partner and I can't deviate off this. So if anything's violated in this, from what the judge says,
yeah, no,
we have a legal obligation. We have to enforce it.
Please do, and I'm not asking you not to.
So we'd hate for something like this to happen where you get arrested over
how
this.
this was approved.
I would hire an attorney and have your attorney go through it and we go to.
No, but like, how was this even approved? Because these, like, I have to literally.
It's an application process. It's an application that's done through the judge.
I know, but like,
I'm assuming this is Lauren's footage, since this is Lauren's video, that she got the body cam.
Like, how do I find? Because I might be at CredCon, but
Well,
I'm a rookie, so like, obviously she had to say something to be able to get this signed.
It's an application process that has to go through. You go to court, you apply for it. If the judge deems that it's necessary, the judge will grant it.
Okay.
So whatever she put in the application and whatever evidence she presented, the judge obviously agreed with it and issued it.
Okay.
So you do have a court date for it.
Crime.
It doesn't show it on here. I would reach out to the county and find out when the court date is. And then you can go to court and you can explain everything. And
I know, this is why I came. I came to your office in Aurora yesterday to avoid all this, because literally, like,
the
this
police,
is like me having plans to go.
So she got served the day before. She went to the police to discuss it, and then this happened the next day.
Somewhere, and someone else following me here and then telling me I'm the stalker.
well, I'm sorry that this happened,
Like,
but unfortunately there's nothing we can do.
I know.
And so this is, if you reach out to Utah, this looks like the case number that all the information regarding this protection order is going to be under, okay? I'm going to give you a business card. This is a case number that we're going to write our report under. We're just going to say that this is you, okay? That's why I had to get your ID. Just
I understand. I got it.
identified you and so okay?
I respect what you do. Thank you. I'm not mad at you at all. I'm just.
It's just
I
an
just have
unfortunate-
questions, and like, thank you for answering what you could. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It sucks, but
Fortunately, Utah has great laws, anti-slap laws. We're like, we're on my vacation. We're not anti-slapping on this one. But okay.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Wait. So tell me what. I don't obviously want to go to jail.
Right.
So I can be in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And can I hang out like in the bar with my friends at night?
if as long as it's not the crime.
See, this is why you don't fuck around and file these things unless you are seriously in danger. Not because someone hurt your feelings, not because they got your husband involved, not because your kids overheard you talking about the shit, because you're in danger. Not because this girl was going to be there and you wanted to accept your award. Wah, wah, wah. That's not what this process is for. Stop it.
Convention and you're not within 500 feet of her or the other named parties that are on this.
Look, let me see, because I didn't see.
You know how many women are denied ROs and end up dead? Do a little Google search. Do a Google search on women that are given ROs and still end up dead.
Like the one they said.
It shows these are all the people you're not allowed to come in contact with.
So just a general.
She got a temporary, and then she had to go back and do a hearing, and these are all the exhibits she was going to show. She only had to show minimum, right, for the temporary.
Like blanket statement, she could say anyone is a business.
Said we don't have access to what happened in the Utah courts.
Yeah. I wonder how I go about that.
I would hire legal counsel and
No, yeah, thank you.
go that route. They can get all the stuff that they need and go from there.
Yeah? Okay. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys, that you have to come down here to do this today.
No problem. No problem. I'd rather have you have
I
it.
tried to, like, you know, save you some time yesterday because
She just wanted to see the awards. Someone said she was getting an award and she wanted to receive it. See how misinformation flies?
We'd rather explain it to you. That way you know what you can and can't do instead of accidentally violating it.
Yes.
And then, like I said, even if it's accidentally violated, we still have to arrest you.
No, totally.
And
by all means, I'm open. I like
to be here on vacation and
No.
enjoy what you can, right? So.
Yes. No, I respect what you do. That would be. I don't want to make you guys do that at all.
and that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah. Any questions for me that I could? Okay.
I would just read through it, know what you can and can't do, and just use those as guidelines and don't violate it. Because it's no contact, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit.
I've never even contacted
It's all listed in there.
I know, I've never, like literally not one time ever since ending my friendship with her have I contacted her at all, other than a response to a message she sent me.
If like she reaches out to you by any means, then just try to form some type of documentation where like, hey, I'm not allowed to contact you, don't contact me.
No, I'm not even going to talk to her back.
Don't even reply.
I don't even, no.
What I would do is if you start getting messages from her texting you, stuff like that, report it, get a report number, document it so that so whatever messages are sent or phone calls can be uploaded into digital evidence. That way there's a record of it that she reached out to you, you're not reaching out to her or any of the other people that are in there.
Oh.
Because it's no contact on your end.
No, I'm.
So even if you replied.
I don't even, nothing. I'm not even, no.
Yeah, because even if you reply to her saying, you know, I gave you a temporary protection order and you say, yeah, I know, you just violated it because you responded to her.
That's so true. Okay. That's so.
So you don't want to.
I'm not planning on that.
I'm just telling you so you know.
I'm so glad you do. Keep telling me all the things I need to know. I don't want to accidentally. Golly, heck no.
It's just the crime con from the 5th through the 7th.
How come?
And 500 feet within her, and the internet stuff and phone calls is what I saw in there.
Oh,
but I'd read over it. I just to make sure that you're good with it.
Yes, dude.
She said she dropped it.
I'm ready. She's the one harassing me and gets to pull this. Yeah, I have I've kept like a binder of all of her, even the like Utah law around that, just because I was a little worried. Like my husband said that someone came to the house yesterday, and I was like, well, like looked up Utah law to make sure like I wasn't breaking any laws by being here, and that's why. Anyway, I went to Utah law, and it said it had to be served directly to me. So that's why, and I called an attorney this morning, and she was like, just live your life. Like, essentially, I'm just here, being with my friends. It's just unfortunate, but sorry.
It's okay. Do you have any other questions?
No. Okay. No. I think you answered them.
Okay.
Do you guys have like a phone number I can call if I do think of any? Like.
So.
Yeah.
My contact information is on there as well as my email address.
Okay. Just because I don't know. You know, right now I'm clearly for some reason emotional.
We're working here
What
to.
about makeup?
Well, we're sorry we did that.
No, not you guys. My freaking.
Hello. Thank you, Brianna, for your $10. She was found at least temporarily liable for stalking. If she didn't want to lose her tickets over fuck shit, maybe she shouldn't have pulled any. Judges do not care about convention tickets and rulings. Good point. Brianna, bringing in the common sense.
Body of that praying. Yeah. No, I mean, there was one moment yesterday where I saw her immediately went to security and got behind her. I mean, I got not behind her, behind the security guy, just to say, you don't want to be around that woman.
No, I understand.
So,
and you can also, if the harassment keeps going that way, you could apply for a protective order against her. It's your right as well.
I kind of wanted to do that yesterday too. That's why I was trying to.
Wait a second. Mama Mia, what do you mean her son's information reported by Law and Crime? Why would her son be part of the hearing? That doesn't make sense.
I have the report for that yesterday.
She shouldn't need her son to get an RO on this woman. It should be evidence of what the girl's doing. What does her son have to do with it?
Just because I'm like, dude, I'm all but literally done for harassing me. It's dumb. Not dumb would be dumb that someone else uses the police as a weaponizing police. And I'm just talking out loud. Anyway, okay. So I need to tell my friends. And can I just go? I don't want to be it's kind of embarrassing to be escorted. Can I walk with them, like outside? Like, can I walk with them out?
To the hotel.
To like just the hotel, like my elevator?
We'll go talk to them. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
That way you're not being escorted by us. That's fine.
She'll take pictures of that.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Mr. Luis if he'll do that. Would you be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Oh, would you guys be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room so she's not being escorted by the police? That's her only request. Of course. He'll escort you to the room, to the elevator. That way we're not walking you there. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll catch up with you. Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You guys can decide what you think of that. We do have the body cam footage as well as when the officers informed us that she had officially been served by Colorado officers as well. And I'm going to share that for transparency purposes because also at this
listen, a little 8-year-old cannot testify to mental health. You get a doctor to do that, right? You go to a doctor, a therapist, a psychiatrist. What do you need an 8-year-old for? That doesn't make sense to me at all. If you got to go that far, why would her child's information be put out there? It makes no sense. She would not need to bring her child into this if she was fearing for her life. Like, that's weird. That's just weird.
This crime con, she was seen a lot with Lori Hellis, someone who's recently been making videos of me. Another, I think, past contact that she chose to reach out to of mine. She is someone that used to appear on my channel, like many other people used to appear on my channel. And there have been rumors spreading about what this was about and that I was enjoying this or somehow abusing police powers. I really don't understand it. So for full transparency, we're going to show you the body cam footage of when we were informed that she was served and that she had left and that we might be able to feel relief and enjoy crime con. So here we go.
Good. Are you Miss Lori?
Shit, I was muted. The crime at CrimeCon. Yeah, we have our TikTok.
Did you get a copy of this yet?
Yeah, we provided them to you guys.
Okay, so you already have a copy?
Okay. I'm looking around because I'm nervous.
Hi, sorry. There was somebody walking by that is friends with her, so I just wanted to look down for a second. I apologize.
What? I see why Law and Crime wanted to film this. There's a lot of moving parts.
Okay, so you already have a copy?
Okay. I'm looking around because I'm nervous.
Hi, sorry. There was somebody walking by that is friends with her, so I just wanted to look down for a second. I apologize.
My partner and I, we explained everything to her, what she can and can't do, where she can be and can't be. And we thoroughly explained that if she does violate it, she will be arrested. So,
and she understands.
Yeah, we gave her, it's official, we served her, gave her a copy. I already have the NCIC hit. We just got to call our records and say we served her.
I'm sorry, but that seemed contrived.
Okay.
No, that's not Kresha. That is fucking her producer. That's her 22-year-old producer.
The IC hit, we just gotta call our records and say we served her a copy of it.
Okay.
And then I'll get you a business card. We just got to write a quick little report that we served it, and then you can have it for your records as well.
Thank you, officers or detectives.
Lise, if you could keep me posted if Lauren posts her evidence, I would love to see both sides.
Sorry, I don't know.
No, officers.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not that cool. I'm Vovon.
Vovon?
Yes, ma'am.
And Raymer?
Mhm.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it a lot. You guys have, I was talking to Bobby Joe this morning. I was like, this is the first people that listen to us.
Well, we got information emailed to us the other day.
Yeah.
So we kind of already had a heads up of what was going on. So, but with these, they're not official until you put a copy in somebody's hand.
Right, right. And that's happened now.
So now she has a copy of it. I left it with her. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And real fast, do you mind if I just get your, do you have like an ID if I could take a picture real fast? Just, like I said, just so I can put it in the report.
Absolutely, I understand. Yeah.
And it's a no, it seems like it's a no contact order, so there's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
I mean, she really might be feeling a little paranoid. Now, I'm not gonna be, a weirdo about this, but think about how deep she got into that Daybell shit. Like, I got deep into the Summer Wells stuff, and I wasn't as deep as she was with the players. That I think that she could have heard a lot of things that could have changed her viewpoint on life, really. I mean, it's fucking deep. That whole case was weird, and all those players, and then you've got these girls calling themselves the Seven Gatherers, and all this was very real to her. She met these people. She sat down with these people. I just think that maybe it could have fucked with her a little bit. You know what I mean? She's highly emotional.
No, it seems like it's a no contact order, so there's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
No, you're fine. We appreciate it.
Yeah, she does seem to be getting some pleasure out of watching this based on, her reaction here.
I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference?
Whatever's easier. Probably the driver's license. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and there's Lieutenant. Go grab Lieutenant.
Perfect.
Right, but I'm just saying maybe she really believes what she's saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, it seems a little off to us, but maybe she really believes what she's saying. I don't know.
Put these back to them. And then real fast, if I can just get your phone number. Or the phone number I called works.
The phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called, does that one work for you?
That one works. That's my producer, Grayson Yor. He's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do we want to give him mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias.
Okay.
And it's... Let's put this on the table for someone to see it, but I don't want to. It'll do more. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just going to write up a quick little report that we served to her and then give you guys your copy that you gave us back.
Okay.
And then
she is aware.
And that could be true, PJ. She has spoken out against a lot of those players. And, I don't know, it just probably seemed very real to her. Those kids really died. Alex Cox really died. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think there is, Lindsay. And it's probably a little bit terrifying, but I don't know if it's just misdirected at the wrong people, so to speak. I don't know. We'll see.
That it's no phone contact, like you said. So if there's any messages that are sent, emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there.
It says
Yeah,
on
she's
there.
not allowed to do any of that.
Okay.
She knows no TikTok.
She knows everything. I said
She's
it's
just given a copy,
I
yeah.
said it's a no contact order. I said read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it. You will be arrested if you violate this.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Officers. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
You guys have a good time.
Thank you.
We
Enjoy
feel
the rest of your weekend. Take care.
So there you go. Just want to point out, I was looking down. I was nervous. There was another angle. By the way, Grayson and I were just talking there back and forth. I wanted to play the other angle. Grayson doesn't because it's a repeat, but I think it shows how fearful Grayson was. That was more the angle you could see me. We received 5 body cam in total of a few things. And so those were 2 of them. I want to say thank you to Brandy, who's here. That is Michael Vaughn, or Monkey's mother. Monkey Vaughn is still missing. Her little boy was kidnapped. Thank you. I'm so sorry. And I hope you're feeling better, Brandy.
See, I'm not sure that, victims of crimes should be your testimonials during things like this either. That just brings more emotion. I mean, it's great that Brandy trusts you, but it's just not, I don't know, man.
You've been going through so much, and we hope that you'll be able to see justice. Please, everyone, know that Monkey is still missing. After leaving CrimeCon, the respondent, right after leaving, you heard Grayson that she knows she cannot post on TikTok or Instagram anymore, even though she'd already posted that one. They said, yes, she knows. She knows. So after leaving CrimeCon, the respondent proceeded to publish 2 additional posts on both the TikTok and Instagram accounts that she made to expose me using the same targeted accounts. In the first of these posts, she appeared walking in a field while mouthing along to the audio, stating, quote, "And don't come over here lying on me because I'm going to tell you what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me," end quote. And as with her prior post, the comments were populated by individuals the respondent routinely engages to further her ongoing efforts to target and harass me, many of whom were at the same CrimeCon Expo. And then we have that video. Should I share both of them? You share them back to back? Is that easier? In the second video that she posted after, you can go for it. Here's that video.
Come over here, because I'm gonna tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby. I'm gonna tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me.
Okay. In the second video, the respondent mouthed the lyrics to Eminem's song Worms. The content of the song can reasonably be interpreted as threatening, very threatening. The opening lines of this Eminem song Worms is, quote, "You claim if you get knocked by the cops, you'll give them not even a statement. Walk in the arraignment, shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff," end quote. The portion that the respondent chose to perform states, quote, "Because nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some words. I hope you offended, and drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, but I'm going to make you eat your words." By deliberately selecting and performing these lyrics on the targeted social media accounts, the respondent conveyed a threatening and harassing message directed at me in direct violation of the active injunction. And we'll listen to that.
Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, like I'm gonna make you eat your worms.
I agree, Joe. That is a threat. If you know what that song is, that is a threat. And this is after she has been served a stalking injunction, which is a restraining order that she is breaking. Additionally, later that evening, while I was in the bar area of the hotel, I observed the respondent standing just a few feet away from me, holding a camera. In light of her established pattern of targeting me through photographs, recordings, and videos, her close proximity with a recording device was extremely threatening and placed me in genuine fear for my safety. The respondent only departed after noticing that my producer, Grayson, was on the phone. At that time, Grayson was speaking with an officer from the Aurora Police Department to inform them. This conduct, occurring after she had already been warned by law enforcement earlier that day, as you saw in the body cam footage, demonstrates her intentional disregard of the stalking injunction and her ongoing effort to intimidate and harass me despite the court's order. The officers had reinforced over and over that she was to be 500 feet away from me at all times. And we have an exhibit of these bar photos, 1 and 2. I don't know if I can make, you're just going to show 1? Okay. Yeah, so let's just see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Good enough. Oops, and there I am. Sorry. Goodbye. Okay, so there it is. There she is. I wish you could see it a little bit closer, but she's there holding a camera while we're just sitting at a table comfortably right there.
I later learned that I was very, very afraid, by the way. When you throw out the threats that I'm feeling, the serving of the stalking injunction that day, knowing what the police officers told us, you're good to go, you should be safe. And then that night, there she is with a camera in socks.
Wait, what? Socks? Is she... What's going on? What is happening?
And we'd been there all night. I was like, I don't think I'd ever been more fearful for my safety than in that moment. I was like, what is she going to do next?
Wait a second. Wait. I'm sorry, but if you weren't laughing at the Eminem shit, you ain't got no sense of humor.
Will this ever? Nothing.
This girl has socks on. She's not even facing them. She's facing this way. This is Lauren and her friend right here, okay? And this is the stalker. They're in the hotel, yes. Yes. Yes.
Nothing will stop her. Be safe. And then that night, there she is with a camera in socks. And we the serving of the stalking injunction that day, knowing what the police officers told us, you're good to go, you should be safe. And then that night, there she is with a camera in socks. And we've been there all night. I was like, I don't think I'd ever been more fearful for my safety than in that moment. I was like, what is she going to do next? Will this ever? Nothing. Nothing will stop her. Nothing. I later learned that a friend of mine who was aware of the ongoing threats and stalking had taken photographs of this incident, which is why we have this. And he took multiple. These photos clearly showed that the respondent was standing only a few feet away from me and my producer Grayson, despite an active civil stalking injunction prohibiting such conduct. Her deliberate proximity felt extremely intimidating and was intended to cause me fear and distress. And by the way, maybe I won't read it, but there is also a letter, a signed letter from my friend who took this photo.
I started laughing. I had to get up to get a drink, and I was reading my phone, and someone said, "Who's BJ?" BJ is kind of like Lauren, but she's like the North Carolina hill rat version.
Let's see. I think I might have it right here.
Zodi, I can't. I literally can't. I haven't heard it all. We're only 4 hours in. So I don't know what's going to happen. But right now, I'm still failing to see the actual threats to her life. I put socks on and I'm... Is she? Thank you.
Okay, I think it might be somewhere else. We'll keep going. But thank you to my friend. They wrote and had it officialized, official, explained what time he took it, when he took it, why he took it, that it was unaltered. And if we come across that, I'll read it because I want to read everything here because...
Wait, so your friend was taking pictures of her in her socks for you. So she's not even facing you, but you had someone taking video of her. Okay. Let's play the game. Stalk the stalker.
That's what this live is for. So additionally, then on Sunday, September 7th, at CrimCon, while I was seated in the bar area for lunch, I observed the respondent again being escorted by someone to the restaurant located directly behind me. Once again, she was within less than 500 feet of me in direct violation of the injunction. Her continued proximity placed me in fear for my safety and further demonstrated her disregard for the court order. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates, and you can make it bigger now, maybe, or, yeah, I think you're good. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates who had been with her a lot at CrimCon, Lori Hillis, published a video on her own YouTube channel. In that video, Lori Hillis specifically discusses the civil stalking injunction, something I wanted to keep private for my safety. She uses my name to identify me publicly and to emphasize that I had served this respondent with the order. And again, this also plays into the stalker also reaching out to anyone and everyone
that I have had professional relationships with. She reached out, and then they became close and spoke. So let's pull up this portion of Lori Hellis' video, and let me also clarify that in the stalking injunction, it reads.
Look, I'm not a mental health specialist, Irish Colleen. I'm not here to diagnose this lady. I'm here to review what her claims are and look at her exhibits. Stop being all emotionally invested in people. It's YouTube.
Do not recruit other people to do this with you, because this has been a group thing. There are, as I pointed out, there are associates, there are people. This is a group bullying effort. Do not recruit other people. She has a stalking injunction. Here, let's listen to Lori Hellis.
The next thing that happens is that one of the former friends.
God damn, this lady looks like Mrs. Stearns. She looks like Miss Stearns. This Idaho mom. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thanks so much for covering this. I watched last night. I saw 0 threats. HTC minions are now harassing the TikToker. Lauren pulled out because she was about to be exposed. LM. Who's LM? Oh, Lauren also busted sabotaging Gigi and others. Oh, so Gigi is the one that iced her out. Gigi has her own podcast called like Pretty Lies and Alibis. And then she started doing some work for Law and Crime. It's Gigi, y'all. It's Gigi. Oh, this is the good Lori. Okay.
Starts making some TikTok videos. And on those TikTok videos, she's talking about the former friend, the former friendship, and she does at one point use the creator's voice. Posts a snippet. And so when I get to CrimeCon, I'm told that this creator has now filed a stalking order against one of the women in her former friend group. And on Friday morning,
Oh, so she didn't have any skin in the game. She's reporting on it, and Lauren doesn't like her because she reported on it. Ah, okay. Okay.
But he is just launching into, or I guess it started at noon, I think, on Friday. This group is met by local police who tell.
And this lady's a lawyer. She has a YouTube channel where she's a lawyer. She's got every right to report on it. But if you notice, before she showed this, she said this lady was recruited. I don't know any of these people from Adam. I don't give a fuck. I'm looking on the surface at what this woman showed in a 9-hour video. That's it. That's all. I don't give a damn what there's more to Lori. She's showing me this specific video. That's what I'm going off of. I don't know this woman from Adam. She looks like Deb Stearns. I don't know. I don't know what their history is. I'm looking at her evidence for an RO. That her life was in danger from this other person. She's saying that this woman who is a lawyer, who has every right to review whatever she wants, is being recruited. Is there proof of that? I don't even know who Nicolina is. Nicolina Angelina. I don't know who that is. This lady's name is Lori. She obviously wrote this book, Children of the Darkness and Light. She's got opinions, right? But now it's a big Rico. Angelina motherfucking ballerina.
This person that
you can stop.
She can't go to CrimeCon because there's a stalking order and Lauren is attending. Sorry, the creator is attending.
Oh, that was a little snarky, but she's a lawyer. So she has her own thoughts.
So she gets 86th out of CrimeCon, even though she bought a ticket.
86th, it is Deb Stearns.
Just like everybody else and just like the creator did. Now, this creator does not have a booth, is not presenting, is not a speaker, is in no way associated with CrimeCon. She's just there as an attendee the same way as everybody else. But she manages to get a stalking order. And the stalking order not only keeps her former friend, but anybody who associates with her former friend. So for the rest of CrimeCon, the local police are patrolling CrimeCon to make sure that the creator isn't stalked. And everybody else in the place is looking over their shoulder thinking, oh my gosh, are the police going to think that that I have to be thrown out because I was friendly to this other person?
Lord have mercy.
So on Saturday night, we're all sitting around in the bar and the police come up and say to this person, you have to leave the bar because the creator's associate, not the creator, her minion.
We need t-shirts that say on the back of them, stay back 500 feet. We need stay back 500 feet shirts.
Walk through the bar and you can't be in the same room with her. So
no,
she got not the creator, not the minion, but the former friend had to leave.
Did she release the manuscript early? Because that happened with Cheryl and Cadel too.
And this is it's just getting out of hand. Now she's using the police to harass other people. And she's using the legal system in a way it was never intended to harass people. She's using the fact that her brother is a lawyer and having him do a bunch of work.
Oh, so she's got a lawyer brother. She knows exactly what she's doing. Yikes. Yikes, Ashley. I don't see this ending well.
For her. And the bottom line is, it's just wrong.
This is going to be a shit show. This is going to be a shit show. She's also a lawyer, I think. She has a law degree, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years. She hasn't reached out to me. I don't know what she's been told. I don't know why she did that.
It seems like a lot of people have opinions on Lauren, and she's really mad at the ones who have spoken out on it. She don't care if people don't like her, but she doesn't want people to say they don't like her. We have a lot of questions. We're 4 hours in, folks.
I'm already afraid for my safety. Very, very afraid. She hasn't been dealing with what I've been dealing with last month, and now she has gone publicly on Facebook to announce that I have a stalking injunction at CrimeCon and that I'm wrong and that I'm harassing somebody. Like I can't win. Like I am trying to solve this the right way. I'm trying to do the right thing. And no one will let me. Which is why we're all here tonight. And although the video that Lori Hellis posted contained numerous false statements, the respondent publicly commented on Lori Hellis's video, and it's a small channel. Not a lot of people watch it. The respondent publicly commented on it, writing, "Thank you, Lori, thank you," followed by 4 crying face emojis. Do you have that? We're going to pull that up. I want you guys to see that. So she goes live, and what happens? My stalker is thanking her for doing her dirty work. Yes, this is called triangulation by abusers using coercive control.
Oh, fuck. Coercive control? What? Are you using coercive control on your viewers? Are your little family jewels? Are you using coercive control? Asking for a friend.
Stalker is thanking her for doing her dirty work. Yes, this is called triangulation by abusers using coercive control, triangulation, and intimidation. She got somebody to do her dirty work. Okay, we have it.
Dude, this is wild. This is wild.
And while we pull that up, there it is. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. We covered the respondent and my stalker's name, but she did admit to writing this in her declaration. The fact that the respondent enlisted
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Crying face. That doesn't mean that she told her to do it.
In her declaration. The fact that the respondent enlisted or encouraged someone to create and publish a public video about me has made me feel even more unsafe. It demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying the harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fear for my safety. Following the publication of the YouTube.
If she becomes a lol cow, I will die. I will die. I never expected her to be like this. She's got to have more. I mean, we're 4 fucking hours in.
The video about me. I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. Yes, after people watched Lori Hellis's live, I started getting threatening emails and comments on my channel telling me that I have, that I am a harasser,
I mean, what are some? Do we have some of them? We don't have them pulled up. Oh, you know what? There's some of them here. I'll tell you what they say. I have them. They're black and white, but I have them here. And I want to point out again,
this is the Tiffany's version of BJ so far. That's where I'm at 4 hours in. Tiffany version of Beach. BJ is like the Walmart version. She's Tiffany's.
Stalker is not a creator. My stalker is not. She is not a creator. She's not. So here we go. Here's an email I received. Lauren not shot her face after her behavior at CrimeCon. She lost subscribers. Someone else blocking other creators from attending CrimeCon with stalking complaints. Explain that. Kathy wants to know.
Wait, what?
So here we go. Here's an email I received. Lauren not shot her face after her behavior at CrimeCon. She lost subscribers. Someone else blocking other creators from attending CrimeCon with stalking complaints. Explain that.
Oh, so she lost subscribers for her behavior at CrimeCon. Oh, that hurt her fifis. We don't like that. Right, B. Tim?
Kathy wants to know. Someone else, tell us about CrimeCon. Who was stalking you? Why did you call police? So something that I wanted to remain private and wants to know. Someone else, tell us about CrimeCon. Who was stalking you? Why did you call police?
This is wild, man.
So something that
I wouldn't even have been able to keep it together to put this shit together. This is wild.
Wanted to remain private and quiet and discreet. Oh, someone else. I understand petty drama occurred at CrimeCon. How unfortunate and disappointing. Those are just a few of what started to happen.
People can't have their thoughts? What?
I understand petty drama occurred at CrimeCon. How unfortunate and disappointing.
Petty drama created at CrimeCon. If someone thinks it's petty drama, you can't sue them for that. Oh my God. I would like to hear the other side's point of view as well.
Those are just a few of what started to happen. And let's see. So the fact that the respondent encouraged someone, it demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying.
Money is power, guys. Money is power. But I don't think that we should be afraid on this platform to have our fucking opinions. Oh my God. Exactly, B. Tim. This was sabotage on herself. Let's see how many views it's got now. Hold on. Wow. It was at 137 when I started this live. 137,000. Now it's at 188,000. Uh-oh. I wonder if her assistant's going to have fun. Oh, look at, she got $399. But I wonder if her assistant's going to have fun monitoring that comment section or before it gets turned off. You guys think it'll get turned off?
The harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fears for safety. Following the publication of the YouTube video about me, I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. These communications were a direct result.
Oh, yeah, she got super chats. Let me see if her chat. Nope, live chat is not available. The live chat is gone. She must have edited, or I don't know. No, she didn't edit. I don't know.
The respondent's involvement in creating and promoting that video. The threats were intimidating and hostile in nature, clearly intended to cause me fear and emotional distress. The escalation has made me feel even more unsafe and demonstrates that the respondent's conduct not only violates the civil stalking injunction, but also incites others to target and harass me on her behalf. For all of the reasons outlined above, I respectfully plead with this court not to grant the respondent additional time by continuing the evidentiary hearing. This is all you need, Utah. I'm pleading. Since the injunction was entered, the respondent has repeatedly and willfully violated its terms, both in person and online, demonstrating an ongoing and escalating pattern of stalking, harassment, intimidation, and disregard for the court's authority. Each violation has placed me in genuine fear for my safety and the safety of my family. To delay this matter any further would only embolden the respondent to continue her unlawful conduct and prolong the danger and distress I am forced to ensure. I therefore respectfully request that this court proceed with evidentiary hearing as scheduled. Jana, is she Mormon? Very. Very. Proud of her religion as an LDS.
Okay, now that's not cool because Lori Vallow was like extreme LDS, like a branch off, if you will. Like the boys that went to BJ's house, they're Mormons. They're missionaries. They're kids. Ooh, yikes. Yikes.
Gianna, is she Mormon? Very. Very. Proud of her religion as an LDS woman. Makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes. And I want you.
Oh, she can't make TikToks after coming home from church? What's going on here? Ahmad for Good Lori said she's willing to speak. What?
You to know that I don't hold that against any other beautiful people that are here and members of the
Oh, she just holds it against her? Okay.
Proud of her religion as an LDS woman. Makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes. And I want you to know that I don't hold that against any other beautiful people that are here and members of the LDS church, including Nancy Jo Hancock and everybody else who I know are good and
Who's Nancy Jo Hancock? Who's that?
understand what it means to love your brothers and sisters. So I do not hold that against anyone else. But it's shocking, isn't it? Yes, she is. And she's a mother. So number 3. I am the petitioner. Wait, number 3. Okay. This is my second declaration, because I asked, by the way, the court never responded to my pleading to make it permanent after that, which you only need 2 violations to actually have criminal charges.
That's a pretty heavy accusation, Sunshine Country Chickens. Do you have proof that they believe what Lori Vallow believed? Because that's a pretty dangerous place to go. I'm talking about the stalker. Nancy Jo dated him. Okay, got it. But I thought were you talking about Nancy? What are you talking about, Sunshine? You talking about the stalker believes that? Do you have proof of that? Nancy Jo. Okay, I know who that is now. But what I'm saying is, why should I ask them? You're in here saying they believe it. Do you have proof of that? Do they say they believe it? Do they say they align with her beliefs? I don't know, Andrea. Who am I supposed to ask? You're coming in here saying that they believe the same. Where'd you get that from? Should be easy to point me to where you got that from. She said she was accused of that scene. She says it's not true. Lauren on Patreon tells her listeners she's Mormon? What? Who's Jennifer? Onyx Angel. Chubby Bunny, thank you for being here. I'm just trying to fucking put this together. I mean, I'm not going to put misinformation. I mean, she dropped the thing. She's already been called a stalker, but now we're saying she has beliefs like Lori. Yeah, but making videos about someone isn't illegal. If we did that, YouTube wouldn't exist. If we did this, YouTube, TikTok, all of that shit wouldn't exist. Most videos are about other people. This is redonkulous.
Make a permanent stalking injunction. That did not happen for me. Number 3.
As a creator, this is dangerous territory.
I am the petitioner in the above entitled matter. I make this 3rd supplemental declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the respondent's conduct, as well as the impact it has had on my safety, peace of mind, and daily life. This declaration is not intended to repeat what has already been presented, but instead to supplement the record with a broader account of the respondent's actions over the past several months. I believe it is important for the court to see the cumulative nature of this behavior and how it has affected me over time. The following paragraphs describe in detail the respondent's actions and their continuing effect on my emotional well-being, professional life, and personal sense of security.
Jennifer Cosby.
The respondent's actions have not only disrupted my peace of mind, but have also risen to the level of an existential threat to my life, my livelihood, and my family. I have felt.
How is this a threat to her life? This is crazy. I mean, I get it's not fun to see videos made about you, but where is the threat to her life? That's what I'm waiting to hear.
as though every aspect of my safety and stability is under attack.
I mean, we have Chris and Katie with thumbnails with blood all over them with weapons in their hands, and nothing happens. What is this?
This includes the ability to work without fear, to protect and provide for my family, and to live with even the basic sense of security. The respondent's behavior has forced me to question whether I can continue in my profession without ongoing harassment, and has strained my most important relationships, and has placed a constant cloud of fear over my daily existence. The respondent's actions have not been a series of minor inconveniences, but rather an ongoing and relentless campaign that has profoundly threatened my well-being and sense of safety. Additionally, not only has it threatened my sense of physical safety, but at times it has made me question continuing to live, and it has taken such a toll on my mental state. Up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete night.
There has been not one email shown with any threats thus far, and we're in 4 hours and 10 minutes.
That I cannot wake up from, no matter how hard I've tried. It feels as if every day there's new information about things the respondent has done and people in my life that she has contacted as part of this relentless campaign. The respondent has attacked me from all angles: myself, my husband, my business, the relationships that I've built throughout my career, my employee, and even my baby brother who tragically died just a month prior to her beginning all of this. She has proven that there is nothing off limits when it comes to her campaign to destroy me, stalk me, and harass me. This can be proven.
Well, I'm not surprised that she's got it all lined up because her brother's a lawyer. He's already helped her. Yeah, but even what Yax did wasn't necessarily, I don't know. This is fucking stupid in my opinion.
By some of the captions on the respondent's posts and comments that she has made and or engaged with on the social media accounts that she has created to target me. A particularly egregious example is the respondent's July 7th post. And we have that exhibit. We don't need to show it, but we have it. The cover text for that video reads, "Point of view. You saw the red flags and you thought, wow, what a passionate color palette," followed by spilling some tea. And then her brother's sperm. And concluding with, "without his consent." Part of the caption reads, "How could she do that without his consent is beyond me." To be clear, my brother suffered a catastrophic ATV accident in March of 2023. And before he died in March of 2025, there were medical discussions about sperm preservation. I had mentioned the possibility of that to the respondent at one point. However, there was never any intent or allegation of sexual assault in those medical conversations, nor were there any other conversation details shared with the respondent. And we also, to publish a public insinuation that associates me with a sexual crime against my dying brother, just months after I held his hand as he passed, is not.
People say nasty things. They really do. You know, and it is gross. It's horrible to say. But unfortunately, just because it hurts your feelings and makes you cry doesn't mean you need to go to court over it. I don't like overly litigious, how I can't say that word, litigious people, or however you say that. Okay, it's a lie. So sue her for defamation. What's an RO gonna do? It's unneeded, in my opinion. Litigious. Fuck.
Only profoundly hurtful. It is demonstrably false and malicious. My brother was not in a coma when these conversations with medical staff took place, and this was not a consent issue medically, proving that the respondent is putting her own spin on things to harm me. The respondent's statements have caused me intense emotional suffering, undermined my relationships and livelihood, and increased my fear for the physical and reputational safety of my family. I have had to have conversations about my brother that I never wanted to have, to defend being accused of wanting to sexually assault him. I have had to defend my family and our decision-making process. There are no words.
I mean, when you tell strangers that you wanted to save your brother's sperm, you know, that's probably not something that most people would accept as normal. You got to be careful. You got to have boundaries with people. She gives way too much fucking information, and that's not anybody else's fault other than her own. It is fucking weird. It is weird.
Accurately convey.
FYI, I don't want my brother's sperm when he passes. No, thank you.
What it is like to have to make decisions and have conversations with your family about what to do when the youngest sibling is never going to fully recover from a horrific and tragic accident. And then to have someone maliciously use that against me and falsely and publicly accuse me of things in the middle of navigating insurmountable grief is simply horrific. Respondent has also proven the accounts are directly about me within her posts. On a July 24th TikTok.
Melmo, we're never going to agree, so I'm not going to argue about it. But when you get on YouTube, you better have thicker fucking skin than this. The stalker has 311 followers. No one would have even fucking known. All she had to do was turn her pretty little head the other way, to be honest. Her life is not threatened. I haven't seen any proof of her life being threatened yet.
Post. Part of the respondent's caption reads, quote, "Let me tell you."
Oh, and yeah, then she said she went to a trial instead of seeing her brother when he was on his deathbed. I mean, it is what it is. That's the choice she made. She chose to go to a trial instead of going and seeing her dying brother. That's what it is. I mean, is that not what exactly happened? Is it embarrassing for her? Maybe. I don't know. Just because you're embarrassed about a choice you made doesn't mean you get to go use the fucking court system.
If she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose, admitting there she made this account to expose me, she would have clocked her in 2 seconds. Exhibit 8 clocked her on an August 8th TikTok post in which she used my voice. She captioned the post, quote, "Can we talk about her own words and actions though?" End quote. She posted that same video on Instagram on August 9th and captioned the post, quote, "You can't make this ish up. Her words mixed with her actions is wild." A quote on the screen can also reads, quote, "Here is the voice of my ex-friend." Do we need to play this stuff or is it just a show? Okay. On August 29th, she made another post on TikTok and Instagram where she shows photos of me, and part of what she says in her own voice while showing photos of me is, quote, "Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and I knew for a year." End quote. In other words, this is about me, and she makes it clear.
Okay.
Additionally, the respondent often uses other people to promote her accounts, join her campaign, and or request that they give her advice for what she should be doing next. This can be shown with direct examples from both accounts. On July 8th, she featured an accomplice named Sarah in a video posted on both Instagram and TikTok. Part of the caption on TikTok read, quote, "Also, I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about, and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in the caption, just let me know if you know," end quote. I met this person, Sarah, at one point in line during a criminal trial I was covering back in 2024, but I have never spent any time with her personally, nor do I know her on any personal level. The only other interactions I have had with Sarah was to ask if a seat was available at a press conference with extremely limited seating, and when she came up to my dinner table in Boise, Idaho to confront me, in which the respondent later posted a public video about. On July 12th, the respondent made her first posts on both TikTok and Instagram that had my voice in them. The caption for both posts read, in part, quote, "So, this is my boldest post yet. I want..."
She has 4 lawyers.
"Your feedback and commentary. Should I do another bold one?" Comments for that include a comment from someone with the handle Quaffleknox that reads, quote, "Girl, playing her voice is diabolical." The respondent then responds to the comment stating, quote, "As in, give you more? Or maybe I went too far with this post?" Someone with the name Felicia Henry O'Shields. Well, that's familiar, the person that emailed John DeLynn. She comments, "No, we need more." Quaffleknox responds, 100% keep going. Lori, an accomplice, the one that approached Grayson and me in Boise, whose husband randomly happens to be Grayson's a dentist, and she works at the office. Lori, an accomplice of this respondent, then comments, quote, "I agree, we need more." And then another comment from her, quote, "I think the chick she is talking about sounds like the diabolical one." Quaffleknox responds to Lori, quote, "Oh, she is. I just love that she put in the actual audio," end quote. The respondent liked all of the above comments in that thread aside from her own, and then continued to escalate the behavior after that. On a TikTok post the respondent made on July 17th talking about the difference between a petty or a smear campaign, the respondent made a...
Jesus Christ, this girl has not even 1,000 followers on TikTok and she's going to all this?
Comment on the TikTok using her personal account stating, quote, "Just putting this out there. My DMs are open on this art account and the account I posted this PSA from. But objectively, you need to know this is not a smear campaign and it is not petty. DMs are open." 2 days later, July 19th, the respondent made another post on TikTok. The caption read, quote, "Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, 1, hurt you too, or 2, she hurt someone you care about, or 3, she told you about this account as a way of getting ahead of it. And now you're curious. Whichever those 3 it is, let me tell you, trust your gut. It's real. I have not mentioned her name. I don't even hate this person. I don't wish her harm or any ill. All I wish is for those impacted by her to know they're not alone. So all you testing the waters, come join. The water is nice and peaceful here," end quote. On August 19th, the respondent posted another video on TikTok asking about personality disorders and alluding to me having one. Part of the caption read, quote, "Also, don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info," end quote. The respondent has showed continued escalation of behavior over time on social media, alongside the public confrontations in which she ties herself to in social media posts. She has shown that her goal is to stalk and harass me, gain as much information about my life as possible, and to make sure other people join her in this mission so that it becomes far and widespread. On August 22nd, the respondent made a public post on TikTok about people using LinkedIn and spoke about it as a way of verifying information. The caption for that read, quote, This isn't just a question about an ex-friend I've been talking about. I saw a video on TikTok where a girl was like, look, this is my background, but you should also do the research yourself. You should verify the information. You shouldn't have to take some random person's word for it just because they have an internet following. Verify my info. And that stood out to me, especially when a few weeks ago, I got curious if any of my ex-friend's background could be verified, only to find out that she and her husband didn't have a LinkedIn. And really, the only information on a Google search is information they've curated. We haven't curated a damn thing on our Google search. Makes me curious, end quote. Yeah, do you have it? Let's play it.
Do we think it's weird? Do we think it's weird when a YouTube channel claims that they have a work history of XYZ, but there's like no way to really verify that? They don't have a LinkedIn. Neither person has a LinkedIn. And I think LinkedIn is important because they can connect person with the former employer or where they work, and it just verifies that what they're saying is legit. But I could be reading into it. Am I reading into this?
We've questioned people before too. Sorry. Not sorry. If you're legit, prove it. That's what I'm sick of. That's why we get deception detectives and all the motherfuckers like that out there.
Person has a LinkedIn. And I think
and it's okay to question things. It's not against the law. It's not harassing to have questions. She may be an idiot, but she's not breaking the law. People are allowed to be idiots.
LinkedIn is important because they can connect person with the former employer or where they work, and it just verifies that what they're saying is legit. But I could be reading into it. Am I reading into this?
Yeah.
If you ain't got nothing to hide, then why the fuck would that upset you? Put your credentials out there. Pin them on the wall behind you. Scott Reich does. By the way, he's the only one that I actually truly believe is a real live lawyer. He's the only one in the orbit that I believe.
Does she want my LinkedIn? So why is she so upset? Yeah, you're ready to do it. You know, LinkedIn is something people write themselves. It's curated. So, but why is she so obsessed with my LinkedIn? She trying to call people? She trying to get more people that know me to verify?
Obsessed with her LinkedIn. She just made mention that you didn't have one. I don't know if that's obsession with your LinkedIn. See this play on where it's just
people that connect. She's trying to figure out who to call next. Has she gotten everyone yet?
No, a lot of people actually go to LinkedIn to see if people are real. Because a lot of people on this platform lie. When I was on the opposite of AWP, I got a lot of hate. So I'm not surprised. She's got her people. Everybody does.
I saw randomly something in the comments, and I agree with. Nobody needs to go unsubscribe from anyone because of this live. That's not what this is about. I do not believe in cancel culture. I do not believe in public shaming. I do not believe in punishment. I am here to protect myself and nothing else. To make things go away, or for all of you guys to know what I am going through.
To make things go away. It just seems like she doesn't like the things that came out. I get that. I get that. I wouldn't want my private texts out there either. You know, I wouldn't want my intimate things that I told people out there either, but it's happened to me. I didn't want it out there. You get over it. You get over it. You don't go live for 9 hours showing all of it. I don't know.
Given the respondent's history of publicly sharing that she called UNLV, where my husband supervises students, and the fact that she called a national news correspondent to discuss details about me, as well as a victim, well, one can reasonably assume she was and has been actively looking for other contacts of ours to call and discuss details about myself and my husband with. This is extremely unsettling. These actions show that the respondent is willing to insert herself into both mine and my husband's professional and personal lives in ways that are intrusive, unwanted, threatening, and deeply unsettling. Given this history and the fact that her actions have continued to escalate for nearly 6 months, it is also reasonable to fear that she will continue seeking out other professional and personal contacts in order to involve them in her campaign of harassment. This conduct causes ongoing stress and fear for both myself and my family. On July 31st, the respondent posted a TikTok with an audio that talks about being the keeper of receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. That was said. Receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground.
Oh my God. She's going to take your crown. She's going to take your crown. I mean, you really got to look at this, y'all. Do you know that ROs stay on people's fucking records? Do you really think, based on what you've seen in the last 4.5 hours, that that girl, as much of an idiot as she may be, and she may act like, should not get a job because of what you've heard in the last 4.5 hours? I don't. That goes on your permanent record. You want to talk about fucking with someone's livelihood? File an RO.
On August 23rd.
She's the keeper. Of course you hate her. She's the keeper of the screenshots, the receipts, the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground.
On July 31st, the respondent posted to a TikTok with audio that talks about being, oh, I said that. And then Lori comments, again, the wife to Grayson's dentist, she comments, burn that false kingdom down. She's the one that approached me in Boise. I don't know what I've ever done to her. I was always really kind. She was already always kind of me. I don't know what's going on. After being served with a protective order, the respondent then posted the 3 videos I referred to in my second declaration. One of them, particularly the live video, which was posted on both platforms with the caption, I have receipts. The respondent continued to respond to comments made by others. One comment read, clap emoji, please do it. It will be criminal for that ex-friend to get away with her backhanded actions, end quote. The respondent commented back, quote, the hype you give, clap emoji ×2, literally clap emoji, thank you. It doesn't say exhibit. Oh, it's because it's keep going. And another, exhibit 36, another comment reads, girl, clap emoji, tell clap emoji, it. Girl, tell it. The respondent comments back, this is the energy I need, high five emoji ×2. To see the respondent continue to engage and make threatening posts and comments despite the order in place gives me serious concern for my safety. On another video, titled as the Whoops video in exhibit, the follower of the TikTok comments, time to tell the real.
The Whoops video, this is exhibity. Whoops.
Story, to which the respondent, and that person is my ex-contractor, time to tell the real story, to which the respondent responded to the comment with, as you wish, high five emoji ×2. Over time, the respondent has done things in efforts to ensure the stalking and harassment campaign she has launched against me goes far and wide. On a TikTok post she made on August 13th, she commented with her personal account stating, haters gonna hate. Yes, I'm commenting on my own post.
No, this doesn't make any sense. There's more to this.
Yep, ha 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 ha. I switched back to my art account, and this was the first thing that popped up. It made me laugh again. So I'm commenting on my own post for the algorithm. Yep, ha ha ha. Trying to get that algorithm. People see this. Some of the and that was exhibit 38. I don't know if you're pulling it. Don't worry about it. You know, some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. And this means that when somebody searches up my name, the respondent's videos pop up. All of those things combined increase the concerns I have for safety. The respondent has made it clear she will do what she wants and how she wants and when she wants. Stopping.
Do you know what? If this, I'm gonna say something, and most of you or some of you may not like it, but if you followed the Idaho 4 and you followed the Gonsalves family and you saw the HELL that family was put through after their daughter, sister was brutally slain. This woman has the audacity to say her life was in danger. This is crazy to me. This is absolutely crazy. The more I hear. God. You don't think that the Gonsalves family was tagged in shit? Saying you're next? Messaging the sisters on social media? You're next? Threatening their family? Come on.
No links to cause harm to me. And here's an exhibit. I don't know. We probably don't show.
But yet she was at the Koberger sentencing, right? She was at the Koberger sentencing, though. Put things into perspective, man. Fuck. You're supposed to be in true crime, not true sissyhood. This is wild.
That one, right? Exhibit of the searches, how her videos pop up. Yeah. For all of the reasons above, both in the third declaration as well as the first two, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert this temporary civil stalking injunction into a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct. Let's see that reason. The wife of the dentist who charged my credit card today for treatment that I got there. I have to wonder. Yeah, that's interesting. And you haven't been able to go. You by the way, TMI, but she has cavities. She does not feel it. She doesn't know what to do. She can't go. She hasn't been going to the dentist because she's afraid to go to the dentist like her.
She's not going to the fucking dentist because of this? No. Someone needs to check on Grayson to see that she's not being brainwashed. This is fucking weird. Where are Grayson's parents? They need to step in. No. This is my 22-year-old daughter. She ain't sitting next to you no mo. She ain't sitting next to you no mo. That's fucking weird. Where did Grayson come from? That's what I'd like to know. Where does she hail from? Where's her mom and dad? Because she's only 22. That's young. My daughter's 25, and I'd be on that shit like white on rice. Ain't no way My daughter's going to be mixed up in something if she's scared to go to the motherfucking dentist at 22. Nope. Why would she keep this girl around and further traumatize her with that? 22-year-old little girl? No. How old's Lauren? 50? This is weird.
Credit card today for treatment that I got there. I have to wonder. Yeah, it's interesting. And you haven't been able to go. You by the way, TMI, but she has cavities. She does not feel it. She doesn't know what to do. She can't go. She hasn't been going to the dentist because she's afraid to go to the dentist. Like the dentist wife who's in the office is like, well, what is she supposed to do? Anyway.
No, fuck that. Mm-mm.
For all those above reasons, both in the third declaration as well as the first two, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert the temporary civil stock.
Grayson probably wants to be her. She's 22 and impressionable. This is weird. Irresponsible and weird. If this was serious and her life was in danger, that girl should not be working for her anymore, in my opinion.
Injunction to a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct, which includes her sustained escalating campaign of public posts, repeated effort to involve third parties, both virtually and physically, direct and indirect contact with my professional networks, and continuing posts that expressly target and shame me and my grieving family, despite being served with a temporary order, demonstrates that only a permanent order will sufficiently deter and to constrain her. The harm that she has caused is not speculative, nor is it an isolated event. It is ongoing, extensive, and has significantly impaired my emotional well-being, my ability to work and provide for my family, as well as my family's sense of safety and livelihood. Next. This is Grayson's. I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of knowledge. My name is Grayson. This is my producer. I'm over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I'm an employee of the petitioner. I met the stalker in May of 2024. After meeting her, I never had much contact with her until October of 2024. After that, I became friendly with the stalker. I began doing some work for Lauren that same month before transitioning to full-time work shortly after. And Lauren had hired the stalker to do graphic design work, and I would oftentimes be more or less the one overseeing what was being.
Sam, it's okay. We're 4.5 hours in. Oh my God, I'm almost at my wit's end.
Done, requesting things needed and scheduling calls if needed. The stalker and I would eventually become what I considered friends. Because we both did work for Lauren, we were friends. There were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health in anguish, as both her mother and brother laid on hospice at the same time. And by the way, my mother is still on hospice, and I would be with her right now, in hospice, laying, sleeping on her couch next to her. But I'm not, because of this.
Come on. Come on. This is not stopping you from being at your mother's deathbed. Stop. Stop. Oh my God, this just keeps getting worse. This is emotional manipulation, folks. She almost is smiling, actually. Just saying. I mean, we call Duper's delight when we see it, don't we? And maybe I'll get sued for having an opinion on this. But don't put that on people. Don't. Just don't. Not a damn thing would stop me. Stop it. My mother passed away on hospice, and nothing would have kept me away. Not some fucking silly TikToker. Life is too fucking short.
Mother and brother laid on hospice at the same time. And by the way, my mother is still on hospice, and I would be with her right now, in hospice, laying, sleeping on her couch next to her. But I'm not, because of this. And so, they were friends, and there were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish, as both her mother and brother lay on hospice at the same time. In April of 2025, I was sitting upstairs in the Maricopa County Courthouse when Lauren let me know that she had been confronted by the stalker and told that all of her text messages were being released by stalker. All of them. They were terrible. This is Grayson's account. What came next was like something I don't even know how to describe, other than as if it came out of a movie, and it became the worst 4 months of my life, safety-wise. That day, we left court, where we were reporting, and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I were together all day, every day, and I have never seen something like that before. And that's because I don't have panic attacks. Until recently. Over the next few weeks, I would show up at work, and the stalker's friend Janice would film me for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. And then on June 19th, I spoke to someone, by the way, who was a creator, who told me to brace myself and that things were going to go public. She didn't willingly give up any other information other than that people wanted Lauren's head on a platter. I immediately informed Lauren what was going on, and I made the decision to call police as I was worried for our safety. And we'll get more to that later. Malamar's coming, guys. Sorry for those of you that's late. Stay with me, as I always say.
Shortly after the stalker started the TikTok and Instagram accounts, the stalker continued to target Lauren, John, and anyone who is friends with or works with them on the regular with her posts. As for how I've seen it affect Lauren, I can say without a doubt this has caused extreme fear, overwhelming panic, paralyzing anxiety, and relentless emotional turmoil. I have seen her going from spending every moment when not working with her little boy carefree to spending every moment not working consumed about making sure her son and husband stay safe and trying to find ways to stop the escalation. As for her husband, John, I have seen him go from completely lasered in and focused on work to barely being able to work at all. Every work meeting.
Wait a minute. Her husband can't work either? Because of this TikToker? But she can go to Crime Con. She can go have martinis. But they can't work. She can't go be with her mom before she passes away. What?
We have is him expressing his fear and concern not only for himself, but also for Lauren. On July 7th, he took me aside and he cried, explaining that he had been woken up at 5 a.m. by Lauren, rocking in bed that morning, who tearfully told him she wanted to kill herself. John informed me, as I am the one most often with Lauren during the day. After that, things intensified, and we made sure that Lauren was never alone and that I kept a close eye on the situation. As for me, I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty. I called the police for help in June, and I live in fear that because of that, people will learn my address and show up and continue the harassment. People in my industry have sent me the TikTok and Instagram knowing it is about Lauren, just to make sure I am aware of it, furthering my anxiety about how far and wide this targeted approach is going. A national news reporter spoke to me on the phone and informed me that the stalker had spoken to them about Lauren and me. The stalker was not asked about us by this person. Instead, she intentionally sought out this person just to speak about us to them, to cause harm to business relationships. On July 23rd, I was in Boise working at the Brian Koberger sentencing. That day, Janice filmed me constantly. I felt entirely unsafe. That night at dinner, Lori and Sarah approached our table. I didn't know at the time, but Lauren had taken video of me in complete emotional distress that evening. We already watched it. Do you want to watch it again or keep going? Let's keep going. That video shows watch that video was earlier. That video shows a representation of what many days and nights of my life have looked like since this all began. I live every day in fear. I can't even go to work in public places without fear. This has spanned multiple states, and I feel like I am constantly being threatened, monitored, and stalked, while the stalker posts all about it on social media. I had to see a psychiatrist and get on anxiety medication to manage the anxiety I felt, and I can confirm that. I will not share anything private that Grayson hasn't shared here, but it is very real how this has affected her mental health. Very, very real. I had to get prescribed medication to sleep at night, as I have not been able to sleep well. Many nights, I have texted Lauren and others around me in the middle of the night.
This is her husband talking. Thank you, Darcy.
Night in complete panic. While it has been slightly effective, I still wake up every day in complete dread. Instead of starting my day thinking about all I am going to accomplish, I start my day checking my phone and checking my home cameras, making the rounds to ensure I am still safe. I'm constantly checking my doors to make sure they are locked. If these people show up at my place of work with no regards to stalk and harass Lauren and me, who is to say that they won't show up at my home? The mental toll this has taken on me is beyond description. I have spent hours on the phone with my own father crying about my fears for safety for both Lauren and myself. I have felt like I am drowning for 4 months with nowhere to turn and no way to make it stop. I fear for our safety and well-being. The stalker has continued her targeted attacks for months. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being.
Oh, this is Grayson. Okay.
I want you guys all to know, by the way, that I am seeing all of your super chats, and I want to thank you. We have such a long show, I'm still go, but thank you. I'm going to go through every one of them, and I see them.
Wait a minute. Dr. John calls this 22-year-old girl? What the actual fuck is going on?
Coming, and I'm seeing familiar names cause great harm to my mental and physical. Stop. I fear for our safety and well-being. The stalker has continued her targeted attacks for months. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. I want you guys all to know, by the way, that I am seeing all of your super chats, and I want to thank you. We have such a long show, I'm still go, but thank you. I'm going to go through every one of them, and I see them coming, and I'm seeing familiar names I haven't seen in a long time, and it all means so much.
Dude, beat him. I'm getting the abort mission. Is Queen gonna take over? What time is Toasty on? What time is Toasty? I need to know when I can get the fuck off this thing. Because Queen Bee's gonna play the rest later. Okay. They're gonna pick up where we left off, is what she said. What time is Toasty on? This is nuts. This is yes, Grayson's 22-year-old girl and being called by a psychiatrist about his wife rocking in bed. Does Grayson live there? Asking for a friend. Does she live there? Because they said they're together all the time. Does Grayson live with them? Oh, I got an hour? Okay. Babe, I've got an hour. All right. Twisted branches.
She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. This is also by Grayson. My name is Grayson. I am the employee of the petitioner in this matter. I am writing the second declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the actions of this respondent and the impact it has had on Lauren Matthias and those around her. The effect that the respondent and her stalking and harassing behavior has had on Lauren has been extreme. As things have escalated, I have noticed a severe mental health decline in Lauren. I am usually with Lauren for 12 or more hours a day. It's true, guys. We're here right now. The two of us travel together frequently for work, and during travel, we are together nearly 24 hours a day.
Okay, so she doesn't live there. She just answered my question.
Aside from her husband, I am the one person she spends the most time with, and I have been the person she has confided in the most during this as to the effects it has had on her mental health. I was the person with Lauren on the day that she was confronted by the respondent in April. I was also the person who alerted Lauren on July 19th that people wanted her head on a platter after being told that in a phone call.
This is not healthy for Grayson. This is not healthy for Grayson's mental health. And if Dr. John had an ounce of dignity or what do you call it? Integrity. That's what it is, not dignity. If he had an ounce of integrity in his profession, he would not condone this Grayson relationship. This is weird. No.
After speaking with police that day, the officer called two people that we had direct information were involved. As in the direct information we had about these two people, not the stalker, that they were calling people, sharing private texts of mine, and then I'm going to get into it more later, but an ex-contractor of mine was sharing my private messages, and that she had been in contact with a creator, and the creator was calling victims and people I care about to tell them lies about me that weren't true. We knew about these two people, and this creator is the one that stated people wanted my head on a platter. And after speaking with police that day, the officer called two people we had direct information with were involved. And the officer told us that one of the individuals implicated the respondent. And that is true.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, since my little family asked, my little family said, does anyone pick up the weird vibe between John and Lauren when they do lives together? Now, I'm just gonna be honest because you asked. Yes, I think their chemistry sucks. I've never felt their chemistry was good. Like I watch Clue and Cletus, their chemistry is good. Like you can tell they mesh. They think the same. They don't have to speak. One laughs. They know what the other is laughing about, et cetera, et cetera. These two, their chemistry has always been weird and off. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to that.
We have the recording. I recorded this police call, by the way, legally. I let the officer know I would be recording. He understood. I recorded it. I have everything he said, and he came back in and said that one of those individuals that was called mentioned the stalker. We didn't call the police for the stalker. We're going to get into that later.
Beats him.
We never knew that
goes
he
without
had, in
saying.
fact, called the stalker, though, until she posted the video mocking that officer. We went over that, which is marked in Exhibit 9. Just a few days after we called the police over safety concerns, a video popped up on my TikTok made by the respondent. And after clicking the profile, I quickly realized that the respondent had made an entire profile dedicated to harassing Lauren. I was the one who informed Lauren about this. The shift in Lauren's mental health became even more noticeable after the public social media attacks began. I have seen the panic and fear in Lauren over the last few months as the respondent has continued her pattern of escalation. I have had numerous conversations with Lauren about the effect this conduct has had on her mental health. On multiple occasions during those conversations, she has expressed that she did not want to continue living because of how difficult this experience has been. I have spent many hours with Lauren listening to her, helping her process events, and assisting her in looking for ways to stop the respondent's escalation.
Fiona.
I have also spent significant time speaking with John about how to best support Lauren. One of the most difficult days was July 7th, when John came to me over his concern for Lauren and her expression wanting to kill herself. That same morning, Lauren had texted me saying that she had a panic attack. Later that day, she expressed concern over John's health to me over text. And it says there's an exhibit about concerns. I don't know if we need to.
Dr. John told Colby he wants to adopt him. Is that true?
Show it or not.
She was like a local reporter somewhere. She's not like Diane Sawyer.
I don't know. Well, it says Exhibit 40 concerns. I'm going to keep reading if you want to pull it up. More. John's mental health has also declined as a result of the respondent's conduct. He frequently tells me how stressed he feels and that he is unable to complete work tasks that I have asked of him because there is simply too much happening. When Lauren and I are out of town, he often calls me just to confirm that nothing had occurred and that we are safe. The respondent's conduct is...
He calls this Grayson?
I'm going to keep reading if you want to pull it up. John's mental health has also declined as a result of the respondent's conduct. He frequently tells me how stressed he feels and that he is unable to complete work tasks that I have asked of him because there is simply too much happening. When Lauren and I are out of town, he often calls me just to confirm that nothing had occurred and that we are safe.
This all seems very weird.
The respondent's conduct has also had a significant impact on Lauren and John's 8-year-old son. I frequently spend time with him, and I take him on outings, and he has confided in me that he has overheard conversations about what is happening. He has told me that he feels sad, that he is afraid when I leave.
Oh, no. Why is Dr. John putting this stuff on a 22-year-old girl? What? Right. Misty, make it make sense. This is so unethical and weird. Nope. Can't get down with that. Sorry. Nope.
That nothing had occurred and that we are safe. The respondent's conduct has also had a significant impact on Lauren and John's 8-year-old son. I frequently spend time with him, and I take him on outings, and he has confided in me that he has overheard conversations about what is happening.
Is she your fucking nanny? Why the fuck is she taking your kid on outings? And why is your kid in what? What? She looked like she in her 50. I don't know how old she is.
His conduct. He frequently tells me how stressed he feels and that he is unable to complete work tasks that I have asked of him because there is simply too much happening.
So Grayson is giving you work tag? What? Huh?
When Lauren and I are out of town, he often calls me just to confirm that nothing had occurred and that we are safe. The respondent's conduct has also had a significant impact on Lauren and John's 8-year-old son. I frequently spend time with him, and I take him on outings, and he has confided in me that he has overheard conversations about what is happening. He has told me that he feels sad, that he is afraid when I leave town. Although every effort is made to limit such discussions in his presence, it has been nearly impossible to shield him completely, as the respondent's behavior occurs at all hours. Each incident creates an immediate disruption, filling the home with fear and preventing the family from continuing with normal activities. Over time.
Stop it. Stop it. I have a 6-year-old granddaughter, and she's been here. She doesn't know shit that's going on. And I've had some nasty things go. No, turn the computer off. Stop.
I have also observed changes in his behavior. He has become more irritable and more tearful. His appetite has decreased. It has greatly. And he has grown increasingly attached to Lauren, often needing to be at her side when she is at home and often refusing to let any other adult in the home help him with basic things aside from her. Lauren, John, and I work closely together in their family business. Before the respondent's stalking and harassment began, both Lauren and John were able to devote much more time and focus to their work. We regularly held weekly meetings to plan projects and divide responsibilities. Since the respondent's conduct started, those meetings have largely shifted away from business planning and instead center on how everyone is coping and how to keep the business functioning despite the constant harassment and fear created by the respondent and her accomplices. After the court granted the temporary civil stalking injunction on September 4th, I hope that Lauren and I would finally feel safe attending upcoming work events. However, within mere hours, the respondent violated the order, and since then, she has continued to violate it repeatedly. From September 5th to 7th, we attended the CrimeCon Expo in Aurora, Colorado. After arriving on Thursday, September 4th, Lauren and I contacted local law enforcement to notify them of the injunction.
#save Grayson.
That evening, the respondent posted a TikTok, which is titled Whoops Video and Exhibits. The following morning, Lauren and I met with officers as well as the head of CrimeCon Security. During that meeting, we were informed that the respondent herself had already spoken with CrimeCon staff about the injunction and had essentially indicated that she intended to disregard it. To say both Lauren and I had an immediate increase in fear is an understatement. We missed the first few hours of CrimeCon while we waited for the Aurora Police Department to ensure she was removed. Law enforcement notified us later that day that the respondent had been personally served a physical copy of the order and was removed from CrimeCon. Just hours later, the respondent was standing only a few feet away from Lauren and me in the bar area of the hotel with only socks on and holding a camera in her hand. Lauren and I had already been in the bar for several hours when I first saw the respondent. Lauren told me she was afraid, but she also expressed fear of being followed if we left the bar area. I asked a friend nearby to keep an eye on Lauren while I sought help with another friend. I first asked hotel staff if there were any other officers nearby. When I was told there were not, I returned to the bar and called an officer with the Aurora Police Department. The respondent remained in the bar for quite some time.
Yes, Grayson is there the whole 9 hours.
Left shortly after noticing I was on the phone. She then made 2 more videos on her targeted social media accounts within just a couple of hours after leaving the bar. When Lauren and I saw them, Lauren expressed extreme fear due to the threatening nature of the videos. The next afternoon, I was seated in the hotel bar area having lunch with Lauren and several colleagues when both of us observed the respondent just a few feet away. She was escorted into an adjoining restaurant located directly behind us. This restaurant is part of the same indoor bar and dining area and is well within 500 feet of where we were seated. Based on my other observations, the distance was closer to approximately 75 feet, which constituted another violation of the order. The fact that she continues to defy the order even after it was signed by a judge is extremely frightening. Her repeated violations demonstrate not only a complete disregard for the authority of this court, but also a willingness to escalate her behavior regardless of the legal consequences. This makes it impossible for us to feel safe, as we are left to wonder when and how she will next attempt to insert herself into our lives. It shows that standard boundaries and legal directives do not deter her, leaving us in a constant state of fear and vigilance. The ongoing defiance underscores the seriousness of her conduct and the urgent need for strong and continued protection from the court. For months, the three of us have attempted to move forward and disregard the respondent's behavior. However, it has become impossible to ignore, as it continually disrupts our core sense of safety in relationships with those around us. We live in a constant state of fear, losing sleep, and bracing ourselves for what the respondent may do next. The conduct has only escalated over time and has never de-escalated. Lauren and her husband deserve to perform their jobs without fear of being stalked and harassed through multiple avenues. Lauren deserves to be able to attend work functions out of state without fear of who may show up and harm her. She shouldn't have to be panicked 24 hours a day about what the respondent may do next and how it can impact her life, the life of her family, and her family's livelihood. The respondent has shown she will go to great lengths to harm Lauren and seemingly anyone in a close proximity to her. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask the court to grant a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct has not diminished over time and has only escalated in the face of judicial orders. This ongoing pattern of harassment and intimidation has stripped Lauren John and their young son, all of who work closely with them, any sense of security in our daily lives and professional activities without lasting protection. Lauren will continue to live in constant fear for her safety and the safety of her family. A permanent injunction is the only measure that can provide the security and peace of mind necessary to allow them to move forward with their lives and their work without the continual shadow of fear created by the respondent's actions. I declare.
I want to know where Grayson came from. I want to know if Grayson has parents. I want to know if Grayson has like troubled childhood background. I want to know. I want to know how they met, where they met, what her credentials are. I mean, really, what's she doing? Pressing go live on StreamYard and then pinning comments? No. Dr. Momo, you cannot get by this 22-year-old girl being involved in this fuck shit. This online drama fuck shit. With this lady's life on her fucking shoulders. And her husband putting it on her shoulders. They're both fucking irresponsible. Come on. Come on.
Criminal penalty under law. Signed, Grayson. I need more water again. My voice is so dry. But hey, I'm not coughing.
She's younger than Rachel. Imagine some fucking lady, ex-LDS, putting my daughter in this predicament. Yeah, she couldn't even look at the officers. It reminds me of this reminds me of Lori Vallow. Fuck.
Powering. And yes, to those that mentioned my cough started around the same time. Yes.
Yeah, right. There is no RO now. Right. But she's got Lauren telling her, oh, I want to end my life and all this stuff.
Next, Dr. John Matthias's declaration. My husband's declaration is going to be difficult to read, guys. I might need a bathroom break soon. The water, the time.
Grayson, get me water.
Dr. John Matthias declares the following. I love him so much. Dr. John Matthias declares the following.
Lori loves Chad too. Just saying.
I love him so much. John Matthias declares the following. I love him so much. Dr. John Matthias declares the following. I am the husband of Lauren Matthias. I am a clinical and forensic psychologist licensed in both Utah and Nevada. I received an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Princeton University, a master's degree in marriage, family, and child counseling from the University of Southern California, and a doctorate in counseling psychology from the University of Southern California.
He's a marriage counselor? I thought he was like a forensic criminal psychologist. The fuck?
Yeah. I am currently a partner with Lauren in Hidden Productions, where we co-host the Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel. I also supervise doctoral students at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and have done so since 2007. I have evaluated over 500 criminals for the risk of recidivism and mental health problems, psychopathology related to criminality. I have been certified by the Utah Department of Corrections and the Utah Network of Juveniles Obtaining Safety to conduct forensic evaluations with both adult and juvenile offenders. I have been approved by the state of Nevada Parole and Probation to perform forensic evaluations and to work with juvenile and adult offenders in therapy groups. I have been certified by the federal courts as an expert in forensic work to perform forensic evaluations. I have received federal and state expert services contracts to perform forensic work and to conduct forensic evaluations. I have also led and conducted hundreds of therapy groups with hundreds of convicted felons since 1996. In addition,
no, there's no forensics in his credentials. Not that we've heard.
To working with hundreds of child and adult victims of trauma and abuse.
Or criminal psychologists.
Since April 2025, I have personally observed the ongoing harassment and stalking directed at my wife, Lauren, both as her spouse and as a licensed psychologist. I have witnessed the profound toll this harassment has taken on her mental health. She has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, hopelessness and despair, and repeated panic attacks. She has internalized many of the cruel and false narratives directed at her, which has eroded her self-esteem. And she has exhibited trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, excessive anxiety, and intrusive and unwanted thoughts. I have watched her withdraw socially and struggle to concentrate with a significant decline in her work focus and productivity. She has also experienced ongoing insomnia, reduced appetite, and weight loss. Feelings of inadequacy, by the way. I have tried to eat today, and I cannot. I have not eaten today, which is why, forgive me, Nancy Joe, it's plastic, I know, but I am sipping a root beer. She's also, so I have watched her withdraw socially and struggle to concentrate with a significant decline in her work focus and productivity. She's also experiencing ongoing insomnia, reduced appetite, and weight loss. Feelings of inadequacy, fear, irritability, frequent migraine headaches, and persistent stress-related gastrointestinal problems. On more than one occasion, she has expressed suicidal thoughts, overwhelmed by the relentless nature of the malicious and false attacks, false attacks directed toward her. They are false. The day I will never forget is July 7th, 2025. At approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to Lauren rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me that she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband, and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such suicidal thoughts. I was devastated and concerned by this extreme change in her behavior. Our 8-year-old son, this is what the media wanted, right? That's why you guys wanted to film the stalking injunction hearing. Our 8-year-old son has been greatly affected by these events. He has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he tells her to, and to not ask questions. He lives with a constant fear that harm will come to her, and his sense of safety has been diminished. He mirrors his mother's anxiety and distress, and he has attempted to comfort and protect her, taking on responsibilities no young child should bear. His fear of strangers and imagined catastrophes has increased dramatically to the point of often refusing to leave the home. He has withdrawn socially from friends, struggled to fall asleep at his normal bedtime, and significantly reduced his appetite since the stalking began. And
thank you. Be nice. Try it.
It is true, and he is weak. He has dark circles under his eyes because of lack of nutrition.
What? I'm sorry. This is so petty. This is petty. Toasty. Toasty, do you have room in the pasture?
And he is weak. He has dark circles under his eyes because of lack of nutrition. This parental role reversal, empathic trauma, and emotional harm are all symptoms of what happens to children who become secondary victims when a parent is subjected to ongoing stalking and harassment. As a clinical and forensic psychologist, my professional work has included evaluating individuals for the risk of recidivism, which means reoffense, and patterns of antisocial and harmful behavior. In my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. For this reason, I am especially concerned for the safety of my wife, my family, and myself. These restraining order violations, combined with the escalating psychological harm we have endured, have led me to respectfully request that the court not only uphold, but strengthen the stalking injunction in this matter, with the recommendation of a referral for criminal charges. There is no indication based upon past or current behaviors that the stalking and harassment will cease with or without the stalking injunction. I declare under penalty or perjury under the laws of the state of Utah that the foregoing is true and correct.
I'm going to say it. I'm getting Ruby Frankie vibes. Not that extreme, but I'm getting a little bit of those vibes. This is wild. Like wild. I could have never predicted this. And I came into this open fucking minded. I did. I came in open minded.
This is from a friend of mine. I'm going to leave her name out of it. It is a dear, dear friend of mine. Those that have met her will know because of her
Thank you, Gwen. She's officially jumped the shark. I'm out. Have a good one, Gwen.
Generosity of when I cover crime and how she has helped me and how she has met and loved so many of the victims. And I'm going to say it. She helped plan JJ and Tylee's memorial.
What?
The majority of it. I have been.
Wait, what? Why do you got to bring JJ and Tylee into this?
How she has met and loved so many of the victims, and I'm going to say it. She helped plan JJ and Tylee's memorial, doing the majority of it. I have been, 1 second. One second, conversing. That memorial, by the way, because of the bullying of one of the accomplices, JJ and Tylee's memorial, one of the accomplices wasn't allowed in that memorial, not because of me, because of bullying of someone else. So I was just reminded of that. Hence the
what?
Accomplices. JJ and Tylee's memorial, one of the accomplices wasn't allowed in that memorial, not because of me, because of bullying of someone else. So I was just reminded of that. Hence the silence. But yeah, so it had nothing to do with me. Nothing. What? But if you want to, I guess it's projective. If you want to know like, who's the problem? Because one of the rumors about me, and I was waiting for the end to say, because you guys are probably all wondering what I've done. I've done nothing. One of the rumors is that I say terrible things about victims of crime. That's one of the biggest rumors. I don't. I protect them with my entire heart and soul. So who's blaming who? And I say that because that has gone around to several places, including media. I don't. It's false and it's defamatory. My friend planned the memorial for JJ and Tylee. And I helped. I didn't live stream it. I didn't cover it. I also was there. We were roommates at the time. We did it for those children.
I don't really care what you've done.
Exactly. So in other words.
So you're trying to give yourself more clout, play on people's emotions. I mean, you don't, has nothing to do with you being stalked, but thanks for throwing that in there. I don't like that shit. Don't use these victims to boost yourself.
One of the people who has been bullying me was not allowed into the memorial because of the bullying of family members of the victims. There's a long history here. And maybe people should think about that before they believe things without evidence. From my friend. I have been a very close friend of Lauren Matthias for over a decade. She lived in my house for several months at a time in 2023 and 2024 while she was covering the Daybell murder trials in Boise, Idaho. I have stayed in her home while I've been in Las Vegas, Nevada for work. Lauren and I speak regularly. We've spent significant time together over the years, and we've been there for each other through all of our highs and lows over the last decade. She is truly one of my closest friends. In addition to being Lauren's closest friend, who planned the entire memorial with me for victims that I care about. I've worked as a high-level political consultant and public relations professional for over 20 years. I have helped lead large political campaigns and organizations, including Nevada State Director and Western Regional Political Director for Governor Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, National Deputy Political Director for Secretary of State Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, Regional Political Director and National Deputy Political...
Oh my word, do you hear this? Going up against the big dogs. Poor TikToker. Poor TikToker. She going up against the big dogs. I mean, this is nothing but a bunch of hurt fifis.
Director for the Republican National Committee, Chief Operating Officer, and Executive Director of the California Republican Party. Additionally, I've helped elect several members of the Congress, a U.S. Senator, and several governors. Let's leave politics out of this, by the way. I'm sure.
Oh, let's leave politics out of it. But now that I've intimidated the fuck out of said stalker, let's continue.
Her resume, it's important. This is an amazing woman, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And she knows politics. As a professional in the
oh, she knows politics, but we're keeping politics out of this, right? Listen again.
Executive Director of the California Republican Party. Additionally, I've helped elect several members of the Congress, a U.S. Senator, and several governors. Let's leave politics out of this, by the way. I'm sharing her resume. It's important. This is an amazing woman, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And she knows politics. As a professional in the political and public relations space, knows politics.
Is she? I mean, really? This is insanity.
This is an amazing woman, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And she knows politics. As a professional in the political and public relations space, I regularly encounter untruthful statements, misinformation, threats, dehumanizing language. Do you have something to pause real quick?
It's getting weirder.
So just to confirm what I said about one of the bullies not being allowed in the memorial, we received a text with the official document that was given to security with her picture to say she is not to be allowed in the memorial. And this is one of the accomplices that is smearing me. So before all of you people have believed this thing's and canceled
She's a classy lol cow, right? Isn't she?
me, maybe think about who this group is and their history. I just saw the picture given to security of this woman saying she is not allowed. I just saw the picture given to security of this woman saying she is not allowed inside this memorial. So as a
the only thing that's smeared is her sleeve.
Back to my friend's letter. My dear, dear friend. As a professional in the political and public relations space, I regularly encounter untruthful statements, misinformation, threats, dehumanizing language.
Come on, Melmo, you see through this.
And vicious online bullying tactics related to clients that I am advising. I have seen up close how damaging, hurtful. She showed it. I wasn't going to show it. She showed it. There it is. That's a fact.
Janice.
I have seen.
All right, there's Janice. There's Janice right there. They're like, don't let her in. Is that her Mormon picture? Look at the background. Was that like her? Hi, I'm part of the Mormon. Like this is for like the directory. Is that Rocky Dennis? Is that her Mormon picture they use on that?
Related to clients that I am advising. I have seen up close how damaging, hurtful. She showed it. I wasn't going to show it. She showed it. There it is. That's the fact. I have seen, okay, let's remove it. I have seen up close how damaging, hurtful, scary, and devastating these online tactics can be. Once a post or video takes off online, it's almost impossible to stop, and the reputation
it's her Mormon ID photo. Get out of town.
Damage created can be significant and incredibly difficult to correct. When Lauren reached out to me a few months ago to confide in me that she was dealing with online bullying from a former acquaintance, I was immediately concerned for her from the standpoint of being her close friend and from a professional standpoint based on the troubling online behavior and bullying that I've seen over the years and in my profession. She knew what this was and she knew what it meant. Over the past several months, I have personally witnessed the severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment.
She doesn't have an RO, Dr. Melmo. She dropped it. So there is no RO to violate.
Bullying and stalking by this stalker has had on Lauren. I have spent many hours on the phone with her, consoling her as she has struggled with anxiety, sadness, hope, hopelessness, and fear, not only for herself, but also for her husband and young son. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family safety, her reputation, and her business that she has worked so hard to build. But they just want to burn that fucking false kingdom down, don't they? Even though I have.
Brihanna, thank you for your super chat. Status of my doubt benefit rapidly fading. She's nothing but a successful, educated, bathed beach who's married to a successful, educated Krug. Yeah, but she dropped the whole thing. So the whole thing's thrown out the window. There is no RO. She had a temporary, and then when the hearing was held, she dropped it because law and crime was there. This is wild.
Hard to build. But they just want to burn that fucking false kingdom down, don't they? Even though I have put my heart and soul into hidden true crime, and it is good. And it is worthy. And it deserves to be here. And I have worked so hard. But they want to just take me down in a heartbeat.
That's what we're trying to figure out, Melmo. 5 hours and 10 minutes in. Whoop, whoop. You guys are awesome. Holy. Yeah, she dropped it. She went to the hearing, and Law and Crime was there with their cameras, and she dropped it. She said she was forced to drop it. I agree, B. Tim.
My child's livelihood.
Wispy!
My husband's livelihood, my livelihood. I have worked so hard to build. Thank you to my friend. It has been heartbreaking to watch the way this harassment has worn her down emotionally and affected her mental health and peace of mind in a very real way. Lauren has expressed to me her constant fear for her safety and for the safety of her husband and their young son. She has shared her worries about the damage this harassment has done and could continue to do to her business, professional relationships, and reputation.
I don't want to misspeak. She did say forced. She said I was forced to drop it. I think it was her opening statement.
I have observed that this ongoing harassment has caused Lauren to become increasingly anxious and depressed. She has often sounded distraught, fearful, and overwhelmed. As a close friend of Lauren's, I believe the stress of these attacks has clearly impacted her ability to feel safe in daily life and has created ongoing emotional distress. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to share what I have witnessed.
No, okay, so Onyx. I'd be curious to know what other cases were going on in court. Were they really there for her or someone else? She did show the media requests from Law and Crime and with her name on it. So they were there for her. Darcy, thank you so much for your. Darcy, if I was the stalker, I would have asked Law and Crime to have cameras there too. Oh, maybe she was doing it to cover her ass. You know what I mean? Yeah, everybody's telling her she needs to take. Yes, she's way in over her head. And you know, Melmo, um, and she announced herself as a partial public, limited public figure. I just, I don't know.
Another letter from a dear friend.
That's what I'm saying.
Susan.
That's what I'm saying, Melmo. Like, she's got all these people around her, like, reinforcing this. And then she's got this 22-year-old that is, like, got all these worries now about her mental health and what's going on. And then the husband's calling her to make sure she's safe. Like, she's kind of become a caretaker for her. It's not really fair.
Hendricks. I saw she was here earlier. I know it's really late. I can't believe so many people are actually still here, but I know some are probably not. They're asleep. Work the next day. I never thought we'd still be here. But like I said, if I'm going to do this, I'm doing it right. We're going through everything. Grace and I decided we're here for the long haul. This was written by my dear friend, Susan Hendricks, that many of you know. She was the anchor of HLN and a former anchor of CNN. And has been
Oh, Lord. Hillbilly Belinda, you're not alone. You're not alone. As this gets longer, it gets weirder.
become a dear, dear friend, and she has witnessed a lot of this. And Susan offered to write this. And Susan was going to testify at my stalking injunction hearing on Thursday that I have now withdrawn from to protect my family. Lori Hollis was going to be the witness for the respondent for my stalker.
So there, she said it again. For the safety of her family, she dropped the hearing.
Hearing on Thursday that I have now withdrawn from to protect my family. Lori Hollis was going to be the witness for the respondent for my stalker.
So the lawyer we watched earlier, Lori Hollis or whatever, the retired lawyer was going to be a witness for the TikToker.
Let her, like I said, I haven't talked to her in years. Here's Susan. That is us at the Clue Awards at CrimeCon, where I was able to see the victims of Delphi, Indiana, rewarded, and as well as the officers and prosecutor. My name is Susan Hendricks. I am a former anchor for CNN and HLN, as well as an author.
Oh, Susan Hendricks was going to testify against her? Oh, hold on. Or for her. Which one is it? I am so confused. Hold on.
My name is Susan Hendricks. Responded for my stalker. Lori Hollis was going to be the witness for the respondent for my stalker. Let her.
Oh, Susan was for her. Okay. This Lori Hollis was going to testify for the stalker. Susan Hendricks is an author. She wrote the Idaho 4 book, actually, with or no. Who is Susan Hendricks? She's the blonde. I don't know. You guys can probably fill it in chat. I don't know.
Like I said, I haven't talked to her in years. Here's Susan. That is us at the Clue Awards at CrimeCon, where I was able to see the victims of Delphi, Indiana, rewarded, and as well as the officers and prosecutor. My name is Susan Hendricks. I am a former anchor for CNN and HLN, as well as an author. I first met Lauren Matthias in the fall of 2024 while reporting on the highly publicized double murder trial in Delphi, Indiana.
Oh, Hendricks was on CNN. Okay. Got it. HLN. All right, I remember now. I picking up what y'all are laying down. Oh my God.
The trial was among the most intense that I have ever covered in my career, with no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. It demanded long days, sleepless nights on the courthouse steps.
Dude, that TikToker is going to go viral.
And hours spent waiting in line just to gain access. It was under these extraordinary circumstances that I became acquainted with Lauren, not only as a fellow journalist and colleague, but very quickly as a friend. Over time, I came to know Lauren Matthias and her producer Grayson on a more personal level. I became familiar with Lauren's mannerisms, her temperament, and the way she conducted herself on a daily basis.
Me too, twisted.
In January, Grayson contacted me. Grayson contacted me. Oh, excuse me. In January, my eyes are getting blurry, guys, and I'm old. I need reading glasses. In January, Grayson connected me to the stalker via text because I was looking for someone to help me with some graphic design work. And by the way, I don't want anyone to go unsubscribe from anyone, but this is Headline Crime with Susan Hendricks, and go subscribe to her. She's amazing. And she is working, on now becoming an independent journalist, and we need her in this community. If you want to support me, go support Susan. In January, Grayson connected me to the stalker via text
Nice plug.
because I was looking for someone to help me with some graphic design work.
Hey, I'll give you a little plug.
The stalker and I sent a few texts back and forth, but nothing was ever set in stone or official. Thank God. Fast forward to April of 2025, and Lauren and I began covering the same trial in Phoenix, Arizona. On April 9th, I planned to miss the morning session of court. At some point that morning, Grayson reached out and asked me to come over to their Airbnb as soon as possible because something had happened and Lauren was not okay. I showed up.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm hearing the story of Marilyn Monroe. Good Lord, doesn't it? The housekeeper called me to come check on Marilyn because she was not okay. This is crazy. Well, Susan Hendricks is a good writer.
Phoenix, Arizona. On April 9th, I planned to miss the morning session of court. At some point that morning, Grayson reached out and asked me to come over to their Airbnb as soon as possible because something had happened and Lauren was not okay. I showed up at their Airbnb a little while later, and Lauren was in a state that I had never seen her before. Lauren was extremely emotional and told me that the stalker had confronted her in the courthouse about calling her annoying in a text. Lauren said that her past messages with former contract
Oh my God, had confronted her about being called annoying. Is this real life?
Stalker had confronted her in the courthouse about calling her annoying in a text. Lauren said that her past messages with former contract employees were being sent out because they were angry at her. I reassured Lauren that everything was going to be okay and that she would get through this. When the social media post started in June, the shift in Lauren became even more apparent. She became extremely fearful for her safety, even more than she already was. She would often talk to me on the phone and talk about the anxiety she was feeling and how unsafe she felt given what was occurring. I met up with Grayson and Lauren again in July at the Brian Koberger sentencing. There was a line to get in for the sentencing beginning the night before. Many of the accomplices were in the front of that line.
And here we got fucking Koberger thrown in this shit too.
I recognized many of them from the social media posts and comments, as well as seeing them at different court events that they would show up for. Lauren and Grayson met me there to get in line with them and ended up leaving in the middle of the night because Lauren expressed that she was feeling unsafe and intimidated by the group. And that's true. I told all of you I didn't go to the sentencing because it was too much. But I was also being told by people in line with them that they were saying things about me, calling me a defamer, calling me bad. And people were coming out there, what is it that you have against Lauren? People were telling me, they were talking in the front of the line. I left. I couldn't do it. I just was going to leave, you know? So it was clear that there was significant tension and Lauren left to de-escalate a situation that she did not cause, Lauren did, however, come back for the press conference where it was clear to me that she was feeling stressed and panicked. The next morning, I got breakfast with both Lauren and Grayson before my flight home. They explained that they had called the police the night before after a confrontation occurred at dinner by Christina's accomplices. Where's her name? Forgive me. I missed that one. The stalker. They shared that after the two of them were confronted, they felt they could not easily leave the restaurant, which is why they called police for an escort.
I hope Law and Crime covers her video because, you know, they can take clips of her video and do like, this is Prime Crime with Jesse Weber. Tonight, Hidden True Crime podcast host Lauren Matthias versus TikToker Christina.
It was clear to me that the two of them were in absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight. They were concerned and worried. I noticed that they kept looking at the door anytime there was a noise. Lauren especially was on high alert and extremely emotional as she explained how much fear she had and how unsafe she felt with the escalation. Lauren called me weeks later and told me the stalker was now posting about her husband on social media, and she shared with me how harmful it was to both her and her husband. She was fearful for her family's livelihood based on the public lies being spread about her husband and his career by the stalker. I again witnessed the fear Lauren continues to have.
Me
While
too.
at CrimeCon in Denver. Aside from my pre-committed work events during CrimeCon, I tried to stay with Lauren as much as possible throughout the duration of the convention. Both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin and push through things. It is extremely clear.
Listen, if Law and Crime is blamed for her being quote unquote forced to drop her RO, they may take that kind of serious. Like, you're saying because our cameras were there and a judge signed off on our cameras that we put your life in danger. Don't you think? I mean, it kind of sounds that way.
To me from conversations I've had with Lauren, where she has tried to remain that way, but at this point she no longer can. I witnessed increased fear and stress in Lauren over the last several months, and I've become very concerned for her and her safety as the stalking and harassment continues. All right. This is the person who took the photograph that we saw. They just let me know that they recognize this person. They were present in the main bar. They were an individual. The individual was identified as the stalker in the immediate vicinity, and other individuals known to me. Whereas the stalker was reported to me to have been served with a restraining order and other similar legal documents.
It appeared, based on my personal visual observations, that the stalker may have been in violation. So I took photos. I estimated the actual distance. When I took the photos, approximately 20 feet. I documented the location. This was taken at 10:17 p.m. on September 5th, 2025. The photographs were provided without alteration.
Thank you, EW. This is exactly what is happening to Turtle Boy, except the cops in collusion with the bad guys. I don't know anything about that, but thank you for your super chat. This is super crazy.
This is from Patricia Griffith, manager of Web Sleuths. Thank you, Tricia. My name is Patricia Griffith. I am a close friend and colleague of Lauren Matthias. I'm also the manager of websleuths.com and the host of the Web Sleuths Live YouTube channel. I am writing this affidavit in support of Lauren Matthias, who is someone I deeply admire and respect. Recently, due to the actions of the stalker, I have spent long phone conversations with Lauren, listening to the fear in her voice. It is heartbreaking. I am genuinely scared for her. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty, never knowing what horrific thing the stalker will post next on TikTok, what unstable person might act on the false accusations, or what stranger might call her husband's university with outrageous claims. She has to watch over her shoulder whenever she appears in public, unsure if someone is following her. The stress of waiting for the next attack has robbed her of sleep and placed tremendous strain on every aspect of her life.
The person, this declaration is Trisha from Web Sleuths.
Lauren is not a dramatic person. She does not exaggerate. She is professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating, and it must stop. Criticism of someone's work is one thing. It's true. Criticism is fair. Criticize my work all you want. Criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. No one should be subjected to this kind of harassment for simply doing their job. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Sincerely, Patricia Griffith. Go subscribe to Web Sleuths too. Let's not unsubscribe from anyone. We don't do cancel culture here at Hidden True Crime, but we do support one another. You want to support? Go support Susan. Go support Web Sleuths.
Lord have mercy,
Okay.
Cheech says.
This is, let's find out what, this is important. Guys, okay, this is really important. Bear with me. This is what I'm thinking. I have to use the restroom. Do you remember that one body cam footage thing that we never shared? Why don't you put that on? You guys can watch the other angle of us. And I'll run to the restroom.
Get out of my head.
And we're going to dig into this because this next thing is really important. And I'm wiggling.
This next thing's really important. We're 5 hours and 23 minutes in. This next thing's really important. So is getting the nails done. That's important too. So she's going to go use the potty. This is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Lauren,
So, did you get a copy of this yet?
Yeah, we provided them to you guys.
Okay, you already have a copy? So we'll give you another copy.
Okay, hi,
So-
sorry. There was somebody walking by that was friends with her. So I just wanted to look down for a second. I apologize.
My partner.
Oh my God. This is the other view. R.I.P. Ace Frehley. Oh, that's sad. Listen, she just got the same footage from a different view. I cannot. Did we really? I mean, really? The one view wasn't enough for exhibitees.
Her and we explained everything to her, what she can and can't do, where she can be and can't be. And we thoroughly explained if she does violate it, she will be arrested.
Thank you.
So,
And she understands.
Yeah, we gave her.
Yeah, Grayson is too young to hide her emotions. Grayson is still young and innocent. She thinks that she's really sticking it to this TikToker who is putting her boss and her friend in danger. Look at her. Arrested? Oh, God, Lauren will be so proud of me then. This is weird.
Will be arrested.
And real nice of her to put Grayson just right on blast, huh? I'm going to cover the TikToker's face, but I'm going to put Grayson's out there.
And she understands.
Yeah, we gave her, it's official, we served her, gave her a copy. I already have the NCIC hit. We just got to call our records and say that we served her with a copy of it.
Okay. Thank you,
I'll
guys.
get you a business card. We just got to write a quick little report that we served it, and then you can have it for your records.
Thank you, officers or detectives. Sorry, I don't know.
What in the actual fuck is going on? This is like a Lifetime movie. I swear it.
Okay. What were your guys' names? Yeah. Vaughn and Raymer?
Woohoo, Marie.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, officers. We appreciate Aurora. You guys have... I was talking to Bobby Joe this morning. I was like, this is the first people that have listened to us. And
Well, we got information.
You're the first person to listen to us.
She emailed us the other day,
Yeah.
so we kind of already had a heads up of what was going on.
Yeah.
So, but with these, they're not official until you put a copy in somebody's hand.
Right. Right. And that's happened now.
So now she has a copy of it. I left it with her. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Real fast, so mind if I just get your, you have like an application? Like I said, just so I can put it in.
Absolutely, I understand. Yeah. Just.
And we all, and it's a no, it seems like it's a no contact order, so it's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
Oops. Sorry about that.
I know I really am invested.
I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference? Oh, and there's a TikTok app as well.
And then real fast, if I could just get your phone number. Or the phone number I called works.
Something
The
ain't right.
phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called, does that one work for you?
That's my producer, Grayson Moore. He's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do we want to give him mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias. Okay. And it's, on the table for someone to see it. I don't want to. It'll do more. I'll put it here. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just going to write a quick little report that was there.
Thank you. Okay.
And then she is aware that it's no phone contact, like you said. So if there's any messages that are sent.
Yeah, I don't think you can post a link, but if you want to email it to me, I can share it. Email me the link to her TikTok and I'll put it in here. We're all curious now.
Emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there. It's actually on there.
She's not allowed to do any of that.
Okay. And she knows no TikTok?
She knows everything. I said it's a
given a copy. Yeah.
I said it's a no contact order. I said read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it. You will be arrested if you violate this.
Okay. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Thank you, officers. I appreciate it.
You guys have a good time.
Thank you. We feel relieved. Thank you. All right. Okay. Next thing. It's important because I kept saying throughout this thing we're going to cover some things. All right. About police reports and what was really going on with police, because I'm being accused of abusing the law, of abusing police, making false police reports. So let's get into this. It's a big deal. This is the respondent through counsel, meaning my stalker, filing this memorandum in opposition for the request of a civil stalking injunction. This is why she feels it's unnecessary. And we'll just read it and I'll pull a few things. I think there were the arguments I suspected that her counsel, let's just read it. Let's just get through this. So her response, in other words, why she doesn't think this is fair. Through counsel, the respondent, through counsel, hereby files this memorandum in opposition to the request for...
Yes, please, Kels, if you have it.
...civil stalking injunction, and in anticipation for the evidentiary hearing that is set. The court should deny the requested injunction. Petitioner Lauren Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms.
What is this? Is this her response? Is this the TikToker's response?
In anticipation for the evidentiary hearing that is set. The court should deny the requested injunction. Petitioner Lauren Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. I've actually been somewhat kind of understanding media law. I think I would call myself actually a limited public figure, but nonetheless, let's keep going. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. Matthias uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, including current events, legal news, true crime, and culture. But Matthias also has a history of using various means to deprive others of the very same rights she exercises. Several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters. So I'm going to stop right there. 3 people in the past year have been the subject of cease and desist letters from me. That is true. 3 people. 2 of them are ex-contract workers to request that they stop sharing texts of mine. And then the third person that I mentioned is Lindsay, ex-producer of mine, for a completely separate reason. It has nothing to do with those others. It's completely separate. And I've already talked about that one and why. Those do not have to do. Nature of running a business. That happens. So, several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters, 3 have, or false police reports. So she is claiming that I have filed false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest device to shut down speech with which he disagrees. And now, because they are accusing me of filing false police reports, which I take very seriously, we're going to go over these police reports. We're going to go over these police reports. So, let's talk about the first one. The first time I called police. It was in where I live. And let me tell you about what's happening at this moment. I'm shunned at the last Lori Daybell trial by many people, and I'm not understanding why. It's quite luckily I just kept doing my work, and I did it well. And I am so proud of my coverage of the trial and of the justice I saw.
Why is this about her being shunned? I don't like this at all.
Not by anyone I love, but people that I thought were friendly, and it was confusing. No one would talk to me. It's very weird.
Who cares?
So I started to learn. Let me make sure I get this right.
How dare anyone not want to talk to me?
Right. I started to learn about why that was happening. I got a call from a victim, and this victim, a month later, let me know about a Proton email.
If anybody knows this objection, Your Honor, Christina, I would love to speak with her on a live. I mean, this is a lot of hoopla over what I'm hearing is fifis.
And this email, what is a Proton email? I didn't know what a Proton email was. An email, and just get ready, maybe don't show you, let me just explain and we'll talk about it. An email that is sent through Proton means it's anonymous. You can't look it up. It's very protected. It's a protected server.
You can only fake it so far, Penny, for your thoughts. You can fake it until you can't anymore. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. There's a lot of people that in the world here that have stuck with her or have turned their back on her, and you got to wonder why.
Email from Proton, like an email address, a Proton email address, meaning it's protected. It's how you hide your identity and make sure no one can track you ever. And it was after the trial months, later, and this victim decided to let us know that this email went out from a Proton email address about me and Hidden True Crime and my husband. Is called Hidden True Lies. And so we learned about it from him and realized we also had received the same email because everybody mentioned in this email received this email. And this was during the last trial. And we had no idea until this victim came forward to let us know this was going on. And and let's just show this is the Proton email that we call is going to come up later, but can you show that now? So let's see if I can read it. If you only knew 11, and it's a Proton, so you can't see who said this is the truth will come out. Hidden True Crime, more like Hidden True Lies. All of it will come to light. Your trash talking Kay Woodcock and Heather Daybell and Gigi and Justin Lum and Nate Eaton and Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks.
Oh, fuck. If any of this is remotely true, yikes. Yikes.
And Rob Wood and Rachel Smith and Ray Hermosillo and on and on and on and on. All of them are blind copied on this email, and your text messages will prove it. I had no idea that was sent June 9th during the trial. Awful email. Can you imagine being a victim of a crime and receiving?
Can you imagine? Wow. We know that she did talk shit about that girl that was upset, right? Listen to all those names again.
And Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks. The truth will come out. Hidden True Crime, more like Hidden True Lies. All of it will come to light. Your trash talking Kay Woodcock and Heather Daybell and Gigi and Justin Lum and Nate Eaton and Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks and Rob Wood and Rachel Smith and Ray Hermosillo and on and on and on and on. All of them are blind copied on this email, and your text messages will prove it. I know.
Oh, is that what's in those text messages? Yikes. Oh boy.
Lum and Nate Eaton and Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks and Rob Wood and Rachel Smith and Ray Hermosillo and on and on and on and on. All of them are blind copied on this email, and your text messages will prove it. I had no idea that was sent June 9th during the trial. Awful email. Can you imagine being a victim of a crime and receiving an email like that? A lot of creators got it too. I don't know. I can't even tell you. I have not trash talked those people.
One of them you just heard from. One of them is my very dear friend, Susan Hendricks. Other people I adore and love and consider that.
Wow, this is getting really deep.
What I mean is that many of them are my dear friends, but like you learned from, just heard from Susan Hendricks there. I certainly haven't said anything negative about her. I don't know what this is. Never said anything about these people. So people are getting this, though. People are getting this, and media is getting this. I'm learning, and we're starting. And when I saw this, I was panicked. It was months later. I was like, "What is going on? Has there been a smear campaign? Is that why people aren't talking to me? My phone had been completely silent. I didn't even know what was going on."
What? What? Oh my God. My phone stopped ringing. Oh.
I was like, "What is going on? Has there been a smear campaign? Is that why people aren't talking to me? My phone had been completely silent. I didn't even know what was going on."
Oh boy. Yes, Cheryl. Yes. Oh hell.
I was like, "What is going on? Has there been a smear campaign? Is that why people aren't talking to me? My phone had been completely silent. I didn't even know what was going on." Like, luckily, I didn't see it at the trial. So I would panic. Luckily, I went to my spam folder. I was like, "Well, we found it in my spam folder." We were like, "What in the world?" And that was like something that made us realize something's going on. A smear campaign is going on about me. What is happening? And it's also a panic. Like, what is being said? What have I said in a text message? It's like, doubt, like what could be said in a private text?
Oh, did you see what Grayson just pinned? Pearl's Dream says, ask Colby Ryan. Ask Colby J. Ryan how Lauren treats victims. Is anybody else a little freaked out by this?
A panic. Like, what is being said? What have I said in a text message? It's like, doubt, like what could be said in a private text message? Who's releasing my private text messages? Because at this point,
why were you panicked if you don't talk shit? Why are you panicked if you don't talk shit?
Again, the stalker advice going on about me. What is happening? And it's also a panic. Like, what is being said? What have I said in a text message? It's like, doubt, like what could be said in a private text message? Who's releasing my private text messages? Because at this point, again, the stalker approached me and said, all my text messages are being released. And they're saying that I'm saying horrible things about all these people that I care about. Thank you to the victim who came forward and told me that. They were given that email. They were sent that email. They were so concerned they forwarded it on to somebody else. I can't imagine being victims and you're dealing with Lori Vallow Daybell, a serial killer who killed your family members, representing herself in court. And then all of a sudden you're delivered this email, this whole other thing, whole other, like, what's going on? I had no idea. And I'm being shunned from rooms that, what I'm saying is rooms that I belong in, rooms that I care about. Can't figure it out. So that happens. And so it's clear that a lot of people have been sent this email, whether they're getting it, whether it's going to spam, I have no idea. I'll never know. But a lot of adults are clearly receiving this email, and nobody, creators, journalists, nobody's reaching out to me. Nobody's asked me what's going on. And so I'm taking some of these names and I'm trying to reach out to some of these people. No one's responding. Creators and journalists. Like, no, I'm like, what's going on? I reached out to a creator that I learned had spoken to victims about me. Someone had said, this creator is saying stuff about you. I'm like, what? What have I done? So I tried to reach out to that creator once. I called them once. They didn't answer. And I texted them once asking to talk and they didn't respond. Nobody's reaching out to me. Nobody's coming to me to find out what is being said or what's happening. And so in the panic and confusion, Grayson.
In the panic and confusion?
So I had to call this creator that won't talk to me, that I've learned has been calling some of my professional contacts, but yet won't talk to me. And this creator, by the way, has talked to my ex-contractor, and that's what they're telling people. So I'm like, oh, okay. So, okay, we know that now. That helps. But neither of them are talking to me. So an ex-contractor of mine and a creator are now calling some of my, okay. So Grayson's like, why don't I try to reach out to this creator? That's what she thinks of herself. And she gets a hold of this creator. And this is verbatim what they state on the phone. Yeah. And we're going to bring it up what they say, because this sets the stage for why police were called. I'm already panicking. I'm like, what is happening? What sort of smear campaign is going on about me? I am good. I care. So this is the verbatim.
I wouldn't want Dr. John describing anything to me at this juncture. Yeah, CKH. I don't know. It's been brought up, but I don't know the answer to that. It seems a little off.
Of what the creator told Grayson. Quote, the only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed and that are calling for her head on a platter. It is pretty much the message I can get. They are pretty much.
Don't you think if anybody's vulnerable in this, it would be Colby Ryan? I think so. I think all victims of crimes are vulnerable. And I don't appreciate her using them to her advantage. Even if they are on board. They're on board because they're vulnerable. Fuck. Yes. 5 hours, 41 minutes.
Pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. Just in the first text or a text from someone that I don't talk to regularly. And it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prepare for something publicly at some point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people that I don't want to know what's happening. So that way I can truly say I have no clue. Convenient. But they wouldn't talk to me. Seems like they actually do know something. There are a lot of people that are really, really, really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Something's in the works. A couple messages I got were, keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages that I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching this. I'm not getting my hands dirty. This creator, again, would not talk to me, was also calling several of my professional contacts behind my back. But they don't know anything. They're not getting their hands dirty at all. Not one of those people reached out to me.
Yeah, she read it already.
I felt like Charles Vallow running around trying to figure out what's going on. Why am I being labeled dark? What did I do? What are they saying? What's happening? I have no idea. Except that I know 2 people allegedly involved in calling my contacts. That one of them called the creator, and the creator is now calling people I care about. And that they want my head on a platter. And that they have private texts of mine and I should be ready for something to go big. They're going to blow this shit up. Head on a platter. I was so afraid. I didn't know what was happening. And I called people. No one would call me. No one would tell me what was going on. Just a whisper campaign. People that I thought were my friends, fellow journalists I thought were my buddies. No one decided maybe we should call Lauren and find out what's going on. And so with those threats, and with that imminent threat, I called my local police department, or Grayson called the local police department. I can't remember now. I think you say it was you, right? Was it you?
I think we worked together.
We were together. I don't know. This is the date of that police report, June 19th, 2025. And the type of report is threats and harassment. Threats and harassment. Would you guys say that this is a false police report? Threats and harassment. When no one else would tell me what was going on. I mean, if you did, like I said, I knew that the creator was calling people, and I knew who called the creator to tell them stuff. That's all I got. So, let's read some of the police report. I did not call the police about my stalker. It had nothing to do with her. There was no TikTok account at this moment. Nothing. Just a brace yourself. The creator clearly knows stuff. Brace yourself for stuff to go public, but nothing. So, here's some of the words from this local police report. Ex-employees are suspected of sending emails threatening to expose Lauren's emails and text messages that could do harm to her and her business and re-victimize victims that she has worked with in the past. Yes. And like I said, can you imagine being a victim at a trial and receiving emails like this, dealing with this, re-victimizing victims? Yes. To do such a thing, to share text, to share private texts that are off record, where I'm discussing this case for years.
The whole basis to this is those damn texts. Oh my God, there was, Tammy.
That is going to re-victimize victims. Things that they should never hear going on behind the scenes. All I have done is defend them for years, the victims of this case. I don't want them to know why I had to defend them.
I'm
I don't want them
invested.
to know things behind the scenes that are so icky in the podcast world that they have to see them. I care about the victims. They are my friends. Some media persons.
We're only at 5 hours and 47 minutes. There's no way I'm doing this whole 9 hours. I'm sorry.
Have advised that they have received some copies of the emails and texts from another party, possibly an ex-employee.
I'll find a good breaking point. If Queen Bee doesn't pick it up, I will pick it up again tomorrow. It's a lot.
Only one email.
I mean, it gets to the point where I'm not even listening anymore. So what's the point? You know what I mean?
To Lauren, advising of possibly putting information out to the media, claiming that Lauren is not being truthful. And this email came from a Proton account. I showed you that Proton email. A law stated also, it does make it a misdemeanor to deliver defamatory statements to an editor or publisher if information is being released. There you go. There's an ex-employee, ex-contractor that as of July 2024 is suspected of releasing info to third parties. And that is true. Are they releasing text messages of mine, whether verbally or physically? Or whether they're calling someone to do it or sending them? That's who I'm concerned about. Threats pertaining to the situation info on cyberstalking laws, using text messages for cyberstalking, which includes publishing or distributing information to increase the risk of harm or violence to the victim, is a Category C felony in Nevada. In summary, sharing text messages with a third party without the consent of all involved parties in Nevada could be considered unlawful and may lead to criminal charges, including felony penalties and a civil lawsuit for invasion of privacy. It's crucial to understand these regulations before sharing any personal communications. To simplify, the victim believes that the suspect or an ex-contractor has sent company or personal text messages to a third party. Lauren is concerned if text messages are released to the public, that her reputation will suffer, and that victims of crimes she has worked with in the past will be re-victimized. Yes.
If you are going to share with people what is going on behind the scenes in my chats day in and day night while covering cases, victims will be re-victimized. It is cruel to even send them an email suggesting something is coming out and that the truth will come out. And I have not spoken poorly of victims in my text messages. No matter what anybody has said. I have defended them for years when others wouldn't.
Okay, well, if this girl has proof that she talks shit about all these people, she needs to bring it. She needs to bring it as well.
So let's see. The ex-contractor was sent a cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer on April 9th, 2025. And text messages have supposedly been shared with a third party after the cease and desist order was delivered and served, possibly even calling them. And yes, people can make fake text messages. Do we have that Janice screenshot? Janice shows you how to do it publicly. Yeah, find it. Janice makes fake text messages. Let's find that and we'll show them Janice making fake text messages. Yeah, that's a thing. Janice posts about that, how you can do that. So yeah, that's a thing. After the cease and desist order was delivered and served per request from the victim, I attempted to contact the creator. Let's see, hold on. I have bad eyes right now. This is really small. Yeah, do you have my glasses? It got dark and this is really small. I have, okay.
Get her glasses now, right? Meow. I was just going to say, like, get me my glasses. Like, get your own glasses, lady.
Thank you. Guys, this is a new thing this year. Need read. Okay. Thank you. Guys, this is a new thing this year. Need reading glasses. Sucks. Okay. Thank you. Guys, this is a new thing this year. Need reading glasses. Sucks. Okay. Much better. Much better. So then they attempted to contact the creator. They left voicemail with both my ex-contractor and creator who told us then they wanted my head on a platter requesting to call back. Those were the two people we told them to call. Well, they called back and the ex-contractor advised that she had not shared the info or text with anyone. That's false because, yeah, anyway. She was, even if reading them, she was concerned it could be Lauren's newer friends. The newer friends and employees had contacted my ex-contractor to ask her about my working relationship. What did we just learn? My stalker, I know the TikTok didn't exist. This is when I was just saying, hey, leave me alone. I feel threatened. She contacted my ex-contractor to learn about my past working relationships.
Copa, I am.
Stalking. Torturous interference. Malicious. Like, why? My stalker was sitting right next to me. Contractor angrily quit and said she never wanted to speak to me again. And I cried. And she hugged me. And now she's angry at me and she is reaching out to this woman to get dirt on me. Once again, this stalker is relentless and calling everyone I know and triangulating everyone I know. Triangulating everyone to tell them lies, to spread fear. Like this has been going on for months. And that, my friends, is something that I learned from this police report. And it is not a false police report. And after we learned that she was involved, and by the way, I recorded, I mentioned that the entire police exchange with the police on my end, he knew that. The recording, we're going to pull that up, listening what the police officer also said after talking to both of them. I texted it to you for, okay. So we recorded everything the police officer was saying to us. He knew I was recording. I said, by the way, can I record? He goes, yeah, I'm here. I got, so yes. So this is one of the things that he told us. He came back from talking to both these people. Yeah, and by the way, throughout this whole thing, like I'm having to figure this out on my own like a journalist. Without a single journalist or anyone else is reaching out to me. But I'm figuring it out. Friends are reaching out. Friends are telling me when somebody's calling them. They're coming clean. So we're going to pull that up. But essentially, the police officer comes in and says, so I talked to the ex-contractor, and they're saying that they brought up the stalker's name. So they mentioned the stalker, not us. We're like, oh, really? Huh. So here we go. This is from my recording that was taken with permission from officer who knew that I was recording while he was investigating my report. Lauren, I say, what are they saying? Officer, the anonymous Proton email came up saying that, yeah, there is information, but yeah, I've talked to creator and ex-contractor. Lauren, okay, and what did the ex-contractor say? Well, she says that she got messages from the past and stuff, and denying different, denying that she's part of this kind of thing. But she did mention that my stalker, she mentioned that person. Lauren, that's what she's sending texts, officer, that she feels that might be somebody that might be more involved with it. Lauren, okay, with it, by the way, what is with it? And we're not playing the audio, but in the audio, you can actually hear Grayson say, huh, that's interesting. But I also want to point out with it, what is it? What is this it? What are they trying? Are they all trying to destroy me? Are they getting a group together to hurt me and destroy me, to burn my false kingdom down? Which why is it false? I don't even know. But now, my stalker, never mind, their next contract.
What the fuck? Burn your false kingdom down. Is it false? I got it, whistle down. Thank you. I got it, Whistle Down. Thank you so much. I got the
too. So really, these are all a bunch of people that used to work for me. So now my ex-contractor is connecting with another. What else want to point out with it? What is it? What is this it? What are they? Are they all trying to destroy me? Are they getting a group together to hurt me and destroy me, to burn my false kingdom down? Which I don't. Why is it false? I don't even know. But now, my stalker, never mind, they're an ex-contractor too. So really, these are all a bunch of people that used to work for me. So now my ex-contractor is connecting with another ex-contractor, and then they're bringing in this creator to tell her things that defaming things, and then they're getting her to call other people. Like, what is this? This would be called group bullying, triangulation, fear tactics. It's cruel. So this was not a fake police report. It was real. We've caught it. So I supposedly filed a false police report. The other police report, as you know, and we're not going to go over it again, was in Boise, Idaho, when we felt threatened and felt unsafe walking to our car. So we called dispatch to escort us to our vehicle. After that happened, that was when police said, "Hey, why don't I take an incident?"
You called 911 for an escort? Oh my God.
Down, because if you get a lot of incident reports, it's helpful. Let's get this in an incident report. I did not call for an incident report. Those are the only 2 times that I've called police. Neither of them fake. And yeah. And I'm not going after my stalker with police. It was after, going back to the local police report, it was after the stalker was mentioned that the police officer then called her too. And then she recorded that for all of TikTok, that call. So several individuals have been the subject of a cease and desist letter or false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest attempt to shut down speech with which she disagrees. The requested injunction lacks merit under Utah's civil stalking statute, the stalking statute Utah code. The stalker has not spoken with or otherwise communicated with Matthias directly or indirectly. I disagree, I think indirectly she has, since April 2025, when she responded to a string of text messages from Matthias. The stalker has not initiated any communication with Matthias since March 2025, before their friendship fell out. Matthias bases the requested injunction on a tangled web of allegations regarding Matthias's own conduct and the conduct of stalker. And the conduct of Matthias's other former friends and acquaintances. Matthias provides no evidence that stalker has ever asked or induced anyone to contact Matthias for any reason, let alone to threaten her.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Let me pull up this police report from the stalker, if you will, which everybody's going to call her the stalker now, which is not quite fair. If you want my opinion, but okay. So this is receipts from the stalker. Take with it what you will. Hang on. Thank you for sending this, by the way. So on 9/4/2025, we have the police responding to Christina, which is at objection, Your Honor, on TikTok. Attempted to contact Christina per email received from her as follow-up on initial call. No answer left. Okay, whatever. So they finally get in contact. Christina calls back. She advised she did not make copies of text messages. Although during conversation alluded to having copies. The discussion changed to a comment of maybe she should start saving copies to protect herself in the future. Additional conversations mentioned how Lauren is worried about her reputation and seems to be using the police to basically scare other people. Mentioned Lauren has made many statements about others that will make Lauren look bad if the statements were to get out to the public. We talked about Nevada law for two-party consent with recording phone calls. I previously observed Nevada case law that included text messages. So this is when the TikToker called the police on that video, okay? Christina asked about how Nevada law would affect her if she doesn't live in Nevada and wanted to know what case law the two-party text message was connected with. So then it's quoted here. Da 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 da. previous boss is an influencer and thinks they are being extorted online by ex-employees. This is the original report. Ex-employees are suspected of sending encrypted emails threatening to expose Lauren's emails and text messages that could do harm to her business, and re-victimize victims she has worked with in the past. Now, why would this do harm if she didn't shit talk? Listen. Why would this do harm if she didn't say anything bad? It's going to harm her because she's going to be exposed. So she thinks she can be exempt from being exposed. Wow. Okay. No non-disclosures with ex-employees. Lauren had shared some passwords with ex-employees. Some media persons advised they received some copies of email text from another party, possible ex-employee. Only one email sent to Lauren advising of possible putting information out to the media, claiming Lauren is not being truthful. The email came from a Proton account. No text messages were intercepted, and no proof of PII being accessed or shared. I don't know what that means. Victim is concerned about iCloud and Gmail possibly being hacked. Advised victim of Electronic Communications Privacy Act. Possible makes it a misdemeanor to deliver defamatory statements to an editor or publisher if information is released. Ex-employee suspected of releasing info to third parties. Ex-employee does not seem to be part of text sharing. No emails hacked or shared. No iCloud hacked. Text messages saved via screenshot between victim and suspect during employment of suspect. I did not find extortion. Threats pertain to this situation. Info on cyberstalking laws. Using text messages for cyberstalking, which includes publishing or distributing information to increase risk or harm of violence to a victim. So this is what Lauren was reading. Oh my God, this is wild. To simplify, PR victim Lauren believes suspect ex-employee Stephanie. Stephanie? I thought it was fucking Christina. What is going on here? Stephanie was sent a cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer, which was, I think, was her brother, someone said. Blank advised she had not shared text with anyone. She was concerned it could be Lauren's newer friends. So she's trying to figure out who. Oh, phone number for Christina. Okay, so that's when they got to Christina. And that's when they called Christina. And follow-up conversation with Lauren, she mentioned Christina. And said that Blank is known to do some hacking in the past and befriended Lauren recently. She thinks she's being hacked. DDoS. DDoS. I advised Lauren on the applicable laws and civil issues pertaining to the situation. The threats were vague, and there is no proof from a direct source that text messages had been shared by a specific person. Who keeps coming in here calling me Jennifer? Now get the fuck off. Serious. Mods, that makes me uncomfortable. Can you please delete that if someone calls me Jennifer? Because I don't use Jennifer on here. That's weird. Anyways. So there we go. Person 6 is Christina. So all these people, person 4, person 5, person 1, person 2. This is crazy. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. It's so weird. I think I'm gonna end this here at 6 hours and 1 minute. I gotta get out of this chair. I can't. I did a lot. I've been live for 6 hours and 23 minutes. We got through 6 hours of the video with commentary and discussion. Come on now. Come on now. Give your girl a thumbs up. Yeah, Benny, I appreciate you. I'm going to pick this up again tomorrow. And 6:01. Let me write this down. Hold on. I'll forget. 6:01. And we will finish this tomorrow, faux show. I am invested just like you guys are. If you want to pick it up, we're at 6:01. If you want to watch it. Oh man, but I got to get out of this chair and get some. We have not heard that the stalker ever showed up at her house, Fletcher. But let's hold our, opinions until we get through it all. I'm not so far convinced, but we have 3 more hours. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it a lot. Happy birthday again, Shell, if you're still listening. I am going to ship you guys over to Toasty. Toasty was here during the whole stream listening. And I think it's fair to give back. So I'm going to send you guys over to Burnt Toast. She's doing reviews herself. If not, Nonsense is also live. So if the mods could share Nonsense's link, you have choices. I will ship you over there. We'll go over Christina's TikToks as well tomorrow. And yes, I will be. Let's see. Is the Eagle on drama or regular? Oh, drama. I'm on it. Yep, we'll be on Kick as well. So I'll ship you guys over. Thank you for being here. Get in the Cooter DeVille. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for not getting mad at me for having my opinion. I respect yours. I'm glad you respect mine. Thank you so much. Have a great night, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.